Hello everybody, welcome. How is it going? We've got the very last Age of Mythology Deathmatch tournament of our season. Don't know if it's gonna have a future beyond this, but we're certainly gonna try. Anyways, let's make the most of what we've got today. Let's go through the rules real quickly, and then we are already able to join into the very first series of the day. So hold on 1 second. That's the one. Yep, that's the one. So we've got a £200 prize pool. You multiply by like 1.34, something like that for US dollars. So it's pretty good for a little quick one-day event. There are gonna be no god bans or anything like that. There's no draft. People can just play whatever they want, and they can even reuse their god if they didn't win. So as long as you are not winning with a god, you can use it as many times as you like. If you win, then that god is out and you have to switch. For maps, we've got Frozen Wastes as an addition compared to what we usually do. And the other maps have also had some changes with the deathmatch patch. For example, Alfheim's cliffs are now pretty small. And people can get their little dragons and the derp dragon as a reward. For players, we've got Matador, Western Long, Revolt, Darfnox, Legend, Isomarto, Nito, and Dixito. And we're going to be starting the stream off with Legend versus Darfnox. I think they are already on the way. Huh? Why can't I join it? What is going on? It says no games found. That's hacks right there. Let me see if the guys have shared anything, because we should already be able to get going with that. Seems like they're having some troubles with out of syncs. I mean, the mod should be fine. People are having some problems apparently. So we'll take a look. If it's not fixable, then you know, I'll just probably jump into a game with Legend or something real quick, if these guys can't get going. Yeah, I think they have version mismatches. So guys, what you gotta do, if you're watching this, I'll show you, okay? So let me just get rid of the scoreboard. What you gotta do is you go to your mods up here, mod manager, okay? And with this one, you repair it or you remove it, okay? If you really have to, then remove it, restart the game and go get it again. That's probably the way forward, because you need to make sure it's up to date with the most recent update. Obviously, ideally, the players should check it beforehand, but you know, the game isn't very good at updating mods, so that's why we are where we are. No worries though, especially in Legend's case, he has a fresh installation, so that's gonna be a cool thing to set up. But in the meantime, I guess we can set up a little bit of a bet for you guys. How about it? You got 10 minutes to bet between these two players. We don't know the starting map or anything, but I guess we're gonna find out. Still can't see their lobbies, by the way. Let me see if anyone else is having troubles. Still don't see any lobbies, guys. This is annoying, but that's okay. We'll get going soon enough, I'm sure. Anyway, let's check if the brackets command works. I think it does. Yes, it does. That's great. Really looking forward to this, though. In terms of balance changes, by the way, the mod is much the same as the last one, just with the official patch doing a bunch of changes. We actually removed a few in the deathmatch mod as well, so it's a bit more harmonized now with the official version of the game, especially in terms of population and whatnot. But the mod does nerf siege again on top of what the official patch does. Hopefully the games will last a little longer than the usual 5 to 10 minutes that we're seeing in deathmatch. So it's supposed to be a late game mode, but in retail it really has not been that, so. They shouldn't be getting issues with the mod syncs. If both have the mod, then it should just work. Okay, do we have to emergency get rid of the mod? We might have to. It's hard to say what the hell is going on. Does the map modify existing map scripts? Yes, it does. Is that the problem? Is that not allowed? Okay. Okay. So maybe I'll just very quickly update the mods to make those separate maps or something. Yeah, okay. I can very quickly fix that. That's good. It shouldn't take long at all. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, this is gonna be haggard. But this is a quick fix at the same time. Thanks, Hagrid, for the information. Now I have to find out where my local files are. Yeah, a bit of a delay for today then. Apologies, everyone. Okay, we need Alfheim. Wait, where is this? Need to extract the whole thing again. Unfortunately. Apologies, everyone. Oh, actually, I don't just want the data folder. Wait, I should just have this visible to start with, right? How did you finish game 1? What? Why doesn't it work for the others? No, I couldn't even see your lobby. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, this is such a shit show. Okay. But I know what to do to fix it. Is there any chance you'd be willing to replay the game? If you restored, that's not visible to cast, so if you'd be so kind as to let us just, you know, redo that. Because I can't watch that. It didn't show for me, you know? Get Anatolia across. Ah, I feel so bad. Okay, get Elysium. This is not how I like to do this. Pressure is on. Okay, get Ghost Lake. Alright, and then Giza. We're halfway through. What a shit show. Apologies, everyone. I feel so bad. I really messed that up. Okay, let's get Oasis. Just a handful more. Okay, Savannah and Tundra left. And then we done. And Tundra. Thanks, Nito, for your patience. I appreciate you. Cool. So, quick test on my end before we upload this. Make sure the maps are loading. Quick fix while live. Classic. Now this is pod racing. Now this should work, I hope. There should be a DM version of everything. Alfheim, Anatolia, very good. Elysium, Ghost Lake. Frozen Waste doesn't need one. Giza, very good. What's next? Oasis has a DM version, very good. Savannah, and the game is so fucking laggy. Oh my god. And Tundra. Okay. This is just local. I'm publishing it in a moment. I just made sure it works. Just gotta upload it to the mod page. And then we're off. It might take like 2 to 3 minutes to propagate. But I did upload it just now. So if the guys restart their games and then re-download it, then from here on, the players don't need to do the restore from save trick. It will be the same map, so any games that were played are valid, except I'd really love for Legend and Darfnox to replay so that we can cover it. If you guys are okay with that. Yes, please, Legend. Restart game, update. And then you should be good. Rich is here. Good to see you, Rich. You ready? You ready for some DM? It's happening. I actually gotta update my mod myself. Absolute rust buckets are fighting here. Yeah, thanks, Darfnox. Much appreciated. Yeah, very sorry, guys, about the map mishap. I didn't know that. It's my first time changing the maps in Retold, so it's got new rules, apparently. Much of modding has new rules. Okay, the mod is updating on my side, so you guys should also be able to now. And then you can just play. Is that a new tournament? It was a new tournament series. The rest of it is on the MetaPlace RTS channel. But today, MetaPlace is also doing a Company of Heroes free tournaments, so this is the last one on my own. But if you want to watch the others, all the live streams are on the, and some of the highlight videos are also on the MetaPlace RTS YouTube channel. Yeah, this is the 5th tournament already in this season. Thought I was gonna start playing in these next year. I mean, if there's still people around next year, right? This is the last one. This is the last one of the season. Yeah, thanks Darth Nox for doing the setup. And hopefully all the others can get going too. Nice one. I can see people hosting now with the correct map. Matador, if you're listening, I can see you hosting with good old regular Savannah. That will break. It's best if you update your mod as well and use Savannah DM. So it should look like this. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. It should look like this, Alfheim DM. And then there's a version of that for Savannah also. But Westenlong and Nito are apparently setting up now, so that's good. Okay, Darth Nox has a link for us. And then we can go and watch. Nice. This has not started yet, so it will be a moment. Thanks, Matador. Yeah, it should be smooth from here. Little 25-minute delay. Alright, I think they've started their game because the lobby has disappeared. So we'll be in a match within 3 minutes. Then we can finally kick this tournament off. Nice. It's a great weight off my shoulders. The guys can finally play. I think my game has locked up the lobbies. Quick restart here for me. Hopefully we'll catch it as intended. Huh. I can't see these two match yet. I can see Westenlong and Mito and Matador and Dexito playing. So I'm guessing we'll get these soon enough. Okay, Legend has other technical issues with the game too. It's his input language actually. That's why the lobby wasn't visible. think he just needs to set up his language before he launches the game, because AOM probably doesn't let him. Yeah, I saw the chat in Discord. You're fine. Just gotta sort it out. Quite a few issues today, unfortunately. Maybe I should get into Westenlong's game instead and cast that. Guys, I think I will do that, alright? There's no choice here, really. Because that's going, and you guys might have several bugs going on. So, yeah, I'll just jump. Oh, it's finished. Okay, I'm not going into that either. Maybe Legend and Darfnox can play then. That's... 2 minutes and 30 seconds until this starts. Let's hope for it. Excited for more AOM updates? We'll see. We'll see. Most important thing to me is that they make the game feel more polished, because it doesn't matter how much content they have if it doesn't feel good to play, right? That's the most important thing to me right now. Obviously, if they add more content, that's welcome, but do both, you know? Do both. The last patch has improved things notably, so it's on a good trajectory. Do that a few more times and we're talking. That's my stance. So there is some hope. At the very, very least. Right, 1 minute, 20 seconds, and we're in the game. Soup. Welcome everybody. I love that Halo thing with the cats. That's really good. Hope you had a good show match there with was it Recon and Kavoth, I think. I caught a little bit of it, but obviously I was setting up the tournament. So here we are guys. £200 on the line in the last deathmatch tournament of the year. So get ready, we've got Legend and Darfnox starting off here. Just a few seconds and we'll be loaded in. We've also got Matador at the top of the bracket. Some small 8-man bracket, but it's gonna be fun. Hey, since the vote didn't go through, do you guys wanna do it now? Darfnox and Leg and go. 10-minute vote. Yeah, welcome to all the gamers. All right, we'll be in the game momentarily. What, again? Soup raiding me twice? Why not? Thanks, Soup. I thought I'd already played. Anyways, we are here, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the £200 deathmatch tournament number 5 in this season. We've got Darfnox in the blue color playing as the Kronos. And Legend is already here with the Mercenary Rush, which you can do in this deathmatch mod that we're playing. He is ISIS here in the red. The mercenaries are trying to go after the villagers, but I think they're gonna time out. They have a lifespan like they did in the original Age of Mythology game, but it's already over, right? Like the mercenaries arrive and Oasis is a very, very large map. Now, some of you don't even know what deathmatch is, right? You start with basically 18 grand of all the resources, 100 favor, and you gotta build up everything from scratch, right? Obviously, but you can jump into the next age super quickly. It just takes 5 seconds once you have the required buildings. You start with extra villagers as well, and your upgrades are instantly finished as you age up. And then you fight for the map, and then you fight to make sure you have an economy, which is usually a pretty hectic setup. You have to grab the town centers, obviously, to have a good economy. Now, Kronos is really good at that because of the manor and power bonus, the temporal scaffolding that you can see there. And we've got a little bit of a counterattack. The mod also that we have also changes a bunch of things. So, for example, it makes the town centers a little bit more possible to grab in the deathmatch setting. They're basically just closer. And then we've got the instant kill myth units back. So look at that powerful attack of the Guardian of Io. It just instant killed that main target there, the Croc. Good defensive forces here from Darth Nox, preventing any possible raid from doing anything. Legend is very low on population. He was kind of lacking Migdol Stronghold early on. He's printing hard from the barracks, but it's the Migdol units that need to really go up in numbers. The chariots are very few. Darth Nox is already on 2 town centers and working on a 3rd one, once again with the manor temporal scaffolding. He's got a ton of oracles, so that's starting to look really good as well. Already 9, although he does need to spread them out a little bit. It's cool. Legend's working on the back. DC has finally cleaned up the attackers, and we've got priests coming out to help. The priests actually got a little bit of a change. They don't have divine damage now, but if you go Nephthys, they do get their divine damage, so that's a pretty nice little aspect. And Nephthys is also buffed to provide a regeneration to them, as well as your pharaohs, as well as your Son of Osiris. Because deathmatch is obviously such a late game orientated mode, you're gonna want half or Sobek most of the time, not half or, excuse me. The rock is buffed, so you can pick up stuff as you move. You don't have to land anymore. So very reminiscent of the old game. The Mummy also has the instant kill attack back, and Legend is doing a sneaky little siege works here. It's spotted, but the siege is already doing its unholy work. Darth Nox's town center is getting absolutely wrecked, and yeah, you can see that the town centers are a little buffed in deathmatch. That's actually present in the official patch. One more thing that's different in this mod is that the buildings are a little bit weaker overall against hack damage, so that's nerfed a little bit backwards to where we used to be. But they're a little bit more resistant to... well, they're not more resistant to siege, they're just... Siege is worse, right? Like, siege is nerfed on top of the official patch. And that should mean the game duration goes a little longer. Hopefully. Because the last few deathmatch tournaments, we've had games that lasted only 5 minutes and 10 minutes. Hopefully this time we'll have more. Anyways, huge Arcus Death Ball here from Darth Nox, and he's backing it up with a bunch of fire siphons, but Legend's doing a great job of focusing the fire siphons with catapults, so it looks like he should be staying alive and not just getting overrun. And as long as he sets up a good economy, with especially those 28 villagers and prosperity on gold mines, I think he'll be fine, at least for a long time. Chaos hits his army a little bit. Actually, when you use Eclipse while Chaos is on, the myth units are gonna hurt your own guys quite a lot more. But anyway, the mummies are doing their jobs, just boosting the backline a little bit, picking off individual units because their convert attack is now single target, but it basically kills that single target. Uh-oh, that's gonna be strong. Here comes the big suck. Followed by the Hawk too. Oh boy. Well, I guess the tower's actually staying alive with some pretty decent health. And in effect, Darfnox has thrown around his own units quite a lot too. But I don't think these defenses are enough to hold back such a strong attack. The Slingers are working overtime, but if they get caught by the Guardian of Io's Hawk 2, you know, they're gonna just die. That's also buffed a little bit. Okay, here we go. Here we go. They're all gone, aren't they? Oh my god. Oh, you really have to micro against that in this. A legend is setting up a little trade. It's not the safest spot for it, but he's got the gold miners. So as long as we get to see prosperity soon, things should be good. Son of Osiris is out, by the way. And he's going to work here. There's some retreating into buildings possible, but honestly, it looks like Darfnox to me just has a really good push going with overwhelming unit numbers. 210 population has been achieved. It's a little less than what's possible in regular standard. That would be 235. We've basically had a reduction recently. Also in the official patch for just Deathmatch, you got two fewer houses, essentially. Alright, Prosperity is a little late to the party, and Legends TC will be destroyed. No matter how hard the Son of Osiris is fighting here, he just can't take on everyone at once. Oh god, he ejected right into the army, and he's surrounded, and he's probably dead. Not just probably. Is Kronos the best god in Deathmatch? He's definitely one of the really good ones. It's definitely really, really good. Oh, I didn't have the whole scoreboard thing on the whole time. Well, we'll have it on for the next one. Just looking through the scores. The KD was very high for Darfnox. Not just because of the Guardians of Io, but Arcus just did all our work. And then we've also had the Implode just doing so much damage to Legend. Well, let's see if he can recover in game 2. This is a best of 3 after all. Okay guys, sorry about the scoreboard. That should have been up the whole time. My bad. You thought we reset the Argus special to Legacy? Almost. The difference is that it still has the AoE from the blob. From the Hawk 2. You ejected the other way? I think, Legend, that there is a delay on that. So I don't think it's perfect with how that operates. You have to give it a moment to update or something. How does the mod keep updated with new patches? It's the hard way, unfortunately. I have to do it manually. So I basically get the... I take the files that I've changed and I run a diff basically on that, and then whenever there is something from the official patch that I don't have in the DM patch, if it's not overriding what's in the DM patch, I just copy it across. So yeah, it's a bit of hard work. Oh well. I hope you guys are having fun though. All Apes is having fun. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, the good news is that the number of changes in the DM mod are decreasing because the official game is getting increasingly balanced and more conducive to how Deathmatch should be. So we need to change fewer and fewer things every patch, but there's obviously a bunch of things that are still kind of whack. Especially the Chinese and Japanese are a little bit crazy in DM. Is it a la Pes? It's probably the second. But that was funnier. My bad. A la Pes then. Whoops. See if these guys get their next game going. Yes, they are. We'll be in there in less than 2 minutes. Alfheim is coming up next. And one of Alfheim's changes for the DM mod is that we've reduced the sizes of the cliffs, which is pretty damn important because it usually doesn't give you a lot of space to build. And if you do give a lot of space to build, while still maintaining the defensive posture of the map, you just get a more stable deathmatch. Basically, the guys will be able to have more buildings, which means more production, which means it's not so easy to lose once the other guy has a lot of stuff. I feel bad about that. Can't erase what I've done. Okay guys, we're in 15 seconds. Everything should be good. You guys don't have the L sound? Oh, that's not for me. Right. Obviously, Darth Nox needs to change his god, but we don't have a draft setup or anything like that. Which means Legend can actually reuse Isis, but Darth Nox has to change because he won with Kronos. That's the only restriction we have for gods today, by the way. Let's hit it. Ladies and gents, game number 2. Darth Nox, blue color, Gaia. It will be kind of like Kronos, but very lushy. On the other side, Legend with the Mercenary Rush. Once again with Isis. Let's see if he does anything differently. So far, so good. He's expanding towards the front TC, making sure that that's secured. Getting out 5 barracks and a market. Oh, very close building to that town center. Actually, monuments coming up. 3 monuments at once. I'm not sure he has enough people on houses, but he's working on it. The Mercenary Rush is arriving, and Alfheim is a smaller map, bear in mind, so these mercenaries are actually a little bit threatening to the citizens, but they're standing on Lush. They will regenerate. There is a Caladria to save the citizen. Oh, quick garrison there, and that should be good to go then. We're not seeing a cavalry wave from Legend for the Mercenary Rush. He's going for a double stronghold. That should help fortify his front location quite nicely. We also got the siege works coming up. We've got obviously the relics here. Thundercloud Shawl for a little bit of extra pierce armor for the humans. We've got the System of Bast for villager cost decreases. We've got Shanong's Ochre Whip, which is like a farming improvement. And then we've got Harmonia's Necklace for gold gather rate increases. Very nice for Isis, that last one. The others don't matter as much, I would say. Okay, Bird is slowly but surely getting taken down, but it's just one priest here. Ideally, it would be the mummy doing the work. Just one-shotting it here in this mod. That's literally all you need. Just target the mummies with the special attacks on the myth units, and the myth units are gone. That's it. The Legend's very aggressively building up towards his front. He wants an extended battle over that TC, making use of this very weird tree line. Perfect location to siege up. So if he can fortify this and has a bunch of catapults hidden in there with a full population army, he should be really good to go. But we've got the Hawk to us again from the Guardians of Io, and I think this ISIS army will just melt to that. Holy cow. That hurts. The mummies, once again, not really targeting onto the Guardians of Io. So they're staying alive for now, but not for too long. And I don't, it does look like our boy is enjoying them, so more of them coming out. That's great. Love to see it. We do have 10 oracles, by the way, so they're very overlapping right now. Some of them won't be generating much favor at all, but as long as they're spread out, it's a bright future ahead. Back TC is coming up. There's no harassment whatsoever against those TCs right now. Looks like the mummy is getting its ability off, but the minions are dying right away. During Eclipse, of course, you can get so many of those casts done as well. Bunch of Quintarius heroes getting called in. Legend doesn't have a lot of troops here, by the way, so that's something to be mindful of. I think he's getting pushed back pretty damn hard. Population is dropping. A retreat is definitely in order, if you ask me. But the free TCs should be up for Legend momentarily. As long as he gets started with economy, things should be good again. Elephant is raiding a little bit. Might get that TC to pretty low health, but certainly won't destroy it by himself. You would need multiple for that. We're also going to have a Hesperides tree, which spawns in a bunch of free dryads, and we should be seeing much more of that down the line. One of the strongest aspects of Atlantean here, especially Gaia, who has the Gaia Forest together really quickly from. Be seeing a lot more of those down the line, I'm sure. Well, we've got the fire siphons coming up, and that can entirely prevent this stronghold and gold mining operation from coming up. The villagers are, of course, a small threat to the fire siphons, but as long as it's backed by other units, should be no problem. Legends is hyper focused on this aggression to deny a TC here. Really good locust swarm on the archers. Oh my goodness, they're so low. Just need to sneeze at them to take them down at this point. The infantry isn't going to have a great time doing that, though. TC is under fire. There's very few defenders here. Nor are there any healers or repair boys. Legend spending a lot on catapults right now. He is almost certainly going to lose the TC. He's not actively reacting. Gold mining is looking decent. Doesn't have a mining camp up there yet. His army is gonna get beaten back now. Not looking great, honestly, losing the TC there. That's a lot of villager production that he's gonna lose out on. He's still trying to secure this location, and there's no gold mining. Has to spend precious villager time on that, whereas Darth Nox is pretty much fully set up. He's got a really good route here with his Age of Mythology creep. All it takes now is 2 markets on auto queue, and he'll have gold forever. He can also put down Implode any moment now. So that's absolutely on the table. Son of Osiris is immune to the suck, but he's not immune to getting surrounded. He's not immune to the suck. What the hell? Since when? I thought he would be. Because he's like got this divine immunity thing. Huh. Never was immune. Okay. Today I learned. I guess he can't be direct targeted by the one target god powers. I don't know if that's on purpose. It's weird. Anyways, the Quintarius are getting cut down here pretty quick. Legend's maintaining his population this game. He still hasn't used prosperity, mind you. Gonna keep denying that forward town center. Hey, look, as long as he can stay on equal or larger TC counts, he should be comfortable, I'd say. Okay, we got a rock drop. Old school rock drops, gamers. Get ready. You don't have to land in the mod that we're playing. Yeah. It's got the 4 catapults in there. Let's switch to Legends View, actually. And he can just drop in and out, micromanage as much as he wants. It will be a big distraction, though, from the main fight. So if Darth Nox can maintain multitasking while Legend is doing this, this is very expensive stuff, right? Like, for each catapult is 400 resources. So we got 1600 resources in here. If Legend's losing the main fight, that's not gonna be great progress for him. But I don't think he's losing the main fight. He's got the Son of Osiris backing him. And the Guardians of Io just used their Hawk Tua, so it's not like the army is gonna evaporate here. Right, just making great progress. 3 TCs are back up. He's got a gold mining operation with a very poorly placed mining camp. Must have been in a rush there. But still didn't use prosperity. Once he does, he'll actually be, well, prosperous. Palace getting shot at. Rock should be able to take a bunch of shots, but it's not as strong as in the official version of the game. Obviously, with this mobility, there has to be some kind of, penalty at the same time. It's a very big buff to be able to micro your catapults. Looks like Darth Nox is kind of picking him apart on the other side, but he's also getting pushed pretty hard here. Legend doesn't have much of a backup for this army though, so if it does get overwhelmed somehow, it's gonna be in big trouble. But population wise, it's 200 to 130, so I'm not sure how much longer Darth Nox can keep this going. Especially with the Son of Osiris being so healthy still and so well protected. A slow push with just 1 or 2 catapults might be enough. And I don't know if the rock is coming around. Where is the rock, by the way? I can't actually find it. Kintari is here to cause some trouble in the trade route. Maybe eventually the slingers will take him down if they just focus on the caravans, but they'll definitely do a lot of damage. Nah, they're onto the slingers. Main fight is continuing. Oh, wait a second. Those archers just picked up the Son of Osiris. Legend just looked away a few seconds, so did I. And this whole push is in tatters. Really good raid on the caravans. Legend needs to deal with this, absolutely. Where is the rock? Did he lose that somehow? I can't see it anywhere, so it must be dead. I think it is. That's crazy. Those caravans are getting cut down too. Legend has no population suddenly, and Darth Nox is fully recovering and pushing forward. He should be able to take the TC too. Once he wants to commit. Now the Locust Swarm is gonna go after the Arcus, but it's not quite enough to kill them. Legend actually needs to follow that up with Slinger Micro or something, but he doesn't have the Slingers. Yeah, huge swing in that one, absolutely. So Legend is not dead by any means. He's setting up his farming operations, both in the main and... Oh, here's the rock. Okay. I kind of wish the units had different icons on the minimap. From, like, buildings. Would be easier to tell. Didn't expect him to park there. Ooh, these gold... Look at how they're hoovering up this gold mine. It's gonna be gone in a minute. Well, the push is looking really strong overall from Darth Nox. 180 pop versus 150. This is pretty one-sided right now. And the catapults absolutely have to focus onto those fire siphons if they want to keep the TC alive. Otherwise, Legend's gonna be overwhelmed, and unfortunately, right now he's making slingers, and they're gonna get Hawk too out there, aren't there? Oh, no, 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 no. They got avoided. I just don't see a way back for Legend. I guess he could make mercenaries, but the Dryads and the Guardians of Io will deal with that. So the TC is gonna go down, and once the front production of Legend goes down, then that's gonna be it. Darfnox brought it back, gamers. Some really good raiding, and when Legend least expected it, he focus fired down that Son of Osiris. Beautiful work. Legend has to work through the losers bracket now and see what he can do there. It's not over for him, and it's not even best of ones, so he's got a shot there with best of threes. See what he can do. Whew, that was, yeah, the Kutarius trade was really the difference maker, and then obviously picking off the Son of Osiris. No, the Guardian of Io can't hit heroes. And it's not strong anyway, that. It got a big negative multiplier with the explosion. You got Arcust. they just shot your Son of Osiris. Alright, so our next series will be already a winners semifinals. With Matador versus Darfnox, so that should be quite interesting. We've got some results, by the way. Here you go. Vestenlong has defeated Nito. Matador has defeated Dixito. And Revolt and Isomarto are currently fighting. I'm waiting for Vestenlong down there. So we're just gonna go ahead with these boys. Darfnox versus Matador coming right up, gamers. These guys can set up their lobby anytime they like. We're just gonna wait for the lobbies here a little bit. Okay, we got lobby information. That's really nice. You guys ready to do some betting? Go get your points. Okay, strangely I don't get the lobby between these two. Okay, what's going on? Just gonna wait a bit. Go for it, Darfnox. How did you almost miss the stream? I mean, I put it up last night, I think, as a heads up, but you know, you can never trust YouTube's recommendations, so. If you want notifications all the time, then you gotta ring the bell. Up to you. Up to you how you handle it. Oh yeah, does Legend already have a match down here? Yes, Dixito versus Legend coming up in losers round 1 actually. So that's also nice, and Nito will be playing against whoever loses match 4. Okay, the lobby says there's no games. which I don't believe. So I'm gonna restart my game. I'm highly skeptical of this. See what we find here. Turns out they are already playing. So I'm not sure why the game didn't show me the lobby, but I have it now. We're good. We should be in there in a minute. Less than a minute, actually. The room. They stopped making them, I think. I haven't seen a new release in ages. I think they're finished. I played all 4 on stream, so... It's a really good game, though. Highly recommend. It's not like the movie, guys. It's like a really fun puzzle game. Alright, we're in. Let's do this. Ladies and gents, we've got the winner semi-finals of the 200-pound deathmatch tournament. In the blue color, we've got Matador playing as Zeus. On the other side, his opponent, Darth Nox, is bringing the red Kronos. Now, these two are definitely the heavyweights of the tournament, I would say, especially Matador, who has won every single deathmatch tournament we've hosted in 2025. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he can handle whatever Darth Nox throws at him. We've got a lot of military academies and archery ranges coming up right at the beginning. He's going Dionysus, so he really wants that one front push to be as powerful as can get. The composition is going to be Hoplite and Peltast. On the other side, it's going to be Contarius and Arcus. So I guess the Contarius are going to have a tough time against Hoplites in a direct engagement. But, you know, if you go for... Why is he eating goats? We got to build up, man. But hey, if the Contarius are raiding, the Hoplites actually aren't able to catch them. So there's definitely a lot of potential there. Let's see what the choices are going to be. We also have some Hippospist in case there's a lot more Milo. It's also going to be very useful against Fanatics. One of the Guardians of Io have been bolted, but also the Hydra gets insta-sniped by the other ones. So that's pretty good stuff. Wonder if we'll be seeing any more of them, but I think for a Greek player, who's by the way focusing up the fortress, it takes a long time for Greeks to build a fortress. We expect Hera here. And it's coming. So we might see multiple Medusa, or we might see favor saving for multiple god power uses. We're about to find out. Either way, there's a good amount of Arcus here, but also that's a huge mass of infantry, and the Peltas are being microed beautifully by Matador as always. He just puts everything on a separate control group that he wants to micro. And off he goes. With the shift clicks, the Arcus have to go back all the way home and just can't play, basically. The Hoplite Hippospist will defeat the entire front line. Unless, of course, they have to face the Guardian of Io. That makes the situation very different and very difficult. Here it comes. Bit of a Hawk 2 out there for the infantry. Matador is very nicely slicing off his army and microing out of it, though. He's not gonna fall for this. There will need to be many, many more of those. Very turtled up Darfnox here that we're seeing. Very low population compared to Matador, who's got 150. 180 is possible for Darfnox, so maybe he can sit back and... Ooh, the boom is coming, but not quite. Not quite, just on the edge. Good petrification there of the Guardian of Io, but the Medusa does not instant kill, unlike the Guardian of Io. She is ranged though, so that's pretty nice. We've got the settlement coming up as well. That's a TC now. So well done by Matador, expanding that. We've got a bunch of Hawk 2s happening, but once again, Restoration will be beating it, and Bellerophon is in the party, picking off these nasty blob heads. It's going pretty well, I would say, for Matador overall. The Peltas are having an absolute party, but the frontline units have been kind of cut down a little bit to size. Matador is still pumping new ones, so it's not a problem. He's also adding in Myrmidons now, made for free. He's not making them on purpose, by the way, from the military academies. We did, in the mod, enable production of Myrmidons from military academies, and likewise for the other Greek special units from the stable. Archery range, that's also a thing. So you could go mass Myrmidon if you wanted, but he prefers the hoplites. Lots of Quintarius are getting made. That might be a little expensive, to be honest, with Kronos. They don't get the discount like Theia users do with the other Atlanteans. Matador's side TC is coming up. It's a little bit on the slow side. He's preferring to... Oh, he's missing a... Oh no, it's a storehouse. Okay, he's not missing anything. He's preferring to build up overall around the map. Like, he's got a lot of fortresses, which is great news for him, for sure. At least 4 forts. It's a lot of free Myrmidons getting generated, and obviously allows him to have a lot of Helipolis too. He might have too many Helipolis at this point, which is going to be dangerous down the line, but hey, they can absorb a lot of damage, I suppose. And against Implode, they're pretty useful as well. Seems to me Matador is absolutely outkilling our Atlantean boy here. And Darfnox is running very low on food right now. Might see a lot more Archers from him at this rate. Siege attack is on. Argus special does not kill the Helipolis. No, it doesn't kill Siege. It's just damage, right? It's divine damage. You got a big boom coming up. Oh! Wait a second, the Helipolis absorbed all of that. Nothing died. Very little has died. Are there custom patches in DM? Yes, this is right now in a custom patch. Even the maps are changed so that the town centers are a little bit more obtainable. Although this particular map has been rather weird. That's a very, very forward town center. Unfortunately for Darfnox, they're not mirrored. That would be something I love, but it's very difficult to do. Helipolis are going to absolutely destroy this, and then Lightning Storm probably just puts the nail in the coffin. I'm not even sure it needed to be used here, to be honest. Helipolis absolutely tearing through the buildings now. The Zeus army is just full of siege, plus a little bit of Peltast. Even the hoplites are siege. And that's gonna be a Matador victory in game 1. Quick old 7 minutes. Well, he was outkilling Darfnox, but not that badly. 165 hoplites were made in that. Actually, the kill def wasn't that bad for Darfnox. He just had a very forward town center here. It's very unfortunate. And, you know, maybe we should have a rule to introduce a map veto. If the spawn is really crappy, then you can just, you know, re-roll it. I don't know, that might be good. Because we don't have mirrored maps. Yeah, the biggest deathmatch change is that the siege weapons have been nerfed again. I mean, you're seeing how strong they still are. The thing is, Retold really changed the dynamics of that. You tear down buildings so much faster than ever before. And even with the additional changes in the mod, it's still faster than the original game. By like 12-13% or something like that. Plus you have a bigger army, obviously. So it translates to much more building destruction. Very difficult to hold positions and very difficult to come back from disadvantages. The next map is going to be Oasis. We'll be in there in a minute and a half. And the mod also... Oh, you can read the patch notes, actually. DM mod, I think it's called. Or DM patch for the command. There we go. Yeah, and for the YouTube people, I also am linking it. Feel free to read through all that. Matador is just such a super dominant player in this. It's kind of wild. He barely ever loses matches. And unfortunately, we couldn't get many of the big boys in Deathmatch playing this. That's been a problem throughout Retold. As long as you guys are having fun, that's all that matters, right? Okay, we're about to load in. Oasis coming right up. Ladies and gents, welcome, welcome, welcome. We've got Oasis. For our game 2, Matador is going to be bringing Hades here. He's pretty good with Zeus. He's also pretty good with Hades, as you'll find out. Especially... Oh, he's going Athena. That is really unheard of for Deathmatch. Interesting. Okay. Darthnox is sticking with his Kronos. I think he's very comfortable with Kronos. Although, I'd say Kronos isn't that strong in DM. So if he went for Gaia or something like that, that wouldn't be the worst. One of the big issues of Darthnox is that he's building buildings one at a time. And it would be way better to split that up. Imagine, by the way, in like a minute from now, a pestilence and all this. Like, what do you even do? You just can't build. Train and units, rather. Matador is very quickly putting everything together. His heroic age god, what was it? Where's your heroic myth unit, sir? Can't be out there yet. Where is his heroic myth unit? Well, I guess I can tell from the villagers. Ah, it's Aphrodite. Okay. The villagers are going to be building super fast, which is also why Matador is going to have a very quick time to Mythic. And I suppose... Oh, he's going Hephaestus. This is a really weird game. See, I love Ares Artemis here. Because it gives you such a strong offensive capability early on. And then you also have Earthquake. You have those poison archers that just absolutely dump on enemy armies, making you win pretty damn easily. Although we did have to nerf the Artemis arrows a little bit. It was a little bit too good, especially with the stacking benefits. So for example, if you had just an army of Toxotes, and they would get anywhere near something like a Nidhogg, the Nidhogg would just fall out of the sky. The stacking poison is just kind of nuts at full upgrades. Okay, you're seeing the Guardian of Io instant kill in effect, so the single target regular enemy or myth unit will be going down almost instantly. It's like a 200 poison damage per second. They can even insta-kill the Colossus, and then they still have this little blob explosion from the Hawk Tua. Take the Colossus. Yes! Yes! Look at the damage. Oh my god, it's so good. But, of course, the blobs themselves get taken down. And then that's gonna be that. Matador, always really on point with his range unit micro. Gonna go after those Arcus with the Peltas. And the restorations, keeping his guys going for a long time. But I think this fight might be just a little too much. But he's pulling back the Peltas at the same time. You know, beyond the wall, things are okay. Just go back. The gate doesn't want to open. Weird. What happened there? Alright. Just band whim on a whim. We've got 2 Guardians Fios. That's perfect to take out 2 Nemean Rexes, but it's not happening. Matador's always escaping the blob damage, by the way, which is beautiful. I really love that you have to do this micro, and Matador is just so good at executing it. Darth Nox has his army falling apart at the moment. He's just not training enough, and I think it would really help him to have like a handful of destroyers in there, just to tank the damage from any Peltas. Then again, Matador is really good at microing them onto the right targets. He's walling off all the things, including the sides. Building some extra fortresses here and there. I wonder if he noticed that the Gastrophides are available in the archery ranges in the mod. I love to see their use a little bit. You know, imagine if they pop out of here, like just real quickly from 5 archer ranges. He'd make 10 of them, and then take down the palaces or something. Go after the TC after. Could be a pretty good little hit and run. Or here, actually. It's easier on that side. Got a bunch of Peltasts. Nerdy map with glasses. I can see it. It's the walls, isn't it? Is the pop cap not the same as in the mod? Actually, that's an official change. That's a game mode change. The mod didn't have to touch it. But there's 2 fewer houses. Or 1 manor less. In the Atlanteans case. Basically, it keeps the early game a little bit more constrained. Implode isn't gonna do anything on that army. The Helipolis tank most of the damage, and then that's it. It did kill some stuff, though. I think the effect you want to get out of that is the bonus against buildings. Damn, those fanatics are going nuts. Picking off the hoplites very easily. But Matador's army is gonna get 210 pop as well. And if these guys go a little bit too deep, I mean, they're right on top of the Greek production, right? They're just gonna get overwhelmed. You can't push this far, in my opinion, without also having your production nearby. In a full upgrade state, your units train very quickly. Woo! That's a lot of euros. That's very expensive. Then again, Darth Nox does have the resources for it. Now the benefit with... Oh wait. He's not Hyperion. He doesn't have heroic renewal. They're not regenerating. They're just heroes now. That is a buff, but very expensive. And it's not a very big change. I mean, look at the stats of the Contarius and the hero. It's like, sure, you got the extra 10% or so overall performance, but that's it. Paying a very high price for that. Good job with the Fire Siphon Focus Fire. The Focus Fire Siphons. Helipolis can more or less fight this, by the way, but they're just outnumbered, they're low health, so I don't think that's gonna go too great. The Hoplites can do the trick, though. What are they shooting? Oh, the Chiron in the back. That was a misclick. Oh boy. The Focus Fire Siphons backfire. Huge amount of villagers for Darth Nox. Maybe too many? It just seems to me that Matador is pushing right through him because of the villager difference. Matador just has a lot more army right now and pushing potential, but he's running out of food. That is something to be mindful of. Finally, we got the Gastrophides, or Gastropheteros. TC is under heavy attack, but the Helipolis just can't hold this. There's way too much firepower. And the game goes long, yes. We're gonna reach the 10-minute mark in the Matador game. I love it. Gonna have to show some of these Gastropheteros skills. Still really want a little hit squad going off on the sides. That would be great. But he's right now just using it as an efficiency unit because, well, they're long range. They're pretty strong with their individual shots. DPS-wise, they're just 11, so it's not that crazy. It's a lot better than Arcus, but they're free pop, aren't they? They're not better than 1.5 Arcus. I bet Matador wishes he had his poison damage. That's a lot of fire siphons. I bet Darth Nox wishes he had Vortex. That would be so good. Just teleporting around with these siphons from TC to TC, tearing down fortresses, getting into the trade route. You could do all those things back to back to back if you save up a little favor. In this mod, you have to save up quite a lot more favor than normal, by the way, but that's besides the point. Still pretty cheap considering what it can do. Okay, these are gonna be hit squad. We're not gonna get the Gastropheteros hit squad. These Peltas are immortal. So they don't have a lot of kills on them. This guy has 5 kills. That's pretty good. Aha, the TC didn't get repaired and the 2 Helipolis are finally punching through. With the fire siphons not being around, it's just not that easy to hold on. And the individual buildings are now under heavy attack as well. There's a 23x damage multiplier on these Gastropheteros, and the fire siphons are still not moving on the TC or anything. Matador, in fact, is going to buy some extra time and wall off here. Of course, the walls do take a lot of extra damage, but Matador is just going to pull the villagers to shank them. And I think that's going to be perfectly sufficient. He doesn't need to overdo this. The villagers do have attack move, by the way, so you don't have to individually click them or anything like that. Taking down the buildings one by one there. Off the villagers go. Doesn't look like their attack moved. Oh wait, they are, but they break. Oh, that's gotta be annoying for Matador. They were attack mode. Here we go with the wall push. And the individual towers. Lion time as well. Ooh, they're raiding now. 999 health. That's a classic number. If you know, you know. No, I'm not saying it, Chenla. That's not classic at all. That's the opposite of classic. That's what the kids say. Damn, these destroyers are absolutely going nuts on that tower. Look at that damage. Woo. That's a lot. You see how quickly they tore that down. Petrobolos gets stolen. Of all the things that could get stolen is the Petrobolos. Matador needs walls. How many walls? The answer is always yes. Holy shit. This is looking like classic deathmatch. Only one market here. It's not very fortified, so definitely a weak spot of Matadors right now. But obviously he can always just make a new market, and that will suffice for the marketing strategy. Doesn't look like Darfnox has any semblance of a trade, and I think he's falling apart at this point. Although he does have resources. That's not the issue. It's holding the ground in the middle that's an issue. Matador is just absolutely pushing through. And honestly, he himself isn't very rich, so just really good at spending his resources. But if he slowly pushes through here, I just don't see what you can do about it. Well, what Darfnox can do is just pull a ton of villagers onto this TC, bring all the manors here that he can. If there's 6 manors empowering like 8 villagers, citizens, then this is gonna get built in seconds. Of course, with the Helipolis here, that's getting denied. Fortress is getting built up. Ah, Gastropheteros. This is the 4th snipe from Matador. That's incredible. That's actually incredible. Well done. Slowly but surely everything is coming up. He's gonna snipe it again, isn't he? Oh my god, he's doing it again. That's the 5th snipe. And that's gonna be that. That's gonna be a 2-0. Matadors moving into the winners finals. Darfnox has to try his luck through the losers bracket. No shame in that. Matadors are a very tough opponent for sure. Kill to death. Pretty even actually, but Matador just constantly pushing throughout this. 15 lions, wow. I wonder what would happen if he translated that to Colossus. That could be cool. Darfnox had a bug with the TC. No. Didn't look like it. It looked like you got sniped 6 times. The Helipolis stopped it 3 times, then the Gastropheteros stopped it 3 times. I mean, we were looking at Matador attacking the TC. So That's all that was. Okay, you had that before, I see. Yeah, I don't know. Good to see Yoshi in the chat. Bad to see Yoshi not in the tournament. Oh! We had some larger progress overall in the bracket. I would have liked to cast that match 6. But Western Long takes a loss to Isomarto. And Matador versus Isomarto is coming up. No worries, we'll just go with the flow. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is cool. The whole tournament is pretty late, right? So I understand people would want progress there. So let's see what these guys are gonna be up to. And this is gonna be our first best of 5 of today between these two. Well, who knows if there's gonna be a second one. But you get what I mean. No host just yet. Legend and Dexito are currently in the match. And then we're gonna have Revolt versus Darth Nox down here. Nito has been defeated by Revolt. So thanks to Nito for playing today. Western Long is waiting up here, by the way, in match 10. So the winner of Dexito and Legend will face off against Western Long. And I wish we could go into the replays after the fact if the tournament ends up being short, but the replays sadly also do not work. Just in general, it's not like the mod or anything, they just don't work. Okay, looks like Matador is setting up for a Savannah match. Yep, we got the lobby, but they haven't started yet. Okay, now they've started. So we should be able to join in like 3 minutes or so. So we could do... Oh, there's a prediction already. Thank you. Tell you what, guys, if the tournament is short, I'll do some games myself. So we're progressing very quickly here. Under 2 hours, winners finals, that's crazy. Okay, 2 minutes and we'll be in. Be really curious to see how Isomarto plays. I haven't cast any of his games yet. Not ever. What kind of gods does he like? Do you guys know? I'll find out in a minute, I suppose. Just 20 seconds to join. Previous turning, he was knocked to loser's bracket by Ryuk. Took the game from Revolt. Knocked by Darth Nox. Okay. Well, not bad though to advance both against Revolt and Westenlong. Some pretty good results. Maybe he practiced it in the background secretly. All right, we're off. Ladies and gents, welcome to the winners finals already here in the deathmatch tournament. We've got Matador playing as Zeus, his beloved first pick in most series, to be honest. On the other side, playing in the red, this is Isomarto. I haven't cast any of his games yet. He's going in as Kronos. We'll see how experienced he is. Kronos is super popular in deathmatch for some reason, although I don't think he's that strong. It's very nice to be able to build up fast and do some pressure and then have a deconstruct on the fortress and all that. That's great, but I don't know. I guess you get satyr spam, which is nice. Now we should be here seeing a little bit of hoplite spam, pelta spam, and then bronze, lightning storm, restoration, all those things. Fortress is coming. It's a very forward fortress from Matador, a little bit risky. The villagers are definitely very harassable, but we're just not getting that many units out of Isomarto. There's not many production buildings. It's very low numbers for sure. But he does have his Guardians of Io. Not worried about these citizen heroes. They're getting attacked by hoplites already, and if Matador was on point with this little group, he could actually deny the palace from coming up without, you know, taking too much retaliation, because there's just not much here. This whole hero regeneration thing for Zeus is very, very nice. So his heroes regenerate at 1 HP per second now. All the heroes are gonna be out. A little bit of a Hawk 2 over there. I don't think Matador is losing a bunch of peltas. Nothing too crazy, but his overall army is going very strong. The peltas micro is super on point. He's picking off so many of those range units. And although he can't attack the choke point, he's in an overall okay spot. Got a bit of a tower pressure situation from Isomarto. He's playing really well. Grabbing the TCs on both sides, although they're not empowered by the manners. This could be a little bit faster and all that, but I think it's a very passable early game here. What really matters though is what happens later. Now the fire siphons are doing some pretty good work, trying to tear down some of these military academies. We're not seeing too many myth units being made, but it's satyrs, the ones that are out. We've got a bunch of medusas as well for Matador. He's focusing on his fortresses like always. The third town center will be slow like always, but at least he's working on it. You know, the second TC is just a very sure thing. This is something that Greek players in Deathmatch have done for ages, even in the original game. That you would just leave the map to the other guy, get out a very powerful army, and then micro the hell out of it. God, 4 satyrs on the job. Restoration, however, should be able to shut that down for the most part. Lorfin got some good pokes in, but Matador still getting pushed pretty damn hard. Our Atlantean player is on free TCs, and there's no underworld passage because of the bronze pick, right? So Matador will have to just do this on one front. He's got a bunch of people in the fortress. Those are out now. Good thing they got out before the deconstruct, otherwise they'd be stuck there for a while. And this is a super strong attack. Maybe Kronos is better than I thought. Matador absolutely on the struggle bus. I mean, he's down 30 population, right? That's not nothing. The TCs are very, very important in Deathmatch, as they provide 5 extra population compared to normal. And you have 2 fewer houses. So overall, there's less population in the game, but the TCs are more important. Dude, those Peltas are going to town. They just picked off like 5 Cairo Ballista. Such good micro from this guy. Really, the Peltas is Matador's superpower for sure. There's a lot of fire siphons. If they can clear out the Helipolis, I would say that Implode is gonna be quite effective as well. Then again, maybe you can just cast it on the boys right away, because bronze doesn't actually matter for that. And that's exactly gonna happen. It will do divine damage, right? So it doesn't matter if they're more armored or not. Divine damage ignores all that. The fire siphons are doing a great job of hurting the Helipolis, but the TC is not getting repaired. Okay, they're getting pulled in, but so are the villagers. Everything's gonna go boom. Oh, there's a lot of dead Helipolis there. And the Matador army is mostly gone too. A lot of new units are popping out. And Matador's running out of resources, guys. But then again, so is Isomarto. Wood is a huge problem because of all this fire siphon production throughout the game. Can Matador actually keep up? I guess a lightning storm could be absolutely devastating right now to our Atlantean player. We're about to find out. This is a very, very close game, actually. Oh, look at that little raid with the Contarius. Really nice catch, denying all that. Lightning storm comes through. And say bye-bye to the Atlantean army here. Oh, even the citizens are getting hit by it. Matador does have a little bit of a small raid group going after some of those citizens. But overall, Isomarto just has to retreat. Infantry and cavalry is going to be the name of the game from here. But hey, those Myrmidons are absolutely wrecking the citizens there. Well, the one Myrmidon. Plus the heroes, of course, are pretty good too. TC is down. And like 7 citizens are going to bite the dust too. Matador is absolutely partying still with the Peltas. Dude, they're just doing so much work. Although they are dying left and right as well every now and then. But in the meantime, they're just racking up damage, picking off those critical units that the Atlanteans need to hold the hoplites at bay. And then the hoplites do the heavy lifting. Very good pickoffs. The Contarius run by might be able to prevent the caravans from doing their work. Tower, for now, is the only defense. DC can shoot too, I guess. Maybe the villagers are fine here, but it's a really good raid. And that's a super nice army too, so it's still a pretty equal game, and Isomarto has fixed the economy. Matador, not so much. We got a 58 villager versus 30 lead, that's almost 2-1. So I'm still really worried for Matador, but for now, he's alive. He's got another restoration that's so important right now, actually, to keep his overall economy in place. He can't replace the hoplites, no way. Oh, this one Cantarius. What a hero. You better get promoted to a hero after all this. Killing unarmed donkeys like a... well, like a hero, right? That's what they do. Settlement's being worked on, but not if the hero Contarius has something to say about it. It's actually insane, this guy. That's amazing. 2000 damage on one Contarius. Imagine that. No, no, the hop. Oh, fix up the villager. Run. Run home. Get healing. Become a hero. Oh, it's over. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Matador's gonna tear this down once again. No third TC allowed for Isomarto, but Isomarto really has to get a move on. Doesn't have food right now, by the way, but there's some hunt. Very easy to grab if so desired. There's not gonna be a trade without that. Oh. It's a lot of idle villagers as well. Yeah, things are kind of falling apart on Isomarto's end, but at least not letting Matador get a third TC just yet. And maybe bulldozing through these buildings will make it so that the standing army has a chance, but yeah, you really can't replace the Cantarius now. Matador's army is growing. He's getting the free Myrmidons as well. Wait, is Isomarto actually gonna be okay here? Well, these guard towers are a pretty good addition to safeguard the fire siphons. If he retreats into that, he can take down the remaining military academies and maybe run off with the Cantarius into the trade. That could be a pretty strong move. Good pick on that Bellerophon as well. Meanwhile, we got a sneaky citizen working on the TC. I think all the villagers having split off now for hunting. No berry pickers or anything like that. Every little bit counts now for income, but food is recovering slowly but surely. The siege is still fighting into the buildings. Hastia's Hearth getting denied there is not bad. It's not like there were any myth units getting made or anything. Now be careful with running into hoplites. The Cantarius really can't handle this. But hey, there's Fanatics in the background. They're a bit better as an option here. But yeah, I think retreating into the defensive location right now is probably the best bet. Matador isn't having any of it. He does not want to be there. That would be very bad news. Ooh, the palace up front. That's nice. It's a really good move. And there's some more hunt here to go after. Yeah, Matador is actually in serious trouble here. Nice Marto's playing nicely, and you know what? Picking off all this caravan business might be just a nail in the coffin. The third TC is back up. If the Atlanteans can get a full army, there's no way you can stop that at this point. It's 210 population against 160. Not even 140 now because the houses are getting torn down. Oh, the main TC is under attack. And there's really not enough here to stop the fire siphons. Matador might have to use his second bolt. And even then it might not be enough. There's no repair. Oh boy. TC is definitely down. You know, Matador was getting some okay value for a while, but I mean, he's about to lose another house. And his production is getting picked off left and right. Another stray fire siphon picking off another building, and Matador gives up. Ooh. Losing the first game here against Isomarto, that's a pretty big deal. Who is this guy? Just popping out of nowhere. He didn't do this well in the last tournament. Well, I'm interested now. This is great. He played very nicely, honestly. Was a bit rough on the build order, but he certainly did everything else right. I was worried a bit about the economy in the mid game, but also had a handle on that, so really can't complain. Smurfy Max Smurfson? I'm sorry, Matador has won every deathmatch tournament, so how? How do you smurf a guy like that? Or rather, who's gonna smurf him? Korg on YouTube appreciates the streams and the casts. Thanks very much. We can't, I mean, we don't let smurfs into the tournaments. We've seen them before. Might just be good practice. It was me. Maybe Volt started playing again. Who knows? Could be Volt's Isomarto. Nah, probably just a really good standard player. Let me just get the rating real quick. One sec. It's got a good rating at 1956 in standard. Another German player. Didn't play much DM in ranked, obviously. But that's pretty good. And he likes to play Shenong, Odin, Zeus, Nuba, Freyr. It seems he plays random, to be honest. Huh. With a little bit of weight to the ones I mentioned. Doesn't play everything, though. It looks like a selective random. Anyway, he can't play Kronos again. He was 4th in the recent Challengers League. That's not bad at all. Yeah, just a really strong standard player. How hard is balancing with Japan and Aztecs in the mix? Aztecs not in the mix yet, but it isn't easy, as you're about to find out. We've identified a few small problems in DM that are very fixable, though. Ladies and gents, welcome to game number 2. Got a little bit of Japan action coming up with Asumarto picking Susanoo. And on the other side of the map, there's gonna be Matador picking Kronos. There has to be an Atlantean in every game, apparently. I don't know. That's crazy. I was building up front. And we got our Raiju here. They're the best boys. See, Japan doesn't start out very strong in DM, but if they can build up their full army, they're gonna be absolutely bonkers, especially once they get their little mages out from the fortresses. So that's really their superpower if they can get there. They're gonna be making samurai supposedly. Also gonna see a lot of daimyo heroes. It's difficult to hold off a rush, and Kronos is absolutely going to dismantle this castle with the deconstruction. The whole bonus you got with Bushido isn't worth a whole lot here in Deathmatch, because you already get your champion units as soon as you are mythic. But you can get an extra tier for your dojo units. You turn them into elite ones. And yeah, Matador's rush is just absolutely brutal here. I think he can overrun the buildings, guys. Like, all he needs is just a handful of fire siphons. He's getting it done. It's 150 population. No extra TCs getting grabbed by Matador, though. But there's only 90 population space here. Why are we mining gold already? Oh no, the houses didn't get done in time. Yeah, that's a very important aspect that, you know, the non-Atlanteans have to really watch. That you put multiple villagers on the houses, even after the change that reduces the maximum house number. You have to do that. Okay, we got a bunch of Shinigami potentially helping out here. And the best boy Raijus are knocking back the army. I think the Japanese have stabilized a little bit, but as their buildings get picked off, I think that's still dangerous. They got a bit of a swamp up here. Let's see if Matador runs into it. Looks like the creeps of the swamp are eating his army up pretty good. That's a lot of kills, and suddenly the Japanese army is looking stabilized for sure now. A lot of extra Shinigami are coming in. The DM patch does give them an extra population cost, because obviously you get them back 2 more times. You pay a mummy's price and you get essentially free mummies for it. That's how good they are. Yeah, Matador is definitely pushed back, but we don't have to worry about him too much. I mean, he's sitting very comfortably here in the middle of his fortifications. He'll be fine. And his hero citizens are regenerating thanks to heroic renewal. Okay, one Shinigami is dead, but he'll be right back as a Revenant. Much stronger than the previous one. I mean, look at the comparison. Even has more health, more damage. All that stuff. Not more range, fortunately. That would be crazy. Yeah, these things are strong. We've had a mage, but just one. That's not going to be enough to do any work. Fire Siphon's working overtime. They do have a decent amount of pierce damage in there. It's not great, especially considering a 5 population cost. But they're doing something. Shinigami getting absolutely sniped by them. That's funny. You don't need the Arcus heroes. Apparently the Fire Siphons are your Arcus heroes. Shinigami working hard. Oh, Matador is working on the TCs now. These are gonna get built pretty quickly. If you have a few wolves on them and manners, things should be fine. And nobody's grabbing this though. And oh, we've got a bunch of shinobi ninjas over here doing the business. Gonna be pretty damn good against buildings. Dude, Matador is like full siphon. What is happening? It's so expensive. But it's kind of working. Oh, we got the Vengeful Shinigami as well. They have double the health of the normal ones. Holy cow. And quite a bit more damage. Doing some decent work, honestly. The addition of the siege weapons also will be quite helpful here. Slowly but surely working through those buildings. Matador's gonna want to be careful not to suck in his own siphons there. The Implode has done some okay work there. Shinigami dying left and right. Their souls heading back to the temple. That's such a cool little visual, right? Oh. It's time for a bit of a storm. Siege weapons are taking it quite well, but the human units are absolutely melting down. Matador down in population, and he's actually really struggling with the resource department. This Fire Siphon strat really isn't working, and it's kind of getting overwhelmed, to be completely honest, guys. The Shinigami are highly resource effective, right? I mean, you buy one, you get free, and the siege push is ongoing as well. Isomarto's patience is really paying off in this one. What's Matador gonna do, man? I mean, he's got a bit of a villager advantage, but it's not that much. Most people are on gold. If maybe that can be split off, then the income will be enough to sustain what Matador is making. But this is a tough one. The siege push is working super nicely. Matador just kind of spamming everything he's got into an army, but the army is slowly but surely losing. Oh boy, is Matador gonna have to go through the losers bracket here today? Japanese is just really difficult to beat, guys. If you let them get going, Matador had a good rush, but he didn't finish them off, right? And that's a huge issue here. If Japan really gets going, and they're slow to get going, but if they do, they've probably got the best army right now. Sounds of a raid there. Looks like the shinobi are causing some trouble. We've got the archers getting knocked up and down a little bit, and Matador is gonna resign again to the Isomarto. What just happened? Is he gonna free Matador here? There's an actual chance of it. If he's continuing to be so patient and just, pick apart Matador's armies on a defensive posture, that seems to be a pretty good counter to this guy. He might have figured it out. First guy to do so in all our tournaments. Matador has never lost a series in a retail deathmatch tournament, by the way. So I'm really interested in seeing where this goes. That's awesome. Okay, the next lobby is coming soon. I think they might be already playing. Yes, we'll be there in 1 minute. Yeah, he definitely is on fire. Looking to win the tournament today. No doubt about that. Yeah, when is Yoshi gonna be on fire though? That's the real question. What's it gonna take? Done a year of tournaments here. Yoshi didn't play any of them. Big sad. Bit of a switch of pace for this next one. Ladies and gents, we are in game 3 and it's very laggy. Oh. Here we go. Isomarto is gonna be swapping to Gaia. On the other side, we've got a Matador bringing his board to the table. That's gonna be interesting because he's so good at just running over people, right? And if he gets his North Death Ball with the throwing Axeman and flaming weapons, it's not gonna be flaming weapons though. He's clicking up Skadi, it seems. So he might not have the best of momentum in this one. But he's gonna have absolute Giga Chad throwing axes. And perhaps with that, he can freeze the Atlantean army and siege down the buildings. We'll see. In the back, Isomarto is working on the TC. So forth's happening as well. Like I said, there's gonna be a lot of throwing axes. Oh, they're catching those Galadriel real quick. You can't attack here, that's for sure. Like, Isomarto has to build up his forces first. There's gonna be Terma, there's gonna be Cantarius, so he's broadly aware of what he has to watch out for. And there's no need to rush into the Norse army's clutches there. We're also gonna have Jarls from Matador. Ah, there's missing manners. Isomarto is also working a little bit on those gold mines too early, I'd say. He's lucky that Matador isn't actually attacking him there. He's just fighting with the army versus army. Are we gonna get the Mythic Age? Okay, Atlas is finally in. Let's see what difference those Guardians of Io can make. I mean, if they fight directly against the Frost Giants, they're just gonna snipe him, right? Like, that's just how it is. Matador is forced to retreat against that Guardian of Io. Doesn't want to get Hawk 2'd. Frost Giants are beaten. Oh, and it's Tyr actually as the 4th Age God. We don't have multiple temples or anything like that, so I don't think we're gonna get a Wolfspan. To be fair, against Atlanteans, it's a tough thing to pull off anyway, because, well, you can turn everything into heroes, right? explosion there did some pretty good damage, but it looks like the healing spring will just fix it up. Atlantean army holding strong. 180 population here for our Gaia player, actually. The fire siphons at the back are easily getting some stuff done. I would have loved for Matador to focus up this back TC, but it's not happening now. The Murmillo have cleaned up, and they're definitely punishing this. TCs are way more important than they perhaps ever been in Deathmatch, as they provide a lot more population than they ever have. Okay, good pick off on the siphons. Norse is really good at that because even your throwing axes are gonna be good against siege. But they don't seem to be able to dismantle the main force, and the fire siphons are going after that TC soon. They're gonna have a pretty good time doing it too. It's just the Jarls are gonna be a danger to the Atlantean army. I think they need to leave, to be honest, but you know what? With the healing spring, they seem to be actually holding on just fine. Yeah, this is actually crazy. The Cairo Ballista are somehow enough to hold back the Jarls. Okay, until now maybe. There's too many Jarls now. They definitely have to leave. The fire siphons, however, will not leave. They're gonna get the town center kill first, and Matador hasn't been able to stop that. He didn't use frost or anything. He didn't want to use it on like 2 fire siphons, right? But he's definitely pushing back the Atlantean army now. It's just that they still have more resources than him. That's crazy. Okay, are we gonna see Catapeltes? Finally, they're coming. It's gonna be a very good addition, of course. Okay, Matador did get the back TC up. That's pretty damn important. Adashi says, loving Titan Quest 2 so far. Thank you. Glad you are. Age of Mythology gamers, that's the Titan Quest 2 is a game I'm working on at the day job. If you like Age of Mythology for the mythological aspect, you're gonna like that, but it's an action RPG. Like with one hero character. You can check it out on Steam or Epic if you want. It's still in early access, so plenty of work to do. But you can play it early, give some feedback, etc. Either way, back to the cast. We've got a good little Fimbulwinter. And that's gonna shut down the economy, at least temporarily. But Isomarto has rung the bell everywhere. And the guys are retreating because of that. So nobody's gonna die or anything. Except this army overexposing themselves into the Jarls. That's why the Catapeltes are gonna be so important, just acting as the hard counter there. We're also gonna have the Suck, so that's going down now. Pulling in all the legendary Jarls. Let's get it. Ooh. Guys, they're all alive. And they're healing next to the healing spring. All this army is frozen, so they can't actually come and punish. But once they fall, there's a lot of infantry here to fix this. Wait, Asumarto is fighting anyway. He's not worried about the few throwing axes in the back. Maybe he should be, though. This is a very small army. Did he use the implode only on himself? For the most part, yeah. That's why I was so happy that you all survived, because why would you do that, right? When there's frost on, you obviously can't implode those people. They're frozen already. Well, maybe it's not so obvious, but Matador knows that. He's done this a bunch of times. I think he's panicking, because look at the armies. I mean, he's losing. 210 pop versus 180, that's hard. That's really difficult. He doesn't have a lot of buildings. What buildings he does have are getting torn down by these fire siphons. This 15 population is still allowing for another 15 population in the actual army as an advantage over the Norse. So it's a pretty big deal, that. But very soon we're gonna have this TC up. Matador should commit a few more guys though, just to speed that process along. The implode, I do think, is a good response to getting frozen, though. It buys you time to fall the rest of the guys. And really good news for Matador that his guys are still going. But resource-wise, he's in so much trouble, guys. Look, 54 population in the economy for Isomarto, 34 for Mati. It's not a lot. It's not sufficient to maintain this kind of economy. You can't spam Jarls off of it, is what I'm trying to say. Well, Matador now has 210 pop as well. Lots of throwing axes that will definitely help with his micro situation. If he can control both healing springs, he might be able to win the fight. This is a really big army at 173 military population to just 150. But how long can he really keep this up? As the economy is gonna fall apart eventually. So hit squad down here, but Matador is chasing. Where did they come through? I mean, it had to be up here, right? That's the only... Oh, there's a gap here. That's where they made it in. Bit of damage there from the Guardian of Io. Isomarto isn't doing a lot right now, but he does have this Fire Siphon hit squad that could tear down the TC. Big problem for Matador if that happens, but then again, there's only Fire Siphons here, and the Norse army is going to be really good against that. But the Hawk 2s are doing so much damage back there. Holy cow. There's also going to be a Gaia Forest getting spawned in. So, once again, with the choke point, these guys are going to hold, actually. Matador is slowly but surely recovering. And will it be enough? Nice TC tear down. Very nicely done there. Advantage goes back to the Atlanteans, but there are some problems. Oh, what happened here? I completely missed it. Was that one ballista taking down the TC? Are you kidding me? No way. I missed something. I don't know what happened. Excuse me, everyone. But yeah, advantage Matador then. The two healing springs together can, of course, fix the Jarls up pretty quick. I guess that boy is bringing this back now. With the walling operations and everything. Just really good map control overall. Really good use of the Guardians there. Excellent use of the choke points, especially by Isomarto. Good work with the Turma, but they're getting surrounded there by the Jarls, so they will be going down. Matador with the dodging micro as well, doing some beautiful work there. TC is under attack, but no big deal. It's very tough to push into Lush because these guys are all regenerating on it too. Yeah, Isomarto seems to be struggling getting his population back. Then again, Matador isn't working on the TC anywhere. Just gonna call in his Fimbulwinter again. That might be a small problem for this TC, but nothing too big. Ooh, the main actually is under pretty heavy attack there. Oh, it seems like the TC can take it. Wolves are distracting at least a little bit. Matador's taking a huge fight and winning very hard too. Isomarto's running out of resources, and the Ballista in the back should be able to help take the TC down there. I think this is it. Matador is equalizing, or getting closer to equalizing the series. Well done. Yeah, it's pretty good with Norse, isn't he? And he's got 3 more Norses to use. Look at how much bigger Isomarto's economy was. I really thought he had something figured out there. Kill Death was even in his favor. But if that back TC doesn't fall, I think he might have been okay. Yeah, Berserk got a small buff, that's true. Although he didn't really use them much. It was all about the Jarl and TA. Well, yeah, Norse is definitely strong, that's for sure. No, you just can't run Berserkers into things like Arcus Blobs and... what's it called? Fanatics. Atlantean is well equipped anyway to handle them. Alright, these guys should be getting going momentarily. I see they have a next lobby already. Oh. Oh, there's no Blue Lagoon Deathmatch. I think it's not in the map pool, is it? Or did I just mess up? There's no Blue Lagoon DM map. I made a mistake. Yeah, it is in the pool. It's just my mistake. I can relatively quickly fix it anyway. I think I'll just do it. How about it? Though Matador isn't saying anything, so I don't know if I should. Well, I fixed it in my local version while we're waiting. Wait, did I? I don't think it needed a change. It doesn't need it. I never changed the map. Yeah, we don't need to do anything. It's cool. Yeah, they're already fighting. It's fine. They got started way before. Either way, it works. Good. I was worried I messed up, but we're good. I didn't mess up. Get ready, gamers. We're in there in just a few seconds. Dude, Isomarto is just kicking butt and chewing bubblegum. See if you can keep it up, because Matador is going all Norse. Ladies and gents, we've got, in the blue color, Matadorski. Bringing the Loki for this one. And on the other side, playing as Ra, in the red, it's Isomarto. Well, this is gonna be interesting, because... Oh wait, why are the monuments getting made here? They're not empowering the buildings this way. Ooh, I don't know about that. Anyway, we're adding in a bunch of extra barracks here. The build order isn't that great. Like, Egyptian can support a lot more production than that. And I think it might be quite overwhelming when Matador just comes over with 5 or 6 fire giants. There's also going to be Jotuns, so it might just be a Jotun rush. We're going to find out. He's stuck on the building. He's so thick, he's just stuck. But he figured it out. We've got hill forts coming up left and right. Well, these are great halls, actually. Definitely preparing for a lot of hero use. Of course, hell. We got Horus here. And quite a bunch of Crocs are already on the job. Spinny Boy doing some good damage there. The Avengers got buffed a little bit actually in the DM mod because, well, they don't have a unique upgrade, right? Which is really unfortunate. They really should have that. Ooh, so much work getting done in the middle of the throwing axes there. But yeah, now it has to leave. It's still very, very counterable with just a bunch of Goldie. And if you have fire giants, they're just not an option. They're only gonna be raiding, not hitting the main army. It's mostly gonna be Petsobeks. There's always so many. Their boy's gonna keep pumping, it looks like. No big spammage right now from Matador in terms of myth units. He's got a handful of giants out, but he didn't use all his favor. And you know what? The Egyptian army is looking alright. The production as well. It's pretty good for Isomarto, but he doesn't empower too much. Like, he does have this one monument to pharaohs here. Got 4 monuments as a result. No TCs getting grabbed, he's just on gold. I don't know how that will work out, because once there's 3 Norse TCs, this is going to be extra difficult to fight against. The Rock's just getting sacrificed as a scout. Hate to see it. It's funny that neither player really cares about TCs in this early game. Matador's getting pushed back for now. But he is very solidly taking these forward locations. Like, he's just closing in from every angle onto Isomarto. And Isomarto is fighting a Great Hall in particular. Looks like Matty is grabbing this one. Back TC is coming up very slowly too. But it is making progress. 200 seconds. Until that's done. You gotta put some boys on the job, guys. Because it's gonna take forever. And the later you go, the harder it's gonna be. Where are the trees? Oh, they are very angry. They're here. These got buffed a little bit because obviously it's very low stats for this late game state. So we get 10 trees now. Well, up to 10. It was originally just 7, but anyway, this time 9 of them spawned. Migdol will be taken down pretty damn easily, but as long as there's a Pharaoh around, all of them will get taken down for sure. Not before they do some damage, however. It's a pretty decent power like this. The villagers are just suiciding into building this TC. It's not a guarantee they'll get it at all because the trees are here. Matador just attacked the settlement itself. The trees would tear that down. Right now he's trying to get the villager kills. I think he's gonna succeed actually with that. Oh, so many of them dropping left and right. TC is nearly up, but only 1 villager survives. Looks like it will actually come up with that 1 villager. That's insane. Anyway, Matador is sieging the Migdol here with some ballista. Got a mass of Jarls again. But this time they are Njord Jarls, so way more potent than otherwise. Tornado doesn't seem to be targeting anything. That's the worst tornado I've seen in a long time. Okay, now it's going through it. Bunch of the Jarls are getting weaker. And if we see a significant number of spearmen, they're not actually going to work because these spearmen have a significant bonus against them, 2.75x. Although the Jarls do have 2x against Smith units, which is neat. Seems to me that the Nidhogg will be doing an okay job. It's got a little bit of extra armor. It's got a little bit of better attacks. Oh, it's doing so much work. And the priests don't have divine damage here, so that's a pretty big deal. Ra is not that strong on the mod, that's for sure. Against Loki, that's probably the worst matchup you can get. Which is why you'd want mummies, so that you can instantly kill these Jotuns. So that's still an answer. You just have to play the right minor god for the matchup. I guess you could just go Horus, but it's harder. Why make it harder? Imagine having Son of Osiris right now. Isomort is already winning the fight. Could be even better. Anyway, the Pharaoh finds the Nidhogg, and he does have divine damage. So that's gonna do a massive amount. Oh my god, this is only now finishing up. Matador's Forgotten Berserk finally gets the job done. And we've got 3 TCs, ladies and gents. We've got a trade route. and the bright future overall for Matador. Isomarto, on the other hand, he's running out of gold. That's safe. There's some here, but that's a battlefront. There's some here, but it's unprotected. There's no more in the bank. Nita going in for another round, maybe. There's some very weak slingers that you could go after, but I just don't think you can afford to dive into the Pet Sobeks. They're too strong. That's an attack move attempt. Nobody's fighting. Great. This is some hard work. Getting your units to attack. Okay, Dragon falls out of the sky, but has done a good amount of work so far. Can't complain about that result. Ballista really opening up on the spearmen. And once they're out of play, the cavalry can really get to work. There's not that many Yars left though. It's only 18 now. Seems manageable-ish. If there were spearmen, it would be. Crocs are way out of position. And our Egyptian player is going to stay on 2 TCs for a while longer, but is this actually doable? I mean, Matador is running low on resources himself, to be fair. Ballista are dangerously close to being picked off, but the spears aren't actually focusing them. So it's all good for now. Oh, wait, actually the Avenger gets in the midst of them. That's doing a lot of damage right there. Woo, the Ballista are all dropping like flies. The Avengers are changing the story of this match, guys. Got a second attack off the trees. They're going after the villagers now. Where did all the wood go? It's just traded, isn't it? Okay. Well, Aston Martin really needs to make something happen now. There's no time to waste. There's 2 catapults to help push with, so I guess they could end up at the town center eventually, but that's gonna be a long road. There's no farming, there's no nothing. There's just a bunch of vills, 2 TCs, stuck production. This is ugly. Oh, it's going into catapults. That's where all the wood went. What the hell is happening? How many catapults do you need, sir? Fire Giant's coming out now for Matador. Got quite a bit of favor. He could get even more. Ah, he is. Oh, the spearmen are getting ruined. Those Fire Giants are quite something. And there's more. Fafnir helping out as well. Oh, he was tanking mostly. Oh god, the formations. Guys, if you just retreat with the full army selected, your range units are gonna go to the back, expose themselves to cavalry, and they're gonna get picked off. And siege is the worst of that, so 1600 resources going down to a simple click. You have to retreat your valuable ranged units separately. I think Matador's gonna be more than comfortable here now. mean, he's been on free TC for the longest time. He's got 81 civilian population. He's got a very nice trade route as well. They're returning 65 gold per trip. He's got plenty of people on wood. Can keep doing this forever. And the Crocs are getting picked off as well by the Jarls. The Egyptian army has been picked apart. The Matador is going to be equalizing the series. We're going to Decider. Damn, look at those resource collection differences. It's wild. Pretty good KD. Again, Isomarto didn't get to TC, so this time he really did not really stand a chance. But that could have been different. You've seen the capabilities of those Avengers, right? When they picked off all the ballista, I really thought there was something to that, but the economy behind it wasn't good enough. So just imagine doing the same kind of unit mix, but with a free TC economy. I think that would have been great. Next map will be Ghost Lake, starting in 2 minutes. I'm gonna just go for a really quick bathroom break, and we'll get this on right away. Thanks for waiting, everyone. We're nearly there. Just 1 minute for this final match of the series, and then we've still got some losers bracket business, and of course the grand finals at the very end. Looking forward to it. Hope you are too. Progress on the losers bracket is that Dixito and Revolt are going to be in the losers semis, and they can start, so we are not covering this match directly. We'll jump right into the losers finals after this. I think that's probably going to be the case. Unless they're specifically waiting already, then we might as well cover it. Maybe I'll partially cover it. Let's see. Okay. I think we've arranged that you're waiting. Sounds good. Thanks, guys. I mean, we're almost there, so it won't be a long wait, hopefully. Or maybe we get our first 1 hour deathmatch of this tournament. Can't rule it out, right? We got the gods from the guys. They have loaded in. So here comes Ghost Lake. Ladies and gents, welcome. Ghost Lake time. Appropriately played with the Norse. We've got Matador playing as Freyr, and we got Isomarto bringing the 4. Now these two are pretty close to each other in overall power level. 4 is gonna have just the better units for the most part. We're gonna see if Matador perhaps goes for Hell for the better fire giants. That could even the playing field. Aegir and Skadi are gonna bring you guys to chills, however. Yeah, Isumarto is a really good player for sure. Both in standard and here. I just really hope he doesn't forget the houses this time, because if he does, Matador could run him over early on. He does have this thing where he really likes his early attacks, and Matador doesn't forget the extra berserks on houses, as you can see. He's even overdoing it a little bit, to be honest. But he's definitely gonna be able to pump now. So as long as that's the case, it's all good. Isumarto does have extra this time, so, excuse me. He does have the extra people going there now, so that's good. It's fixed. Also gonna have a pretty quick hill fort, and as long as he remembers extra TCs as well, and does it quicker than Matador, then all should be well. I also really would highly recommend Norse players to just send a handful berserks to stop TCs. Just 10 berserks here, 10 berserks here. You can reset the TCs while you build your own. You know, you don't need to be passive early on, right? I know there's a lot happening though, so. Wow, these standard players are getting used to deathmatches, finer things. It's okay. See, now Matador is actually focusing this up quite significantly. And if you do have a lot of throwing axes around, those little berserk run-bys are no longer possible. But this is a much bigger attack than what I suggested, so I think this can just overwhelm here, and Matador will have to pull the whole crew. Now he's gone Fafnir. So his berserks are absolutely gonna be bonkers also. Look at the fantastic stats on them. They're only gonna get better as they get fallen ones. 21 attack on that one as it died. But this is a taken down town center, and in the background, Isumarto can have 3. Matador will only have 2, but he's first. 14 ballista getting queued up. Jesus Christ, that is so expensive, but Isumarto feels he can afford it. Seems to me Matador will be cleaning up for now. Isumarto has to pull back. He just got too many people building, right? So that's the thing about slowing down TCs or stopping them, that once you do it, the other Norse guy will just have a really huge army to fight with. And you got guys in the back still building. That's why it should be a small group that you don't mind if you lose. Then your TCs are done. You can fight full on, but you shouldn't fight full on until these guys join. That's the thing. Because Matador is winning these fights super hard right now. The Bergrisi are doing the tanking. The throwing axemen are doing all the killing for the most part. It's working pretty damn well right now. Nice little frost on the army. Of course, you can't really kill units while they're frozen. I mean, they'll take some damage, but it's super little. Super little damage. So I'm not sure it's worth it. Like, probably the best use of it would be to try and find the town center to attack with some rams in the meantime while these guys are frozen, and then you can surround them with your own guys. Wall them in if it's not on the ice, but this is on the ice, so it's a bit awkward. Yeah, probably best to just get the best surrounds and do the fighting. Getting ready here with the throwing axemen to have the throwing axemen snipes. Matador might just want to run. Oh, great use of the Bergrisi abilities right there. Did you see the timing on that? That was so good. Taunting everybody, but they also get sniped quickly in these states. And we've got a Tempest coming in. We've got the Golem Bursty as well as a follow-up to all this. Oh, excuse me, I clicked one of the unit cards there. Treating to the healing spring, good idea. Bursty is adding in a lot of damage to the fight, and I have to say Matador has so many throwing axes. This is looking pretty good for him. None of the infantry are gonna stay alive against that. Just a better composition overall, and these Goldie aren't doing a whole lot of helping right now. I have to say. Okay, Bursty is almost finished, but not before doing well over 2,000 damage. It's pretty good results. Ah, look at that, Urs, you're doing some work. What is he doing here? Difficult situation for Isomarta overall. Winter's getting called in. I mean, it's not doing any real damage, right? I feel like it's a little weak in Deathmatch by itself. It's good when you bring some other units around. Oh, this is gonna be huge. This Inferno is catching all those throwing axemen. They're taunted. Holy shit, what a good combo. That was awesome. Okay, the Bear Greasy are just such an essential combination here. They're forced to taunt so you can't micro your guys, and then you get them with the Inferno. This is incredible. Matador just absolutely cleaned up. Killing like 40 population of units. The others are gonna leave. Healing up now. But every little bit counts, right? And that wasn't just a little bit, to be fair. Great play. Got some relics here, by the way. Hero damage when they're losing life. Nose of the Sphinx, very important for extra building health. Feather of Defang, that's gonna be some human soldier damage bonus against buildings, so negating that other one. Then we've got Hestia's Hearth as well for villager training time. They start doing a decent job, but they're getting cavalry attacked right now. Not enough cavalry to really deal with them, but the Bear Greasy is sure helping significantly there. Big battlefield with lots of siege. No buildings, which is making this so interesting. It's really just army versus army micro here in the middle of the lake. Very weird game. Because usually it's all about the buildings, right? But Ghost Lake can definitely change that up. I'm not sure what they're fighting over here. Because it doesn't matter if the other guy has the lake or not. But it's fun. Fun to see just pure army versus army for once. A lot of favor for both sides. Wonder what they're saving for. The God Power cooldowns are significantly longer in Deathmatch than in Standard, by the way, so that's why they haven't repeatedly cast. But Norse saves up favor very, very quickly. Okay, the Bear Greasy are now eating this TC. They're really not gonna be taking a lot of damage or any at all. Two of them are definitely enough to tear the whole thing down and still out heal the damage. They're just not very quick at it, are they? Don't have a lot of crush armor, so these ballistas are going to be an excellent answer. Nicely done. Somewhere a fortress is coming up, but I can't tell where. Where? Oh well. Probably here? Ah, yeah. Back there. In the Mythic Age, even just building with one Berserker makes it go up in 30 seconds, so that's amazing. Tempest is coming back down again. That's all the favor that Matty had. I mean, he did make some Bear Greasy. Definitely no more God Powers for him for a while, but hey, decent fight here, getting rid of all the ballista. He might get frozen, however. Frost does have a much longer cooldown than this does. I think the base is 150 seconds, and it's 200 for Frost. And the Deathmatch doubles that. So it's 300 and 400 seconds, respectively, in DM. And I think that's a really good thing, because you get to see a little bit of fighting before people just use the... Before the changes, people would use the God Powers just repeatedly and not make myth units. It was kind of taking out half the aspect of the game. But anyway, we've got Fenris Wolf Broods. It's looking great. They're picking off all the ballista. They're doing such a good job. They're the best boys. They're too few to actually attack here, but they might be able to get some villager kills. I just don't love that right now, because they're not able to do significant damage, right? If you add in a few more, though, that's a different story. And I'd love to see a second or third temple even to further help their case. Matty sure loves his formations. Gonna be pretty quickly cutting down this wall. No problem at all with that. That's a very weak 45 town center. It's gonna be taken down without any issue. Good that there's a bunch of Fenris wolves here. That'll help clean up the army. That the others can join even better. Oh, they're actually going into the villagers. Not bad at all. The ballista spam is significant as well. And it looks like they're absolutely wrecking those throwing axemen. They were clumped up and they took the bolts to the face. TC is down, however. So Matty has done his job. He can just leave now. Come back when he's feeling a little stronger. Where are the caravans, by the way? He's had very few caravans this game. Either way, he's doing another raid on the other side with a bunch of rams and ballista. The villagers are gonna shank him. But at least they're not gathering gold in the meantime, right? Isomarto has gold, but nothing else. Really struggling with the other resources, actually. So he won't be able to easily make any wolves. They cost food, actually. Pretty good health on this latest patch. They got a little bit of a buff. But fortunately in DM, we only start with 100 favor these days. So in the early game, they're not that crazy. Once you have wall spam, they're not that good anyway. So things kind of work out. But I still made them free population because, I mean, you just can't have a unit that strong at 2 pop. That's ridiculous. You know, the Norse favor income is still great, so have to account for that. Can definitely still make a huge number of them. Is there gonna be a second Fimbul Winter? I think it's almost ready to go. There it is. Yes, there is. On cooldown. At least there's room now to make some myth units. It's just not a very strong god power. Like, it spawns a few wolves and then that's kind of it. Hopefully they can take down a tower at least or something, so that next time they can cause more damage. I think it's just very ignorable. There probably needs to be a buff again. I gave the wolves some more health, but it's not enough. Like, you know, they're just off here in Narnia doing nothing. It would take like 4 Fimbul Winters to actually threaten the TC. Yeah, the mode is endless favor for Norse for sure. They're really good at this mode, absolutely. Because you just have constant fighting, but especially on this map, if the guys choose to fight on the ice, you know, favor from buildings is actually not that great. It's mostly the units that give you the favor, but if you fight on the ice, there's no buildings, so you max out your favor absolutely. God power, recast galore. Stealing the healing spring is a huge play. And I think Isomarto might just be screwed because his other TC got taken down by the ballista eventually. The villagers are just chilling. There's gonna be a dwarven mine to retreat to, but then what? Bergreasy can get a taunt among those throwing axes, then I guess they're just all gonna die. Where's the taunt? Oh, it's on cooldown, right? Hilfort helping a lot here, but I mean, how are you gonna beat this back? 100 plus population difference in the military, right? What does Isomarto do? I think this is over. 3 TC versus 1 can only last so long in these circumstances. And Matador has an entire army queued up behind this. Safe to say this series is over and Matador is going to the grand finals. Isomarto has to fight through the losers bracket. But he's come so close to taking down Matador, man. What happened? Imagine if he had gone another Japanese. Like Susanoo, that went so well. Why didn't we see a second Japanese here? Could have been really good. Then again, seems Matty knows what he's doing, especially with Norse. He's recovered beautifully from this near sweep. 566 kills there. Wow, nicely done. Matador remains king. You can't have this crown that easily. So that means that Dexito and Revolt are gonna be coming up. That's gonna be just the best of 3. And this is where we are right now in the losers semifinals. Then we do the losers finals, and then we do the grand finals. So still 3 series for you guys. The tournament isn't going to be that short, so I think this is a pretty good middle ground. I was really hoping that it would be something like this. To go for a game 5 already in the winners finals is definitely great. That's the kind of tournament I want to see. Alright, the guys are currently setting up their lobby. We should be there in no time. By the way, after the tournament, we'll have a little sponsor segment over there. We've got this Foundation sponsorship. The mobile Foundation game. If you like the sci-fi series, that's the one. It's pretty good. It's on Apple TV, I believe. I watched everything so far. Very entertaining. Although apparently the books are much better. Well, that's usually the case with all these adaptations, right? But if you like your little space opera, then go for it. And you can also support the stream by grabbing the mobile game. I think this one is a PC sponsorship. Let me just double check. Ah, it's PC and mobile, so you can choose your platform. Yeah, even just installing helps. So feel free to grab the link. I'll pop it in the chat. And then all the goals for the sponsorship are in the About section. Yeah, we'll do that for like an hour after the tournament is over. then another short segment during the week when I do a regular stream. Maybe tomorrow, actually. I kind of itch for some... oh, wait. We could be playing some Tempest Rising because they are making a new faction. I could be taking a first look at that. I'll probably do that, to be honest. I'm curious what they've done there. Okay, I think these guys have started, but there's a 3-minute delay on the game. So I'll be joining shortly. Their game disappeared. I'm sure it will show up though. Lobby is not showing. What's happening here? Do I restart the game? I think so. This is sus. I'm gonna just restart that one. Okay, let's see if these guys are playing. I mean, they should be. There we go. Okay, it's all good. They just started later than I expected, so we're still on point. One minute, 30 seconds here, and that's when we're joining in. Nearly there, guys. Do your bets if you haven't put any points on the line so far. You might as well. Also, if nobody bets on Dexito right now, there's gonna be no points changing hands, right? You just get it back if Revolt wins. Nearly there, gamers. Nearly there. Losers final, losers semifinals, best of 3 coming right up. Just fixing the lag. Okay, it's fixed. Ladies and gents, welcome to our losers semifinals here in the deathmatch tournament. I've still got these guys the wrong way around though. Is that good? No, that's not good. We need this. Yes, there we go. All right, Tuxedo is gonna be playing as Shenong. And on the other side, playing in the blue, this is Revolt. Wow, that's a beautiful amount of barracks with the villagers all very close. It's gonna be a tight fit, but it will maximize the number of buildings you can get so early in the game. The market's already on the way as well, so you can just pump. This is gonna be pretty damn strong. But Shenong does get extra myth units early on, as you know from the Gift of Beasts. So that could be a little bit of a threat for these early villagers. Two of them already getting picked off. That's just brutal. Fortress being worked on. Revolt is making 2 fortresses at once and actually rallying to the gold. That probably should be more villagers on the fortresses, because Zeus doesn't have a way to make them quick. Also, the initial Kuafu is a very good snipe target for your early units. As Zeus here. Hera is going to be queued up. The Shuke is in already. We're going to have an interesting little blazing prairie in the later stages. The farms are going to be hiding these villagers. Nothing you can do about it. I mean, you can destroy the farms, but they're really strong farms. 900 health. So you basically can't destroy the farms until you have siege. Damn, those hoplites are getting owned. It's a lot of hoplites. I think they can cause some serious trouble here. Revolt having a strong start. Could even right-click the main base, to be honest. But, I mean, a Kuafu repairing is pretty brutal. Maybe he just wants to get these kills here by the TC. Dixito having to run in circles around Revolt's army. And especially once these guys join the battle, that's going to be even harder. The houses haven't been all made. That's a huge problem for Dixito for sure. And now in all this chaos, they have to be. We've got a bunch of Tiger Cav joining the battle. It's mostly Dao Swordsmen though and Fire Archers, which is good. Everything's as it should be. And we've got a bit of an earth wall coming up. It actually knocked some of the Greek units back, so they couldn't leave. They just can't move out of this now. Larfin is in. No sign of the other Greek heroes right now, though. It's getting surrounded pretty quickly there. Them Firebirds are having a party here. There's even more of them coming up, and they're going to be supported by the Chilin. And finally, some of the birds getting focus fire down. Medusa is the hero unit, basically. Has some bonus against myth units, that helps. And Revolt seems to be gearing up very nicely for a free TC state, but so is Dixito. For some reason, these hoplites aren't attacking the settlement. I mean, it's absolutely nuts. Why are they idle? What is this? They're not even on passive stance or anything, they're just idle. Huh. I guess the Earthfall broke them. Great. Medusa is getting healed a little bit by the healing temple. It's very nice to have. We got Renjong on the field. Look at all that value that Chilin is putting up. Get a few more of those and this army is gonna be bonkers. We got the X cards coming up as well. TC is done. Now it's on China to get some damage done here. Fortress here might be denied. The villagers are building it on their lonesome, so that's never an easy thing to get done. I guess this one can just head over there. Plenty of units here for revolt. The defenses are very significant as well. And picking off the X-Guard seems to be no issue at all. But I'll say that the Hippeos aren't a really good unit against China because, well, they're gonna be making Tiger Cav and they beat the Hippeos pretty bad. Seems to be also a bunch of halberdier in there. But the offensive powers now are ready for our Shenong player. Brazen Prairie Fabies can really go to town here. Fabies is going to be used defensively here on the hoplites. TC does come up ultimately. And repair is more than enough to beat back this little army. The Fae aren't going to be great against Belarfin, but they don't need to be. Yeah, TC has got this. Well, good news for Revolt. As his fortresses have auto-queue on Myrmidons, and they're for free. So that's going to be quite productive in the long run. He's made a lot of fortresses after all. He's got a great amount of defenses. He's very defensively postured overall. Population is no problem, but gold is. He does have Lightning Storm, so he could use that anytime, but our Chinese player just has so many resources right now. Blazing Prairie is coming down on the Tuxodes ball here. It looks to me that they're melting, aren't they? Oh god. What Tuxodes? They're all gone. Lightning Storm is called in retaliation on the other side. And the Chinese army is gonna get ruined by that for sure. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty painful, but it could have been worse. Underworld Passage is ready, so if Revolt wants to counterattack, he can. Gold Gathering is in a pretty good spot, and he's got a trade route running as well, so I think whatever he didn't have so far, he's fixing right now. He might have enough line of sight with the goats. No, he doesn't. Do the goats not get Oracle? What do they do? What? They have negative line of sight or something? What is this? Figured that would have been enough. Oh well. In the original, Oracle must have given more, right? I don't remember how much it gave. But you could place an underworld with goats. Can't do that anymore, apparently. Maybe if you spread them out. I don't know. I used to really like that. It's a fun little interaction. Anyway, 3 fortresses here defending. Oh my god, Revolt likes his buildings. Got a Hundun. It's a free unit. At least for Shenong. Let's just sometimes get it for free like that. Look at what he's doing to the Helipolis. My goodness. Right, let's see if these can tear down the TC. They've got a lot of work to do. I'm not sure they can. This is too much China around, right? Yeah, and there's even villagers, so they can just repair this now. No big issues. Still, Lightning Storm is ready. We should be seeing that sometime soon. Good to see a bunch of Hippaspists added to the battle. They'll be tearing through these swordsmen without much issue. Can't say the same about the Tuxodes. They have no great place in this matchup. It needs to be Peltasts. They can take out the ranged guys, and then your Hippaspis Hoplite Myrmidon mix can take care of the front. And maybe actually there's an argument here to go Mass Myrmidon, because they'll just deal with everything, and you don't have a good infantry counter for China other than your ranged guys. So Mass Myrmidon might actually be pretty good, and in the mod you can get them from your military academy, so numbers shouldn't be an issue. Revolt has fixed the economy. Things are looking good now. Neither player really able to make much progress. I'm expecting that underworld passage anytime now. No praying. Yeah, no praying for now. Has 63 gold villagers. I think that's quite enough gold villagers. Once the gold mines are gone, I'm pretty sure there will be some praying. You know, a handful of Medusa wouldn't be bad against China. Then again, you know, they can turn your Medusa against you. So that's a bit dangerous with the sages. But there's none on the field, so that's good. Well, China is fighting this wall very hard. It's a cause for great grievances that there's a wall there. Like I said, nobody's making great progress, and it's gonna be very difficult to make progress with all this fortification stuff around. The wall is certainly building up significantly. Seeing a bunch of Helipolis out, and you know what? If Revolt can push forward with towers and fortresses in between them, a bunch of patrol balls, that's really the way to break the stalemate and to get some progress done very slowly. It should be possible. Pushing long on the field. Doesn't make a huge difference here. There's some of the most defensive Zeus I've ever seen in my life. So many towers. I know Revolt is having fun with this. He loves doing this. Can't break him. But he's also not doing damage. That's pretty important. Maybe he wants to make a wonder. And just mass lightning storm to victory. It's probably the plan, right? More temples. Man, it has so many buildings, you can't even send units through. The buildings are the walls. Prayers have been answered. Or started. Oh, it's time. The Pegasus is going places, right? That's gonna be our scout for the underworld passage. Maybe. We'll see. So what relics are there that aren't gonna get picked up? We've got the System of Past. Got the Chiron's Obol. Got the Blanket of Empress Zoe. That's a good one for deathmatch. You know, always have a lot of sieging. And the Scarab Pendant for stronger siege. Yeah, pretty good. Well, myth units. Mostly. But I guess the Helipolis would benefit. Probably wouldn't expect them for siege crossbows. Gonna get an hour-long game out of this. Myrmidons getting to work. You have pretty good stats now. All pure divine damage. 232 health. I mean, the hoplites are 167. That's not bad either. They're finally worth considering. Sven John guy is still very, very powerful. At least he doesn't have that easy of a time against human units. More mining. Never enough resources for revolt. No way he's gonna wander, right? I don't think actually you can pull off a wander, guys, because you're just gonna get blazing prairie on top of the wander, right? Doesn't matter how many units it costs to get there. All you gotta do as China is just cast that power on the wander and it's not gonna come up. Oh! I thought I did see something moving here. It's the Pegasus. Is there actually enough room to cast an underworld passage here? It's all farms, man. There's no room. Ha! Silly Peggy. Okay, we found the spot. Let's go. All those villagers are getting very much caught. The town center will be destroyed. And the revolt can build up himself here. Yeah, he's bringing his villagers. He's making the towers already. Series mode activated. Try and take all this out. Good luck. Those patrol boats are very protected by all these towers as well. And they're getting some sieging action on. Not that many villagers on this side of things. Just like 9, 10, something like that. Chinese villagers are absolutely getting cut down. There's no food income now. That's very significant. And there go all the buildings. Farms can get taken over by the Greek villagers, of course. There's a lot more villagers getting moved. Oh my god, the revolt has 13,000 gold. Restoration would be available if necessary. There are more units coming too, or... I think he overdid the population, to be honest. Like 100 civilians, that's the max. Revolt does like to max that out, but... Aha, no restoration now. All those Dao swordsmen just not attacking there because they're surrounded. And eventually the Toxotes will be sniping them all. Hoplite is just excellent tanks in the front line. The towers doing a lot of the work here too. I'll zoom out a bit actually. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, tower's doing so much work. Although it doesn't show. But they're getting a handful of kills here and there. These guys have just really good armor. That's why it seems like so little. Okay, Revolt took his sweet time, but the Underworld, it finally got the job done, and the 4th TC there was a little bit too much for Dexito to handle. Obviously, he already wasn't winning. With an extra 30 population difference, it's gonna be even hard. It's not 30, it's 60. As a difference there. 603 kills to 468. Holy cow. Man, that was pretty smart by Revolt. I think he did cool. Did a good job. Very patient. Zeus has great late game, so being patient is a virtue, I'd say. Not that China is bad at late game or anything. That was fun. Next up, we're gonna be going to Oasis. That's gonna be a 2.5 minute wait though. I hope you guys are having a good time. Feel free to hit follow if you haven't already. Of course, the tournament is a meta-place tournament. Although we're probably going to be winding it down because Deathmatch just doesn't bring the viewers and it's too hard to compete with standard. Like, you know, the Microsoft tournaments are way too big and everybody wants that. Yeah. And you know, China is actually really good at this game mode as well. Maybe Shenong, not the best pick, though. I do think Shenong is fine. Just Nuva is so much nicer in my opinion. Bushi is pretty good too because you get the double superheroes. It's very difficult to deal with. Okay, just one more minute and we'll be off. How would you guys like a new vote? Go on. Get it. Get your points. It's nice to see some longer games this time. Any thoughts on Aztec? They haven't said anything yet. I don't know. We'll see it when they release it. Ooh. Yeah, quite a bunch of new viewers. That's great. Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone that's new. I myself have been playing this since 2008 online, so quite long history there, especially with Deathmatch crew. Okay, we got our picks. Let's do this. Ladies and gents, here we are on Oasis. Tuxedo is swapping to Freyr. Didn't need to swap, but is choosing to. And on the other side, we're gonna see Revolt playing as Nuva. Now, you might immediately notice that the houses are building themselves. This is a pretty good aspect for Nuva in Deathmatch. I just said in the pregame that she's really strong here. Well, yeah, your buildings are building themselves, right? For half the build rate, basically. All the houses will be complete way before you actually need one, which is absolutely amazing. And then you can just get out your mixture of units. Your hero Kuafu is a Giga Chad as well, so he's a fantastic addition here. If you build tight, all your additional buildings are also going to go up faster. You can just place a few more barracks as well if you want for mid-game safety. And then just get out your castles. And eventually, once you're in Mythic, you add in Creation to build your other talent center that's off here in Narnia. So you can focus all your builders from basically one spot with just minimal support on the other side. It's gonna be wonderful. Well, for Norse, you obviously have mobility. You can build up early on quite well, especially if you build by your settlements. Things are going to go quickly. But it's very important that you split up your units so that they all don't build the same building, because there's actually negative modifier for doing that. So you'll maintain the full build rate of your unit if they split up. But if they build the same thing, there's a penalty. Now, you don't care about the penalty if you're building a fortress or a town center. That's necessary to endure it, but everything else, like a barracks, a house, you probably want to split up your guys. Got a little skirmish here. I don't think the Chinese army is strong enough to actually win, but that's not their job. They just want to buy some time here. Slow down the town center building up. Allow Revolt to build his own base up as well. We've got the clay peasants over here. It's just 5 of them. Did we reduce that to 5? I think we might have. I think. Deathmatch reduces it quite a lot, anyway, throughout all the ages. It's still a very strong... I think he cast it in the heroic age. That's probably what happened. Yeah, you get like more of them in the subsequent ages, right? Wait, this TC might just go down, actually. There's a good amount of fire archers, but Golem Bursty is causing some trouble. Revolt is focusing it anyway. The herb is doing quite a bit of damage. And I think this is just going down anyway. The fire archers... Oh, they're deep. No! No way! Man, if Revolt had fired another volley there, that's insane. Tuxedo saves the TC. That's wild. That's a wild pig. Insane. Well done, Bursty. It's all because of you. Well, Revolt has a follow-up, but can't go there because Bursty. He's gone now, so this is the opportunity. Got an Asgardian Hill Fortress trying to come up there. TC is alive and well, but damaged. Probably worth repairing. And we've got Li Jing as well joining the battle. North is gonna have a difficult time against Tiger Cavalry, to be honest. This is not an easy matchup. But you can get a bunch of, you know, Spear Boys out. As most factions, that should be fine. But then there's Fire Archers. It's not simple, let's just say. Revolt is currently not utilizing the balloons that the Pioneers have, or the lanterns rather. They could do quite a bit of damage there. Fey Beast in the middle of the throwing axe is actually causing a bit of trouble there. The poison killing the guys off completely. The counter attack is looking decent with the ramps as well. The Berserks very, very troublesome, especially with the Freyr boosts. Look at their damage is going insane every time somebody dies. The others get boosted significantly. Kind of insane that they'd Berserk, right? Ballet getting mostly taken down, but not fully. Tiger Cav will be cleaning up and looking for a counter-offensive. It's looking pretty good here for Revolt. The main army is also holding strong for now. Tuxedo having great difficulty pushing through. I don't think he will in the end. Like, Revolt is doing a great job responding to both fronts. Just playing defensive. He doesn't need to rush anything. It would have been great if he did, but I mean, earlier he nearly got that TC, right? The aggressive plays are certainly no stranger to him. But for now, he can just play this defensively, drain our North player of resources. Hopefully not lose too many Tiger Cav in the process. They're pretty damn expensive for food and gold. So gotta watch out there a little bit. And get on gathering himself. He's currently doing berry picking, which is the slowest form of food income. There is a bunch of zebra action going on in the back that could be used. We've got an Inferno in the middle of the side army, but Revolt does a pretty good job of dodging that, so it doesn't do that much damage. Units are a little scorched, but no problem. Ranged group is a little bit in a pickle, you could say. The Baoulé and the TC are helping somewhat, but it's not quite enough. Repair from the Kuafu is coming through, and he's out repairing the Ram. Absolutely bonkers. That's after nerfs as well, by the way. Although we didn't... Oh, sorry, I didn't nerf the Kuafu hero. I nerfed the regular Kuafu. Right. So that guy's Giga Chad, but you pick him off and you're back to normal gameplay. Speaking of normal gameplay, the dual prong defense of Revolt is now paying off as he's fended off that side. He can get away with much fewer defenders now and brought across the whole crew. Ready to punish Tuxedo. He's actually in trouble, but gold-wise he's still looking very strong. He's making a lot of rams. He's making a lot of rams right now, and that might be changing the pace of the game if he can get a good counter-attack done. But if they're just on the front line, then they'll perish. Ooh, Revolt has a bit of a Blazing Prairie cast, but the army escapes it pretty well. Hillfort will be going down. That's absolutely gonna happen. He's got a good economy set up behind this, no? I mean, he's got markets and everything, and might be overdoing the defenses a little bit, but as long as everyone returns to gathering after that, the Kuafu are gonna make him rich, I'm sure. Good job by Tuxedo, though. I mean, I haven't seen him play DM much, and he's really getting accustomed to it. Generally speaking, and Retold, all the new DM guys are doing fine. They learned quick. TC is down. And this counter-offensive is looking pretty damn potent. The villagers are getting picked off as well. The economy is better now for Tuxedo. I guess it's only gonna be improving. The Baoulé are getting torn down left and right. Where is Revolt's stuff? He doesn't have much stuff. He's running out of pop. Still has resources, but for how much longer? Looks like the answer is he's running out. There's not enough coming in to pay for all the things he's buying. There's no credit in this game. Fafnir could be a real problem, but the sages are around. They could get some copying out of this and do at least a little bit of work. Wait, the Fafnir don't give resources back when the copy dies, right? Okay. That's good. That would be insane. Look how much value is coming out of this. Insane. Wait, why is that looking like a real Fafnir? Holy crap. Okay, the TC is very damaged. It's getting some repairs, but there's no siege weapons around to destroy it with. So Revolt once again has to retreat. He's got very low population, and the counter-offensive on the other side could start anytime. Still, reinforcements coming out of the very initial buildings. It would be fantastic if Tuxedo rebuilt some new buildings up front so he could reinforce much quicker. But he's doing fine. Revolt is down 180 population to 240, so that's a 60 population difference now for town centers. So if you get 4 TCs in this current state of deathmatch, you're just probably going to win. It's very, very hard to come back from such a population deficit. It's 100 population in the army right now. That's what it translates to. And the guy with the big army will win very, very hard as the game snowballs. It takes a long time to reinforce from all the way there. So Revolt at the moment has a defender's advantage. If he can keep the eco flowing. And so far he is keeping it flowing. Maybe there's just a sliver of hope here. It's a very small sliver though. Perhaps it's a good idea to make some of these ballista things. But I'm not sure that's on the table. Not with this economy. They've been doing their work very slowly too. And you know, the next Inferno will probably be happening in the not too distant future. If there's a light army of ranged units and ranged siege weapons, that's gonna get blown up. That's for sure. How much longer? We got 100 seconds until that. Not very long. I think we might be heading to a game 3, guys. This is looking pretty bad for Revolt. He's trying to hold on to dear life though. I do wish he microed these Javelineers onto the throwing axis. That would change everything, for sure. They're kind of shooting the front lines and that's not very acceptable. But, oh, the range stuff is coming up front. I'm getting punished now. Revolt has oh, it's a Golem Mercy? What? Didn't expect that. I mean, it works. But it's so expensive. You might as well just save up for the Inferno at that point. It's 350 versus 200 for the second cast. There's extra favor here. Bursty just absolutely murdering everybody there. Well, that 4 TC has been alive long enough now that it's worth fortifying here. Very hard to crack Revolt. Okay, got a little siege situation. Good amount of North watchtowers protecting the ballista. Eventually they'll break through this. It's just a very slow process. And once you do, you can just bring out a handful of rams and slam them into the TC. The gap between the two armies has reduced a bit. It's mostly because Tuxedo is maxing out his vills. Not much to say, guys. The Javelineers just continue shooting the cavalry. I'm afraid that's going to be a very slow process of getting anything done. They have to target the throwing axes. I guess there's a large enough quantity of them that they can hold on to their life. Surely at some point we'll see some change here. The Ballista are slowly but surely progressing, but I mean, there's more machine workshops getting made, so there will be heavy siege crossbows versus heavy ballistas. The siege crossbows are single shot, right? So they should be able to win the siege fight. Ooh, Berserk's getting some Kuafu attacks in. No snipes though, no snipes. At least they're getting sniped there. And then the buildings are next. But the revolt is getting overrun without a doubt down here. Its resource situation is much improved, but the army difference is growing. It's 130 pop in the army. Just most of them are heading over across the entire map. You have to build buildings closer to the fight. And update the control groups. That's how you reduce that problem. Pretty good progress though. Slowly but surely, Revolt is losing his buildings, then his Kuafu are going down as well. It's a lot of lost wood income there. And as strong as these crossbow towers are, the portable rams are gonna tear them down without too much issue. Caravans are taking 66 gold apiece here. On the other side, it's 111. What? That's insane. How did this happen? How is that such a big difference? I guess they go into this, right? Yeah, they must be. That's insane. It's unfortunate for Revolt he didn't have such a good TC layout there for himself. Well, we've got the frontal build up now, towers, hill forts, probably ballistas coming out soon of this. And if the houses get destroyed for Revolt, well, his population difference is gonna grow even bigger. There's barely any units he's still got, so I just don't see how he's gonna hold on here. Definitely the houses are gonna be the next big targets, right? Bit of random fighting over this territory, but the houses are like the main thing. Okay, got some rams coming through, but unfortunately still all the way from here. Not these, but these buildings are producing it, and then you have to walk down. Main TC now under siege. The heavy portable rams doing what they can, but there's a bit many melee units. Bit too many for them. I don't think they got anything done right now, but swap to ballista and then we're talking. The towers are gonna be doing much of the work against the cavalry, of course. They have crenellations. Bit of extra damage there. The houses are going down there one by one. See, the basic Kuafu doesn't out-repair the siege. Ballista added in also. I think by itself it can't tear this down, but it's gonna get close. Oh wait, it actually could. It could, unless there's more people repairing. And with the additional ramps, it's gonna be a very different story. There's also free ballista now. The Fafnirs are coming. Would have loved to see an Inferno to end it. I mean, you could delete all the houses, right? Well, the Fafnir just get absolutely wrecked there. Huh. Good amount of heroes in the back after all. Yeah, Fafnir wasn't the best move, but the TC is down and Revolt just can't take it anymore. GG. Score is now 1-1. We're going for the decider. And then whoever wins that is going into the losers finals. Very close kill death, surprisingly. Right, there were a bunch of sages as well, true. Running out of water here soon. I'll have to have a refill after the series. Next match will be on Alfheim. We're getting going with that right away. 2 minutes until we're in. Wonder what they'll be picking here. I mean, Revolt could just go for a little bit more Greek. I think he was very comfortable with that. He could just do the similar thing as he did with Zeus, just play at Hades or Poseidon. It's totally fine. Poseidon actually, with the many buildings he likes to build, would work wonderfully, because imagine all the militia he could get. You'll never get rid of the guy. He just keeps building buildings, right? That should be all that is about. We were in 50 seconds. Just letting the delay take off. I just don't know what Dexito is good at, so it's very hard to guess what he's gonna do. But Revolt, I expect more Greek. Seems Dexito is comfortable as Norse, so I mean, one of the easiest thing you can do when you're playing deathmatches and you're a player is you just lock into Loki or Freyr. That's the two top picks in my opinion. Because it's just so simple. You just have a strong back with throwing axes and fire giants, and you just print. Welcome to Alfheim. This is going to be the last game of this series. We've got Revolt in the blue color playing as Kronos. It's a pretty good pick for aggression, but might be difficult to pull off against Norse. On the other side, we've got Tuxedo playing as 4. And he's had no problem getting to comfortable free TC state. Now we'll see what happens, however, if Revolt gets aggressive on him. Oh, he had some problems here with the villagers splitting themselves up. But he's mostly fixed it. And as long as he can print units, there should be no issue. Hyperion is already coming in. As long as you can overwhelm these early berserks, everything should be great. Tuxedo is building the same Great Hall with a lot of them, so if Atlantean really starts flooding here, that could be very problematic. And I'd love to see actually Revolt taking a more aggressive stance and building here as well, so he can siege that town center right away in Mythic. And maybe getting going with some extra satyrs, but he might be oh yeah. I was wondering if he would save for Guardians of Io. Looks like no. It's just gonna be satyrs now. Already got a bunch of forward manners. This one won't be helping the town center, but I mean 2 is already great. especially because your Prometheus, your villagers will be building really fast. There's no significant pressure though. Nice deconstruct on that first hill fort. There's no others, by the way. Dexito didn't make a backup. That's just, I think he didn't pay attention to the fact that he's playing against Kronos. You kind of gotta make 2 or 3 to keep up in this early game. We're seeing a bunch of throwing action getting made, but it's mostly still Berserk. That could be a problem against a lot of Cairo Ballista. But there's enough throwing axemen to deal with Murmillos, so that's not going to be a problem. Palaces will be protecting the back as well. Revolt probably has to be a little bit more careful here. He doesn't have full population yet, and a lot of the guys are here. But he does have a second TC now. So if he can speed up that back TC by shifting over the manors, that could be very, very nice. You can do it quite quickly too now, as there's smart casting on that thing. Great use of the Guardians of Io, just shifting this army around all the time. If Revolt can get a few more of them, that would be even better, because they're pretty tanky actually against pierce damage. The Godi aren't an automatic counter to them or anything like that. By the way, this version of Alfheim here in Deathmatch has very small cliffs, as you can tell, so there's plenty of room to build. Unfortunately, the forests are kind of screwy like this. I don't know why that is. It happens a lot on this map. I like the sneaky guard tower time shifts. That's probably not going to happen. But hey, 2 more are coming up, so losing 1 I think is acceptable. It will be very difficult for Dexito to build up then. The Revolt already has 30 civilian population and 3 TCs versus a 1 TC Dexito. This is great for Revolt. He's pushing up on that 4th TC, might be able to grab it too. Just gotta be careful with these battle boars. Maybe a quick Valor here wouldn't be the worst idea. Nope, not happening. Towers are coming up though. Fire Siphon's very unfortunate. Won't be able to get anything done. Counterattack is on, but there are also defenders here. Hiding in the tower is a pretty good idea. It will buy these villagers some time for the other guys to destroy everything. And Dexito still really wants those villager kills. He's gonna get them, but at what cost? He's losing all the army. Some pretty nasty damage from the Guardian of Io there. Getting a lot of work done. I'm pretty sure this number doesn't calculate the damage from their ghoul. Or it might actually, it might. I think it does. Never mind. Really good ranged army. The counter offensive is going strong, but it's not that strong. Like Revolt still has a good amount of defenses. Just unable to really deal with the portable ram there. Maybe a bit of repairing is in order. Healing Spring is called in. We're gonna have a full-on engagement in the back. Volt loses a TC, but he's building a new one. And we've got flaming weapons as a follow-up. Brutal. There's a lot of units coming in for the Norse. And both players just destroying each other. The towers are having a party here, I think. They don't seem to be doing much damage though. I mean, against 4 it's difficult, right? Because everyone has such high armor. Fimbulwinter coming in too. The wolves are gonna be helping out just a little bit. The towers shall be destroyed, it seems. But no wolves down here. Revolt is still getting the TC. Implode is getting cast on... I'm not sure what. I didn't see anything here. It'll destroy the ballista. Oh my god, he just destroyed his... Oh, wait. He just destroyed the ballista, yeah. But not much else. This wasn't that bad. I guess some Fimbulwinter wolves got caught. But the main TC is now under siege. Revolt also destroyed the main, but I think he might be worse off in this. There we go, his own main is down. Could have repaired this probably if the guys weren't in the manor. It doesn't seem impossible to hold. Or didn't. Okay, TC is up. Nice denial there. And these two armies are definitely bigger than the Norse one there. Looks like Revolt will very quickly rebuild the TC. I mean, there are free manors. The boost is insane from that, and then he can just put the villagers back to resources. Meanwhile, our Norse player doesn't have a lot of economy behind this, so that's definitely something to be mindful of. And like I did say, this army is better. Just need to make sure everybody fights at once. TC will be denied again. Like I said, Revolt's army is just much bigger. At least on location. The total amount is about the same. Time shifting some towers forward to secure the villagers, and then hopefully some manors as well to quickly build this up. Although maybe Revolt should just focus on gold at this point. Yeah, it's probably for the best if he does. We're just getting some kills here. With some pretty decent damage. Norse army absolutely getting wrecked here. Revolt's rebuilding the TC on very low gold, mind you, but he's alive. You can just make wood-heavy units. Gotta be really careful with losing everybody here. That's not gonna be cheap. I guess he has just secured several gold mines with this move. Nice walling. And these Atlantean walls are quite something. 3,300 health on them. Wow, he's feeling rich moving all these guard towers around. I guess the villagers are getting to work on gold. Oh, here? I don't know about that, but I guess soon. That's fine. There's a little bit of action down here as well. The Excedo trying to get the side builds going. Easier said than done, however. Well, the Rams actually might get the TC down. That's crazy. Revolt isn't looking. Okay, but what about these throwing axemen playing tower defense here? And they're on the wrong side of tower defense. Oh my god. Hey, the TC is down. But at what cost? Oh yeah, this Siphon is just finished. He was attacking the portable ram in quotation marks. The attacking was not really happening at all. But hey, Revolt is doing such a good job. I mean, if he gets 4 TCs here, I think the game is probably just over, right? I mean, what else can Dexito realistically do? He's gonna be down 42 TCs. I don't know why the caravans are coming here. That's not the first time. Are they rallied to this location? What is going on? Why are they going up there? Alright, that's fixing. He's fixing it. Like the additional palace here. Smart. Maybe this one needs some more defenses, but then Revolt could just focus on attacking at this point. He's got the income now. 29 villagers on gold. Holy shit. Might have overcompensated a bit, sir. But hey, as long as he maxes out, it's all good. Ooh, flaming weapons. You don't want to mess with that. Then again, the palace is going to be pretty good at absorbing this for a while. And actually, Dexito is finished. He doesn't want it anymore. Fair enough, fair enough. Revolt is a pretty tough opponent, to be fair. And he's gonna get his 3rd place minimum. Dexito is number 4 in this tournament. Well done. Good little showing there. Thanks Dave for playing. With Revolt, we're moving on. Oh my god, 2-1 kill death. With Revolt, we're moving on into the losers finals now. Okay, so that's gonna be Isomarto versus Revolt coming right up momentarily. So once these guys are hosting, we can get going. And then El Matador is waiting in the grand finals. This is a best of 5 and a best of 7 coming right up, gamers. So strap in, we're doing the long series now, hopefully. I'm looking forward to it anyway. So while we wait, I'm gonna go and grab myself some water. And you guys go nowhere. Thanks. You grab some snacks. It's allowed. I'm kidding. You can absolutely have some snacks. I'll be right back. Question in the chat. How often do I do these tournaments? So we've done one every 2 months, basically. In this year, this is already number 5. And if you want to watch the old ones, I'll grab you the link. It's all on the MetaPlace RTS channel, not my personal one. So today it's on my personal one because we have a parallel tournament at the same time. So that's that. MetaPlace RTS. Feel free to subscribe there as well. We do live streams as well over there. Just gonna find you the playlist for the AOM tourneys. Right, there's like 29 edited videos. Unfortunately, we don't get a lot of viewership on these, so it's very unfortunate. Yeah, I usually do these on the MetaPlace channel, and on my personal channel, I just game. But, you know, because there's something parallel right now, I don't mind just doing it at the same time. Because I'm not personally involved with Company of Heroes. Well, AOM is popular, but like you have to put on such a large event that I just can't afford it, you know. Obviously, I can't put on a $10,000 event like Microsoft is with Boyd, so I can't do that. And so there's a lot less interest in these. Sad. Yeah, but true. Right, sorry guys, just doing a bit of a chit chat, but I think we're all good. Yeah, of course, of course. I think we're gonna scale it a little bit back. Like in the new year, I don't plan a season as such, but I think we'll put on some for fun kind of events, because obviously I can't justify doing this instead of getting double the viewership in another game and significant support from the community. So it just doesn't work. I could be doing Halo Wars right now and get double the viewership. This is really fun, but you know, Halo Wars community actually helps pay for the events. AOM community is just like, okay. 5 guys in the chat say they enjoy it, and then the rest. It's hard to even get the players to sign up, let's just say that. So the new year, I'll try a for fun type of event anyway, and we'll see what we can do with that. I'm still hopeful that maybe one day eventually AOM will get back to healthy levels for me, but I just think everyone would rather watch Boyd, so it's tough. It's very tough, and I'm not enjoying it as much as I did the original game, so all things put together, it's just kind of a perfect storm. But I've enjoyed putting on these ones as well, like it's been fun to cast some deathmatch again. And you know, as for the overall game, I'm really happy that the players are getting the big Microsoft tournaments. That's also wonderful. I'm just saying I can't compete with that. So if I'm putting on my own events on my own terms, it's probably gonna be another game. And like every 2-3 months, there is an S tier tournament here, right? So people aren't really hungry for more. I totally get it. I've even heard from some of the pro players that it's actually tough for them to keep going because the tournaments are so frequent and they all have day jobs. So there's no demand basically to go into. The only thing that people aren't doing is new player tournaments. So I guess I could fill a little bit of a niche there where I would do like a Rising Star tournament as we're doing with the other games that we support at Meta Plays. And basically have like a mid-level and low-level league. I guess you could do that, but you know, I'd still be talking about 40 viewers and not 70 as we do with the 70-80 as we do with the pro event in other games like Halo Wars or Company of Heroes. Let me just check the stats. I think in Company of Heroes today we had like 90 viewers or something on the MetaPlays channel. Yeah, those are popular for players, but not for viewers. Exactly. 100%. That's how it works. But it's really good for the long-term health of the game. Okay, so the Company of Heroes tournament today, and it was just day 1 of it, so like the day 2 is the spicy one, right? That had 76 viewers, and I think with the sponsor segment at the end, so that's a really good average. Holy cow. 108 peak. Yeah, I just can't hope for anything like that over here. That's just not happening. Oh, the sponsor segment is happening now. Yeah, I think we can try to see what happens if I do like these free events. On my own channel, I do have some capacity for that. So during the Company of Heroes free tournaments in on the MetaPlays channel, I could do that, which is like, let's say it would be like 10 to 12 weekends in a year. So I do have some room there to maybe do AOM stuff. It just has to also not compete with other events that AOM has going on. I can't run that while Void is on because I'll have 5 viewers. Which is pretty bad. Obviously, I always want the newer players to watch the highest level gameplay that's available, so it makes sense to just direct them to these top level events, right? It doesn't make sense to try to compete with it with some other thing. You give it space because the community needs to watch that. That's how players improve. They watch the best play, then they try to emulate. Exactly, you have to catch the dead times, or at least the not so alive times. And I'm also just a mid-sized, mid-level player myself in this community, so, you know, people aren't going to prioritize me over others. Except in Deathmatch. In Deathmatch I do pretty well, but Deathmatch is a secondary mode, so it's the same thing. If I play Standard, that's nothing special, so there's that. That's a learning experience for me. Do I still play AOM regularly? Not really. No, I wasn't very happy with Retold because of the bugs. Then I played a little bit with Japan, and I'm back to still not being satisfied, so... I do some, but I just dabble. Very occasionally I do a stream. I'd rather play Spellforce free at this point still, but it's much better. Things have improved. More of that and we can talk. Let's see where we get. But that's my current stats. Anyway, the game is on. Finally. Ladies and gents, this is the losers finals. It's beautiful. Deathmatch, 200 pounds on the line, Revolt. Also very beautiful. He's playing as Zeus. On the other side of the map, we got Isomarto, also beautiful, playing as Amaterasu. He's done some great work today in the tournament. Nearly got Matador out of it. But in the end, he came around, so here we are. Let's see what he can do about Revolt. And Japan is pretty brutal in DM in general, so Revolt will really have to put on some pressure. I'm surprised to see him build sideways here, because this is not a scary faction to play against in the early game. It's scary when they get going. So I do think you can rush a Japanese player. Should be no problem. And you can build forward. But maybe he's just trying to get a massive amount of production done. This map does have some nasty cliffs, so it's a bit difficult to build everywhere. There's a lot of space in the back, so it makes sense in that form. Yeah, there's a lot of Zeus, guys. So much Zeus action. Oh, saving the Kamaitachi. It's gonna be full health by the end of this, but it also will very quickly go down. Oh, that was a really good little attack there, causing all the units to bleed. But is it enough? There's a lot of castles coming up. Let's see if those actually finish, but if Revolt targets it down, it should be denied. The other one, however, does come up. Some of these villagers are definitely going down. So our Japanese player is not gonna have the best of times here. Bolt also going down on the big boy. And Revolt could just technically rush this castle. I think he can right-click his hoplites on it. Do we have a fortress? It's nearly up. I think the hoplites should just get going. We've got the Omyoji, and he's gonna be a bit of a pain in the butt. Especially once there's multiple of him. Yeah, maxing it out right away is the name of the game.
Einhardt B donated 10 pounds.
Oh, what is this? It's a personal donation. Einhardt, thank you very much. Didn't expect that. Much appreciated. Hope you like the gift. Castle is slowly going down. That ball is coming around. Not gonna be needed to take down the castle. Unfortunately, there's no backup castles at all. There's a good amount of Mikos, by the way, gathering favor. So that's looking good. But for Japan, I think the mission here is definitely to just get a lot more of these Omyojis. Those are really the thing that turn the tide. I mean, all these daimyos are okay, but the hoplites are going to beat them notably. Good use there of the Thunder Burst. We'll be winning a battle because of that. The Yumi Horse Archers are also not too bad. Generally, there's just a lot of heroes in this army, so you can't really spam Medusa into them. I think if Revolt just holds on to dear life and gets a lot of guard towers going, gets the back TC up. This is also walled, which is great to see. It's towers up front. think he's got plenty of defenses, really. It's unfortunate that those towers didn't get made in time. Very quick to lose them to the Onmyojis, but hey, guess what? Underworld Passage is ready. If Revolt wants to be aggressive, all he needs is a little scout. Tsukuyumi, okay. He is actually not that interesting, I think, in Deathmatch, because his bonuses are all basically not conducive to the game mode. Obviously, once you get your Bushido tier filled up, the extra damages are nice, but Amaterasu just has much better infantry, which I think already does the trick. Okay, Revolt just walks up. He doesn't need Underworld Passage. And also, the new moon got power. You know, it doesn't give you the techs or anything like that, right? Because in Deathmatch, you already have all the techs. So, like, all of the usefulness is just gone. And we actually need to buff that Major God a little bit. So, what we've done in the DM patch is his age upgrades are going to be free. Which, in Deathmatch, obviously, is just a little bit of a saving. You get it at the same time anyway. So, it's not as crazy as it would be in Standard. I would never recommend it for the live game, obviously. This is just because we can make a mod. If they could do it in DM only, that would be something. That would be nice. And the new moon basically gets a buff to last longer. Yeah. And then there's a whole thing where you get like resource income for completed techs. Yeah, that doesn't work in DM either. So his god bonuses just don't exist. So you might as well play Amaterasu instead. Except for the Bushido tier. The Bushido is doing the thing. Okay, tier 4 coming up. So it's still not in effect, but eventually we'll get Elite, boys. But Underworld Passage is here now. Revolt is causing trouble. TC is already gone and Revolt could leave, but guess what? He's got Lightning Storm. Is he even gonna need it? Looks like no. Oh, he's gonna get hammered or sworded. That hurt. That hurt a lot. All those Hippospis are toast. Revolt is down to 100 population. Oh my god. Well, let's see if he can still build up. There's a bit of a counter-offensive, but nothing too serious just now. A little bit of a samurai counter-attack. I'm surprised it's not the ninjas down here causing trouble. Also, these ninjas are gonna be... I mean, these samurai are gonna be healing. No ninjas here. Where is the... What? Oh, here, of course. Underworld stays up. Woo! Holy cow! That was a very, very strong lightning storm. Yeah, Revolt is known for his tower spams. He used to have a different username, Jedi. And we used to call them Jedi Towers, like even 10 years ago. That's his signature move. It's very hard to play around it, because Zeus has such a strong late game, right? And you're just attacking it to his meat grinder. It's nasty. But he's not a very aggressive player, so if you put on the aggression yourself in multiple spots, that can be very beneficial against a guy like this, because he's spending so many resources into the towers, he can't possibly respond to everything, right? As you can see right now, he's low on resources too. Still building more towers, by the way. It's gonna be difficult to afford it all. That's the weakness of Revolt. If you can successfully attack multiple spots, then yeah, you're gonna have a great time. Looks like he's just gonna go for TC here. As long as these guys get back to work after to gather some resources, it's no problem. He's making another fortress. I'm sorry, the economy is gonna mean we're auto-queuing Myrmidons for free. That's the economy. Who needs to gather resources anyway? Damn, that Medusa got picked off quick. And we've got another Thunder Strike. Good that he escaped through the underworld though. He can just pop right back in. Beautiful dodge. If he had favor, then restoration would be ready, but doesn't have it. Either way, he doesn't seem to need it. Seems all good. Somebody picked that underworld passage off, jeez. You can repair it, by the way, in this DM mod. That's also an old game thing. Takes some time, but I mean, it's a pretty vulnerable building with very little armor. So people are likely gonna just kill it anyway, but hey, I mean, if you can commit the villagers to repair, then fine. Enjoy. Yeah, the Hera Myrmidon upgrade is really good in Deathmatch, especially if you're Revolt, because look at the guy. Look what he does. That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. That's 7. Any more? Well, that's it for now. Emphasis on the 4 now. He's making 7 Myrmidons for free. Make like 5 waves and you've paid for your fortresses. Yeah, and you don't have to pay for the actual upgrade. Just the fortresses. And he makes them anyway because he's Revolt. So... it's like a direct reward for his playstyle. Now, DC is taking some pretty good damage from these little sword last hit things. What are they called again? There's no thing on them. Ah, 10 fist sword, that's it. Still learning many of the names of the DLC things. But I played a fair amount of Japan myself, so... at least I know what their plan is, but... honestly, Isomarto is not doing the thing that should be the plan, which is max out these guys. It's very expensive to do. But it's doable. To cut back on the other stuff, it's easier. See how much damage even 3 of them can do. Now imagine 10 of them. And they have AoE, right? So the army actually has to respect them a lot. They recently got nerfed a little bit, but they got some pierce armor, so that's good for them. Either way, Revolt is rebuilding. Just having a tough time right now because he overcommitted so much on the construction. He's still making more fortresses. Oh god. Take 1 fortress down, 2 more take its place. Hey, these guys are really good for siege. DPS wise too, 64. And they're only 3 population. And they're decent against the army. But it's definitely not wise to separate them from the group. They're pretty flimsy. Wow, the Myrmidon actually owns them. Didn't realize. Well, they don't have very high health, they have decent armor, but the Myrmidons just cut right through it. Anyways, Isomarto will have the back TC again. Japan is actually in DM pretty good at building TCs fast. They have a better multiplier than most. But they have a greater difficulty building a lot of villagers. Oh yeah, in DM all the villagers have negative multipliers on town center building. Looks like the Myrmidons are cutting this down. I mean, they have some bonus against TCs, but they're not going to commit. Might go into the villagers instead. Okay, Revolt seems to have recovered, guys. We've got the Prodromos on the field. Any Yumi horse archers are just not gonna make it against those. Got another attack on the way, but there's not a lot of infantry here, honestly. This might be a tough sell. Prodromos are certainly not very good at this job. The Lorifan gets picked off by the samurai pretty quick. And with the repair from the villagers in as well, I just don't think this goes down, guys. Ooh, that samurai with the shielding. Watch it go. 6 kills. 7 kills. Oh my goodness. If you count that sword, it's like 8 kills almost. Alright, that's gonna be a defense, but the Revolt is building up. Holy cow. He's not done at all. He's just getting started. So many buildings. Ninja are doing their business in the back here. They're pretty good damage output, so it's not like the villagers can easily fight back. Siege is in, but it's not enough. And by the way, the Onmyoges can snipe them. They're pretty good against other siege. And their numbers grow. Revolt has to respect that. But, you know, if you eventually gets like 2-3 fortresses up here and starts the Petrobola sieging operation, oh god. I think he might just be doing it between the 2 TCs here. This is a really good spot for it. Maybe not the best spot for the Petrobolas. This is so good. Oh, this is such a good attack. Love it. Revolt is waking up. Maybe he's making better moves than I've probably ever seen him do. Like, he's really living on the edge with the early game, but what he's doing now? With these side builds and fortresses and towers everywhere, this is brilliant. He can afford it. He can do this all day. More. Do more. Okay, I guess the ninjas are gonna shut this down, aren't they? Oh, there's not that many. There's a little bit of siege here. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fortresses. Okay, not bad, not bad. Maxing out there. Oh, Deathmatch has a lower defensive building limit than standard. It's just 10 fortresses and 20 towers. Just. You can still litter the map with them. Oh, the forward tempo push, love it. What's the train time for the free Myrmidons? I think a minute. It's not fast, but you know, if your fortresses stay up, it adds up. It's a lot of value. Medusa spam, let's go. Love it. Wait, he's actually doing it, isn't he? No, he stopped. It might be tough to pull off against the mages, to be honest. But it's not a bad idea in some matchups. They have immense range. These guys just stop at 14. These guys have 20. These guys have 20 range. It's not nothing. Just gotta be careful with this, because look at the damage they take. Holy cow. But they're good siege themselves. At 5.8 adds up. They have a 4x bonus against buildings, so it's like almost 20 against buildings there. Yes. This is what I like to see. The back TC is getting cut down. Revolt has fortified the spot. And he can build up a Petrobolus push. All he needs is one more building here to cover. Will he have to destroy an old fortress or something like that? Oh, he can just build the TC, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, going after the houses now. Isomarto is in serious trouble. Losing out on population space. It's getting very quickly rebuilt. He's playing well for sure. Volt's playing great. Look at all the resources in the bank. He's building new buildings all over the place. He's making stuff from the new buildings mostly, except for the free Myrmidons. Staying pretty close to max pop as well. And with 4 TCs, that's just gonna be overwhelming, I think. 'Cause this time he's holding. Really looks like it. These siege weapons are doing a great job destroying the walls. In Retold, they really do break up the walls. Because of the AoE damage, of course. Yeah, that 4th TC is about done. Oh, these villagers really aren't allowed to gather. Very nice raids from Revolt for sure. Myrmidon's just cutting into those vills. Wow. Yep, TC is up. The Medusa really aren't working. I think Japan just has way too good heroes. Especially these Onamushas. Insane health. Really good damage against me. I mean, look at 26.6 with a 6x. That's better than Greek heroes. That's Bellarfin tier. And except for the health, of course. But you can have multiple of these. I think there's no hope here. Revolt's late game too strong, too good. He's done this deathmatch business for 2 decades. Can't touch this. Oh, we got the relics all around the map. Nine-tailed fox charm for myth unit regen. And there's something here. Ogre bitten helm. Giving the heroes a bit more hit points. Then we've got the blue crystal shard for gather rates, gold and wood. Scales of Catobla Pass. Also pierce armor for myth units. The caravans are taking 51 gold a trip. Versus 127, oh my god! Well, Revolt is making use of the whole map, of course. It makes sense. It's a huge difference. Why do Samurai deal damage? It's because they have a special upgrade. It's a Mythic Age upgrade legend. This one. Yeah, you get the last hit every time. I'm pretty sure. Don't think there's a... Let's read it again. I don't think there's a limit on it. Right, you can't control it. So I guess if you get like into a garrison, then you're fine. But yeah, Revolt wins that to nobody's surprise at this point. I mean, that was a really dominant late game there for sure. Just showing what the old DM crew can do once they are in their comfort zone. But Retold really did mix things up, so the old gang doesn't often get there. I have to say. Alright, that's gonna be a big KD advantage for Isomarto, but just on the macro side, Revolt was miles ahead. Well done. Dies after 10 seconds, right? Yeah, yep, that's the limit. So you can get away if you're fast, or garrison or something like that, then you're fine. Great match. 30 minutes. Finally. Okay, the next map is gonna be Elysium. We'll be there in a minute and 30 seconds, guys. Stay tuned. Might be here for hours if these games actually go long. I really like how this is going these days because the buildings actually just don't get destroyed in a sneeze. That's definitely a huge boon for us over here enjoying the longer series. Okay guys, just a few seconds. We're almost there. Blue color. Revolt. Freyr. His opponent up top is Isomarto. Going in with Kronos. Might see quite a bit of aggression here. But guess what? Freyr is really good at fending that off. And you get a free fortress. So that should be very nice to absorb the initial rush with the deconstruction also hitting you. Then again, there aren't that many buildings coming up, and these poor citizens are getting each other stuck a lot. I think Revolt might just have enough. He's also fortifying both areas around the TCs, but this is a very wide open map, so you can't easily wall off at all. This is not that kind of map for sure. Lots of berserks getting made, but also mixing in some throwing axes and Hersiers and Jarls. So this should be a pretty safe setup here for Revolt. Quickly taking out those Cantarius before they get the hill fort down. Flood continues. More and more passive fries from Arthur, but no TCs getting secured by them. That could be a huge issue against Norse that gets a very quick free TC setup, although Revolt hasn't started on that. He's still in a heroic age, but not for much longer, and the throwing axemen can deal with this for now anyway. Plus those berserks are absolutely going nuts too. And this is even before they have Vidar in, which is what Revolt will be going for. It's got some side builds. Just beautifully painting the map from all angles. And I mean, attack into this. Go ahead. Let's see what happens. That's gonna hurt. If you thought Revolt builds a lot, well, watch his Norse. Everything of his can build now. Ooh, we're gonna get in this Guardian Hill Fort here on the offensive. TC will come up before it gets sieged as well. And there's significant healing here from all of the hill forts as well. Of course, the Mythian spam isn't as much of a thing in this matchup because of the mass heroes, but I mean, you get your legendary Jarls going with your throwing axe back up. Things should be fine. Fire siphons are going to town though, or to Hillfort in this case. Citizens getting picked off by the berserks are doing such a good job here. Great raid by Revolt. He will be shutting down a TC, and he's working on the 4th town center as well behind this. Now, all of these hill forts are in significant trouble, and somebody needs to do something about those heavy fire siphons, but the berserks are on the case, the Jarls are on the case, Golem Bursty is on the case. Holy crap, these guys are gonna get owned. Dude, Revolt is everywhere. He's taking a 4th TC, like I said. That's happening. And as long as he can just replenish his villagers now and start a double or triple trade, things are gonna be just fine. Look, he's even distracting his army, forcing them to chase him back. Although his buildings didn't stay, he got his pressure done. And he might even catch some more citizens. That's huge. Trying to mine gold over there, that's probably also not going to happen. Bursty is still going. Damn. Looks like Bursty is bursting down all those frontline units. Got the 4th TC for Revolt. Now, he's pretty damn maxed out as well. So if he just takes all the idols, he can crush this army as much as he wants. Then he still has his 2 powers coming up before everything goes onto recast costs. Doesn't seem to me that anything can stop him. Certainly no chaos. 240 population versus 150. The army size is literally double right now. And with Tempest, you just can't run, you can't hide, you get frozen, you get owned. Definitely not a great start for Isomarto here. He had a decent idea with the flood, but it's just nowhere near enough. Not without TCs. Prayer is just quite something. Okay, Revolt has to be a little careful here, because if the Guardians of Io stack their Hawk Tua, he's going to lose the army there. Oh god, that's hurt. No heroes here, but it also wasn't the worst of situations. It didn't cover that many units. Okay, what happens if you implode the Inferno? Does the wolf get sucked in? I know it doesn't, I'm kidding. But you know, guys, there was this time where you could wind gust away the Inferno Fafnir. Yeah, that was a thing. Wait, it can still do that? Are you kidding me? I thought they patched that. That's hilarious. Imagine if Tornado could suck it up and like send it up in the air. Yeah, I remember they wrote a funny patch note about it, like they enjoyed it, but let's not do that. Well, the Atlantean army is once again looking good, but just not good enough to break through all this. Plus, there's a ballista obviously ready to take on the fire siphons. Oh, here it comes. There's a retreat, but is it enough? Yeah, it looks like it's pretty good. Only clipping into some of the archers, doing minimal damage. That wasn't that bad for Isomarto. Revolt has to take the situation very seriously. He's out of resources, and the army's populations are similar. It's also getting imploded, and I don't think his towers will make it through that. But the Atlantean army is just gonna retreat. Wait, no, don't retreat into the implode. That's not how this works. Oh god, they're all getting suckered in. Wait, they're not? Well, the towers are dead anyway, and the TC is next. Okay, the blob is gonna eviscerate all those units. Holy cow. That is a very strong ability now, for sure. If you can micro that nicely, you can do so much damage. But then again, if you just walk out of it, then, you know, it's over. Yeah, Revolt's losing the 4th TC here. He doesn't have much income behind this, but he has 1 million people on gold. So I think he could very easily shift that over to wood, and his situation will be so much better right now. You just can't make any throwing axes. Then again, there's no infantry to beat. So looking at this army, I think if he just goes cav, he'll be fine. Get a bunch of host cars maybe if you can afford them, but he can't. Not for a while. The Atlantean income is pretty serious too. But now they're stuck with fire siphons. It's gonna be difficult to make use of those. Revolt's already picking up a handful. Oh yeah. Most god powers don't hurt your own stuff, which is why people use meteor on defense. If people are trying to like, you know, overwhelm them, you just cast meteor on your own base, and all the enemies will die. You will take nothing. You still get impacted by the physics, like your units get thrown around and whatever, but they don't get hurt. Not much, anyway. I love the switch into Catapulties, but Isomarto is also broke. He has some gold, that's it. So this next wave might be his last, if he's not very careful. Revolt has fixed the economy mostly. And do remember, He doesn't need to actually gather food actively. His hill forts are gathering food, half a second each. So you can mostly ignore that. As long as he stops making villagers, it's enough income. What's this game mode? It's Deathmatch. Highly recommend. It's very fun. You start with high resources, 18k each. And you get 100 favor at the start. And all your upgrades are getting done instantly as you age up. Your age ups is also only just 5 seconds. And then you fight over the map. It's really fun. It's got this little subculture community thing. But obviously it's nowhere near as popular as the standard mode. Ooh, the Terma are getting microed super nicely there, guys. Picking off all these ranged heroes and throwing axes. Getting very little damage in retaliation. Revolt has to be really careful with exposing his guys here. But he could cast extra god powers. Like, nothing stops him from using a Tempest right here. And I think he just win the fight, right? Like, these guys can't take a Tempest on top of the fight. Great to see Terma getting used in DM for once. And working, too. Revolt is, however, doing much more. He's got a huge army. He's getting in with the Jarls now. Oh, wait. Guys. Guys. Move. He has 600 favor. It's because he's got so many of these Godi just generating resources. And he's fighting all the time. Getting so many kills there. Norse favor is busted, and the other civs do get increased favor as well. But Norse doesn't get extra favor. This is just natural favor, right? So you would get this in standard as well if the fighting was this intense. But it's not, so here we are. Okay, finally the Tempest comes down. I wish Revolt has done this a little earlier when he had a bigger advantage. But he's still getting a big win out of this. Absolutely getting to run back that army and killing the fire siphons is some great resource efficiency. He still has enough for that Inferno later. Maybe he should just retreat to his TC and use the Bursty once the army is close, because he's not winning these fights very much. Got a huge economy now, and I think as the villagers stop happening, all the food income from the fortresses will just be going directly to the bank. Do you see much hell play? Yes. Normally. Today is weird. Normally, we have a ton of Loki Giants and Jotuns all over the map. It can be very overwhelming. I think we'll see it in the finals. There have to be a few more gods used in that. So if we're gonna see it anywhere, it's there. Maybe in this one. We'll see. Revolt is definitely losing ground. He's got to be a little careful. Yeah, he's calling in the Bursty. Plantine's got to get out of here. If he builds up all these defenses, though, that's huge. And guess what? Inferno's nearly ready. Revolt almost has the favor for it, so I'm sure he's saving up. Huh? Where's the citizens die? What? Oh, yeah, the berserks are cutting them down. These guys also have run out of gold, by the way. It's not updating on the minimap for some reason. Okay, now we know. Bursty's gonna time out, but I mean, he chased all the way this whole army from here to there. And then they're gonna fight a random wall. That's a wonderful victory for Revolt because he can build up here, secure this location completely. I mean, I don't think he needs that many towers. Maybe he should put them in front or something, but hey, as long as he gets the TC, it's all good, right? Yeah, Isomarto has been on one Oracle the whole game. It's not great. He won't make any Argus that way. Settlement's nearly done. I mean, Revolt is wanting it up with great halls as well. It's very creative. But it works pretty well, actually. They're pretty big. Get built fast. Decent health pool. Nothing wrong with that. And Revolt is going to take game number 2 as well. Might be a sweep at this rate. He just needs one more victory and he's in the grand finals. It will be his first grand finals, I believe. That's huge. I'm so happy for him, even though Isomarto also did great in the previous series. Revolt just seems to be a very difficult nut for him to crack. Like, the late game aspect of Revolt is just scary to go up against. You don't really want that. And picking Atlantean into it makes it harder as well, especially without Vortex. Vortex at least gives you some mobility, but he didn't have that. Because it's very brutal if you teleport around with your siphons and just tear down the bases one after the other. That's great stuff. But our players aren't doing it for some reason. Even though it's the classic main style of Atlanteans. If you go back to the original game or something. Water maps are not in the tournament pool, actually. That's why you're not seeing them. People don't like them very much. So there's a bunch of problems. It's... The seed ships can be really scary for the TCs sometimes. Although I do think the TCs avoid water. It's just, you know, there's so many threats from the water. You can get your defensive buildings picked off from the water. It's pretty nasty when that happens. Or you can get the water myth units in some cases. The transport ships can be pretty brutal. Sometimes hitting you when you're not prepared. People don't like it very much. But the worst case probably is number 1, the Atlantean jellyfish. Number 2, the Hyperion upgraded sea ships with AoE damage. And number 3, the Japanese lightning ships. Those are extremely difficult to beat with anything at all. I'm genuinely not sure how to do it. Like, you just got to overwhelm. You got to hit them in other areas because you're not fighting that directly. Saturn Akai was in one of the tournaments, and you've literally only seen lightning ships. Every time. I regretted it so much putting it in. It was a huge mistake. Only lightning ships. One thing we've done in the Deathmatch mod is actually nerf the lightning ships to have only 1 bounce. Yeah. How many matches did I miss? Almost all of them. You've got this losers finals has at least 1 more match. And then you've got the grand finals. That's a best of 7, so you're still getting the good stuff. Yeah, but no worries anyway. We had a good run. You can always go back with the VOD. Half a minute and we'll be in the match. Yeah, there's always the what. Freaking lightning ships, man. Whose clever idea was that? Well, the jellyfish as well. I mean, we had to nerf the jellyfish for DM specifically because I just don't know how you kill them. Like, how do you kill them? Nothing does the job. I guess archer ships are okay at it, but everything else is like, The land heroes genuinely can't do it. So we nerf the damage, we nerf the health, and then it's more doable. Big, stupid jellyfish. Ooh. Interesting, this one. Ladies and gents, this might be the last one. If Revolt pulls this off, he's in the grand finals, and he just needs this last victory. On the other side, he's playing as Kronos, and on the other side, we've got Isomarto, who's bringing a little bit of Loki to the table. So finally, we might get to see a little bit of Fire Giant or Jotun spam action. It's high time it happened. Let's see if these guys get it done or not. Hagrid missed the end. Yes, Jedi did win. He just had this insane late game build up. He did lose that front TC, the fourth one, but eventually reclaimed it, and then that was it. Just too much of an advantage. Is that a Jotun? Yes, it is. We got a Jotun. Revolt is building forwards to this TC, so I guess there will be a lot of fighting in this area. With little space to build, but if Revolt can get a little bit of a forward presence there, then he's got a very direct access to that TC. Norse player isn't making a whole lot of units just yet, so a full-on rush by a Kronos player could be very strong, but Revolt doesn't have too many palaces at once going up. So if he really split up his villagers and built up like 6 palaces and then rushed, that would be nearly unstoppable. Okay, there's Hell. Finally! It's time. We're gonna get quite a bunch of Jotuns. If they went to a TC, they could cause some serious trouble, but Atlanteans can turn anyone into heroes, so, you know, there's that. It's not that easy to break through them. Unfortunately, we don't have as much starting favor in DM anymore as we did earlier. That really curtails Loki's initial power as you enter the match, but these guys are still really damn potent, and I mean, they have a double multiplier against Myth, so these hacker giants are getting absolutely bonked. "14 ballista again." This is the Isomarto special. He's done it in one of the other series too. He's really confident that he'll forever need ballistas. Okay, the Jotuns are getting some building kills. It's more than nothing. Can't complain too much, but ultimately these Cairo Ballista heroes are gonna tear them down. It's a really good answer actually to the Giants. It's working pretty well. Revolt is having some trouble staying popped. He might need a few more buildings, but the situation is not grim or anything like that. Fafnir is doing quite some work. Almost 2,000 damage. 6 kills racked up. More than 2k. There we go. Revolt might be in serious trouble here, guys. I mean, he's just not able to stay popped. He's printing, but it's not enough. What does he do? Serious trouble, man. The ballista are paying off. You probably should. Oh my god. Norse favor in full effect. We got 5 fire giants coming up. And if there was a temple close by, then we'd probably even see more. We got the trees. They're angry too. Okay, they're gonna get picked. Okay. This was not the right forest to cast it on. Actually, the DM mod increases the maximum number of trees that you can spawn. So you can get like 10. But this was only like 6 or 7. So they melt. Spy is cast somewhere. On the villager over there. In case later they go for a bit of a gold mining run. Another fire giant spawns, as if Revolt hadn't had enough problems already. Here comes the mass Revolt tower. That ought to do it. Not against the ballista, but everything else is gonna suffer. Catapulties tearing through those Jarls real quick. And you know what? These destroyers might be a pretty good answer to all of this stuff. They have pretty good armor. Revolt's even using Valor. He has a little bit of favor that he could use to convert some more heroes, and then those Sons of Muspel will probably bite the dust in the end. He's beaten them back. The free town center worth of population is doing its job. We've got a bunch of markers from Isomarto, but I don't think he's easily gonna get that going. He doesn't have the back TC built up. You see, he committed everything here. And Revolt doesn't need to worry too much about all that, but he doesn't have an army that he could vortex with. That's something to keep in mind. Who has that? That's funny. That's your own emote, right? Okay, Nidhogg goes underground a little bit, and then he will hit the ground, I suppose, eventually. But he survives this round. Ooh, that was close. I mean, he flew into a lot of heroes there. Burned through quite a bunch. Got a Fafnir joining the battle as well. You guys have the craziest mountain giant things going on in the chat. What is this? Amazing. Okay. If you guys like mountain giants, raise your hand. Okay, you can put it back down now. I can't see your hands, actually. TC is getting destroyed. I don't think Revolt has a defense. This is brutal. I mean, the mountain giants are just so good anyway, but then Jotuns just one up it. And then you get additional stuff spawned in on top. As if Revolt needed any more problems in his base. Loki is just so difficult to fight against, guys. And that's right, Revolt is out of resources, at least food. So you can't do this for much longer. Isomarto is not finished, however, with Mount Giants, I think. As long as he kills more units, he can summon in some more. Do it again in the main. It's brutal. But for now, it's enough to just tear down these buildings. Make sure the Revolt can't remake an army easily. Should be all good from there. I think he's just fighting the army. He knows he's ahead. He can smell the blood. Citizens dropping left and right. That is what our man wants. The back DC is also getting claimed finally. Trading operations will commence sometime soon. What the hell happened here? How did the Fafnir show up there? What is happening? How? That is so lucky. It must be a spawn. It's full. Iron Maiden. We're playing as Loki here. It can only be a spawn. Bonk, bonk, bonk. TC goes down. Goodbye, Revolt. You don't get the sweep. You have to work for it. Freaking Loki, man. It's so good for the newer DM players. I'm serious. It's so simple, so much power to it, and so technical to stop it. Look at that KD. That was without the flaming weapons variant of this, by the way. Ooh. Nasty. What the hell did we just witness? How to stop Loki? You just got to be prepared. See, as Kronos, why not get a bunch of blobs out? Why don't you go for that? Or you make actual mass heroes early on. Have some Arcus heroes in the early game. And then you will be able to handle the myth units. I think that's a good plan. But you could just go Argus, because in the DM patch, you got instant kills on them, essentially, against the other myth units. So the Jotun aren't going to be an issue as long as you can keep those alive. But I think the safe play is to get Arcus heroes. You get a little bit of frontline, a bunch of Cantarius in there as well for the throwing axes, and you should be comfy. When is Demeter coming out? I don't know. Ask the devs. They're not telling you either, though. But we'll find out. I mean, I hope they don't rush it out. It's better if they take their sweet time. Hopefully, it's good. Oh my. What's happening? All right, my zoom locked up, but it's good now. Let's go. Ladies and gents, welcome to Alfheim. Revolt is still putting Isomatra on match point, although he's catching up. He's gonna attempt Kronos again. I think he's very lucky he didn't run into Freyr here. On the other side, Isomarto is actually playing as Zeus. I haven't seen him do that yet. So, Zeus is pretty technical as well. You can't allow yourself to be slow, otherwise Kronos will just absolutely overwhelm you. And Revolt is just significantly ahead in overall production. He's got these manors going up as well, which will pump up the extra buildings, and then you can just go mass palaces, right? We've got a bunch of Prometheans going after everything, but that's not working out as the heroes intercept. A Hydra is gonna eat well too. Kronos building stacks, oh hell yes. So you can make a town center by time shifting all the manors to the town center. You can do it with 6 of them. You can use them as a wall if you want, and it will just go up in absolute crazy timescales. So quick. Like, you put 6 or 7 citizens on the job in a DM game even, it's just gonna be shooting up. And time shift is free, so even better. At least on most buildings, not on towers and forts. It doesn't really interface with that, but also if you want to make like one palace per villager here or citizen, then you can just time shift also your manners forward to them, and they'll get completed even faster. And then you just grab the TC. Time shift as many times as you want. It takes a lot of APM, but it pays off. It's pretty good business. Now, this one fortress can also be deconstructed, so Kronos is just really a monster in this early game. You have to really respect it. And do your best to prepare for all the shenanigans that get thrown at you. I'm also wondering if we're gonna see any more Guardians of Io, but for now we're gonna see Destroyer heroes. And they're gonna be regenerating here a little bit. Of course, the Hoplites dealing some decent damage there too. Both of them are gonna be the acid blob doing the work. Oh, it gets bolted. I love this unit. Not sure I love the tentacles on it, but I love the unit. And this new ability is nasty. Sorry for the microphone knock. Well, villagers are gonna get it here, that's for sure. Yeah, that's what I mean. You can do this, and everything gets built so fast. Get some house kills, slow the Zeus down a bit. Can't hurt. Oh wait, Isomatch already had lost some houses, or forgot some. He's using a very small restoration here. Most of the army isn't even here. It's just 80 population. That wasn't a great restoration at all. I mean, Revolt is just doing his building spam thing, right? You guys have seen this a few times now. What is this? Helipolis just sliding sideways. Michael Jackson Helipolis. Okay. Why not? Even building the walls faster. Triple just going 40s, he's like a Chad. Oh, and he did this. I thought that was something else, but it is towers. He's got another deconstruction available, or maybe that's still the first. That's the first one. Time shifting a palace forward. Yeah, he can just deconstruct that anytime he likes. Looks good to me. Damn, those destroyers are good. That's a revolt on 4TC soon. For sure, I think he's doing it, guys. Although we could use some more help here. The Helipolis is gonna be a problem. Yeah, that's gonna reset it actually. Okay, 3 TCs. This one's done. So progress, but I think you just have to have at least a siphon or two to take care of these kind of things. Anyways, this is happening. Damn, that fortress took a lot of damage from just a tower. You see, as buildings get built, they take extra damage, so always worth focusing them down while you can. I mean, you don't want to lose all your units, but you know, if there's nothing else there, then might as well attack the buildings. Greek army is starting to get somewhere here. And they're gonna have Lightning Storm ready. But so is... Implode is here too. I wonder if Revolt will use it here. It's probably worth considering. Because he is getting sieged pretty badly here. Things are getting nasty. He's not able to max out. He doesn't have the gold. He needs to do something. I think he might lose this, actually. Lightning Storm is going down first. He has 4 TCs, but... I mean, his army is about to get owned. His TC goes down. How is he gonna remax? I think he can't. Well, he does have Implode. That's nice. Ooh. Okay, that didn't do that much damage. That really wasn't that bad. Revolt does not need to rebuild this. As long as he's keeping our boy off all TCs, he could outlast. Look, the wood is gone already for Zeus. Like, there's very little income there. There's no plenty vault because Hera. And there's no significant amount of fortresses to pump out 3 Myrmidons. This fortress also is destroyed, so... it's very limited potential for this army, but so far so good. Revolt has the income coming now. 13 citizens on gold is pretty good. Then again, our Zeus player is not doing too badly himself. With a double market in the back. It's only 30 per trip, so that's pretty rubbish. How long can the 1 TC strat last? If Revolt just maxes out, I mean, this surely can't continue for long, right? But that's the main thing he needs, to max out. Fanatics are going to town now on the hoplites. Look how fast they attack, oh my god. 0.53 attack speed, 0.5, so fast. Give you a quick DM god tier list. Well, I'm having trouble with this mod specifically because everything looks good. I think it's relatively balanced. I still think Norse might be best, even though we're trying to nerf them. Japan is really strong, so I think probably Amaterasu. Susanoo, these guys are probably S tier together with Fushi and Loki and Freyr. And then tier 2 would be like the Greeks together with the Atlanteans. I think that's about right. Maybe you can put in 4 there if you want. Odin is probably a 3rd tier. Not sure if you put Shenong there as well. Oh my god, actually, Revolt is gonna lose this. ISIS. No, I don't. I think the Egyptians are not very high tier. Norse are just too difficult to fight. I mean, yeah, the original, the Titans balancing did have ISIS at the very top. Those days are long gone. They nerfed the ever-loving crap out of ISIS in Retold. At least as far as DM is concerned. I mean, without this mod, you can't Merc Rush. You can't Rock Drop. Your Eclipse doesn't block God Powers. It's like they hit her everywhere they could. And your monuments don't block a good amount of space either. Well, Revolt is getting run over. The Zeus Bulldozer is going strong, guys. And that's gonna be 3 TC soon enough. It's 2 now. I think Revolt has nowhere to run. He's got his forest of towers here. But then what? Can't make units, apparently. It's very difficult to recoup from such a disadvantage. Just snowballs. Especially in Retold, where siege is so good. Even after several rounds of nerfs, they're still like 15% better against buildings than ever. And you got more population, so you have more of them. So many citizen deaths. I think we're going to game 5, guys. Azur's players claiming all the TCs. Just on 29 villagers. That's insane. Maybe there's a path for Revolt to recover, but I think we're not seeing it. And if Zeus goes 200 plus population, then that's it. It's not like another implode is coming to save today. Wait, why do we have so many fire siphons? I guess Revolt knows that he doesn't need archers. He has enough buildings for that job. If he just wants to defend, that's fine. 5 town centers for our Zeus. Sorry, 4. 4. 5 is possible though. 240 pop against 130. There's some missing manners, but this is impossible to come back from. It would be unheard of. Bit of bit of a siphon attack, you could say. Huge overkill, but if it works, this is the path back into victory. Gold is about to run out. Once these gold miners are done, there's no more repairs. Hoplites are hungry and they want to eat Fire Siphon, but they're not on attack move, so it's Revolt's lucky day. He might not lose all of them. TC is destroyed. There will be a last villager inside here with some towers. And never mind. We're not doing that one. It's funny because Revolt outgathered Isomarto so much, but and he even outkilled him, but it just wasn't enough somehow. I don't know what happened here. I guess he just got outproduced at some point. But we're going to the game 5 decider. This is gonna be a long tournament day, actually. I thought it would be short, but we fixed it. Next game is about to be hosted, but they haven't started yet. Probably having a short break. Is there a straight up strongest army in the DM? I think it's got to be Freyr / Loki, right? Probably Freyr is the best one. Because you just get the Loki characteristics with constant god powers raining down. Well, not constant anymore. That got changed, but... Wait, Alfheim? Oh, wait, I'm not playing. I accidentally joined it as a player. I think it's got to be Freyr, because you got your Super Berserks, and you get your throwing axes in the back, you get your fortresses generating your food, so you don't need as many villagers on food anyway, and you just micro the crap out of your throwing axemen. Your fortresses are getting your units to heal around them. And then you have some rock giants up front, which taunt the enemies, so there's really no escape from the throwing axes. And then you add some cavalry in to Yaros in particular to do the tanking, in addition to the rock giants. You should be pretty comfortable with that. And lastly, you add in your Vidar Berserks, which just berserk. That's what they do. As the guys die, they just get stronger attacks. Let's go. We'll go soon. Hold on. They're not ready. Some kind of short break happening here. Some confusion about the maps. We might get Frozen Waste for the first time. I mean, we've put in the map, but nobody's playing it. Free! It's such a good map, Frozen Wastes. You old school guys will remember it from the COVID time deathmatch tournaments. That was so good. Not the COVID, the the deathmatch tournaments were good. COVID sucks. But anyway, Frozen Waste is just basically like Midgard, but you got ice around the edges, so that's pretty good. Arctic Craters, yes, that was so good as well. It hasn't been remade yet and retold. I'm working on an underworld map though, called Tartarus. I can show it while we wait. It's not done, and I'll need some support from the expert modders that are really good at XS scripts. Here, I don't have a thumbnail for it yet, and let me disable the score overlay. Yep. I don't have a thumbnail for it yet, but that's easy. So this is basically like Alfheim, but with an underworld setting. Obviously, it's like a workable Erebus, sort of. You got the... I still need to give it the nightmare chickens, actually, like the black ones. Yeah, I gotta do that. And we got the boars, we got the Hades dead trees, we've got the cliffs from Hades. And the cliffs are kind of like Alfheim, as you can see, and we've got these shrines. And the idea for these shrines, because I made sure to spawn a lot of them alongside the relics, the idea for them is you can capture them and then train units from them as well. So if we do a quick old Canada here, you can capture the shrines, and it's not set up at the moment, but you should be able to summon in some myth units every now and then for free. So it would take a long amount of time for them to do, like 2-3 minutes, and then you can just get some free myth units. And depending on which faction shrine you own, so this is a Norse one, you can make Norse units, Norse myth units. But this one you can make Atlantean ones and so on. And then it spawns in a mirrored way, so you get access to the same things on both sides. This is a Greek one. There's a Greek one here. Atlantean, and so on and so forth. Map mirroring isn't done or anything like that, but yeah, the Myth unit spawning part is currently not done, and it was done in a very work in progress way anyway. So we need to get that sorted still. But this is coming at some point to the DM mod. And maybe I'll release it as well separately, but that needs different balancing. Like in DM, it's okay to get a free myth unit every now and then. In Standard, it's not okay to scout this thing, own it, and then have a free minute double Minotaur rush plus your actual myth unit that you get from a temple. That would be not okay. But it would be perfectly acceptable in DM to have an extra myth unit or two at 4 minutes. So yeah, in Standard, I think we just have to give it like a 4-minute duration or something like that, and not unlock it until your classical age, something like that. Plaguebringer? What are we talking Spellforce now? Oh, and Lincoln complimented the casting. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And welcome to the channel. It's your first time, I see. All right, we're in 1 minute. Almost there. Maybe instead of cliffs, I could put the lava pools from Erebus. I don't know. It might look fancier. But can units walk across that, actually? I'm not sure. Because then you'd have to wall around them. That's kind of annoying. And the plan is that you can select what unit you're getting. So obviously it would have to be age locked, but it's difficult. Like Noted is helping with this spawning mechanic, and he has to like hand script the entirety of the unit training system, because otherwise everybody would get access to everything at all times. So it's really annoying. I might just be better off duplicating the units, to be honest, but that's annoying as well. Like the map should work by itself without you needing mods. And that's possible to do with transfers. Okay. Hope you guys are ready for the inevitable, because it's happening. Ladies and gents, seems we always end up here with the Norse Mirror. Revolt has his Loki. It's a solid pick. On the other side, Isomarto is bringing Freyr. That's the ultimate clash for sure. Both of them are very similar in terms of what they want to do, but go about it in a quite different way. So you'll have a lot of one front, very powerful armies, but Loki, you can expect to go for supposedly flaming weapons. Then Freyr, you probably expect to go Tempest. They both probably go for Hell in this matchup. So I wouldn't say that it should be a very obvious advantage for either of these. Good use of the Hersier, by the way, building the town center. The Hersier do get a little bit of a build rate bonus compared to other units in DM for TCs specifically. Like DM nerfs everything building TCs, right? Hersier and Goldie get nerfed less. Well, all heroes. So Ragnarok heroes too. Although that doesn't come into play much. Alright, what's gonna be the last age pick here for Isomarto? Because it's very obvious that it's gonna be Hell for our Loki player. We should be seeing Hell here too. No, it's not Hell! Oh my god, it's Vidar. Okay, that's very interesting. So the Berserks are gonna be strong, but I mean, they're gonna be going up against throwing axes for the most part anyway, right? Revolt is really fast with the TC, holy cow. Both of them will be up very quickly. He can just go and overwhelm right away. Look at that build order difference. That's just a knowledge gap for sure. Like, Revolt is really good at this stuff. He's gonna have 2-minute 20 free TC status with building spam, forward hill forts coming up, as well as docks. Maiden is enjoying the berserker callbacks. Battle beast stuff. TC has already been denied. The back TC hasn't even been worked on. We've got mountain giants in the main base. How did this even happen? There's a temple here. That's how. Holy cow. Isomarto is gonna get bonked out of the losers finals. How do you even stop this at this point? I told you to go low, to go hell. This is why you do it. Working his way through all of this nonsense here. The main is down. Golden Bursty is way too late. I think he wasn't even noticing this. Well, the Mountain Giants are gonna get cut down, but Revolt is just getting this man down to no buildings at this rate. That's probably gonna be the mission. We've got the dragon ships fighting back against the Euromodelver. That's gonna take some time. He's winning the main fight, and eventually he's gonna have flaming weapons to follow up on this. It's just 22 seconds away. It's gonna be very intense. Oops, we didn't have our pretty overlay here. You probably want to see the score, right? Massive overwhelm. Revolt just winning with the way superior build order. He's claimed the map so well, and he can use flaming weapons now to crush what remains, which isn't much. The main will be rebuilt, but I mean, flaming weapons. Tempest covers some of this stuff, not fully. But this seems to be a decent answer for now. Emphasis on 4 now. Because once Tempest is done, this army is gonna absolutely clash there. Though some units will remain frozen for a few seconds. Fire Giants at the moment opening up the path through that hill fort. And those ballista are about to get it. Good takedown of the ships, but ultimately it doesn't matter much. How do you stop that many fire giants? This is 7 fire giants now, and the revolt is just getting started. He's still got 150 favor, as long as... Oh. What happened here? Did revolt delete the TC? What happened here? Absolutely revolting. 3-2 victory. Beautiful, disgusting Loki play. I love it. Well done. And he was also throwing in some additional towers for, you know, insult. The get out of my game extra towers. Well done, well done. Great run by Isomarto as well. A beautiful 3rd place finish. GG's. As for Revolt, we're moving on into the grand finals, where Matador is going to be waiting for him. So the finals is going to be actually a best of 7, guys. Do look forward to that. I'd be really curious to see how Revolt will handle the Matador Onslaught, because that guy is one of the most aggressive players out there. So their playstyles are gonna completely clash here. It's not even comparable. How these two play is just absolute opposites fighting each other. Yeah, it's harder to prepare seriously when you have a job. Working full time and try to be great at the game too at the same time, that's gonna be hard. Some people with perfect sleep patterns are able to handle it, but yeah. Matty is hosting. Should be getting in there shortly. Lobby disappeared. What's going on here? Oh, I think that means they started, right? That's usually what it means. Yeah, Norse is just really good at deathmatch. Always has been. Well, not always. Actually, they were really bad in the original Titans. That needed a patch. There was just no Norse whatsoever. That was really, really bad, but with the mods, they got good. Then in Extended Edition, they were the best, together with Atlanteans. Mostly Kronos, but also Norse. Are there plans for more DM events? So there's not going to be any big seasonal tournaments like this. We're probably going to do some small, rare events though. On my personal channel, not with Meta Plays. So I still run some for fun events, basically. But sporadically and, you know, for fun. I'll play myself as well to bolster it. We're gonna not make it a one-day event or anything. So people can just play it whenever they want. So that should hopefully boost activity at least a little bit. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. But the guys have loaded in so we can get going. Oh, wait. Wrong colors. Wrong colors. It's a good thing I've got this paused. You're not missing anything. Ladies and gents, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the grand finals now, a best of 7 in our deathmatch tournament here. 200 pounds are on the line, and Revolt is gonna be in the red color, starting as Loki here. She's Loki, super dangerous against his opponent Matador, who's playing as Zeus. If you don't perfectly defend against an all-out Loki rush, you're gonna be in trouble. But if you do, you should have a pretty comfortable position with Medusa spam as the game goes on. Norse has a difficult time beating those, but hey, our boy is spending a lot on those Pegasus right now. Are we Hermes? No, we are Athena. So he really just spent all his extra Zeus favor on the Pegasus. Very interesting. building aggressively here, which is very dangerous because Norse just does this, sends one berserk to both sides, gets a temple up, and then good luck to your main base because you're gonna get absolutely sandwiched by flooded units. And sure, he will go forward, but Revolt is focusing on towers. He will pump out a lot of berserks and then supposedly a bunch of throwing axemen as well. He's even getting something done here, although that's probably not gonna happen. I think this is the one that Matador is going to stop. And then the actual risk is what happens in that main as Revolt goes up to the Mythic Age. Wait, where are the fortresses? Right, the fortresses are very late. That's what's happening. So we're not going to get a very easy Mythic. Matador is going with Dionysus, the Hydra is gaining extra heads there, regenerating pretty damn quick too. Ooh, Revolt is pulling back. This is a very big issue. Hill forts are coming up, but they're so far out still. So this early rush isn't going to be actually all that potent. Then again, Matador has no idea yet about the secret temples, so Revolt can do that anytime later. Abandoning the front line is pretty brutal. It's not something you want to do as Greek. I mean, as Norse. But, I mean, to make sure that all this stuff comes up just fine, it might as well be done. Maybe he'll get out a bunch of fire giants back home. Maybe he'll just go for the all-out attack and do this. Oh, yes, he is. We've got the sneaky mountain giants going after the main. There's no Medusa getting trained by Matador, but he could make a few. He has one defending here. And maybe Revolt can steal that back TC, but his main is getting threatened significantly right now. And we still don't have throwing axemen here. He's gonna be up on 2 town centers, maybe 3 if he gets lucky, but the Petrobolos will stop this one. So not there. More mountain giants are coming, but they're not going all after the TC. Some of them are going after the houses actually, which is a pretty good idea. Just reduce that overall pop cap of Matadors. And if you can stop that front TC from coming up as well, then Matador might be in a really big pickle where you have to save your villagers from almost certain death. Something to watch out for. The TC is down here for sure. That's going down. There's too many mountain giants. And all that Revolt needs to do is secure that other TC now, and then he's good to go. I mean, this one, it's 12 seconds. That's coming up. Matador has done well. Well, so much for the mountain giants, but they sure cleaned up the base. All the houses are basically toast. Not just basically, they are toast. Bye-bye. Alright, we got a good number of throwing axemen here as well. Will this TC come up? Looks like yes. So the hoplites are also not going to get anything done here, it looks like. They're just kind of derping around with the attack move, actually. Throwing axes will be having a party here. Matador down to 130 pop. So is Revolt, but I think he can remax fairly easily here, right? Surely. Even the Fafnir getting some decent value in there. Both players are pretty battered in terms of the resources available, but guess who has a lot of favor? Revolt could do an even larger mountain giant attack than earlier. Oh, he's ready. He's bringing the giants. Imagine if that had hit this, though. They're so far away right now, but there's gonna be much more giants. Oh my god, 5 more. 6 fire giants. And then these boys can get to work. Okay, maybe hitting the towers isn't the best use of time. $150 pop. It's pretty equal pop, but here comes the flaming weapons. Now, Matador does have to respect this. If Revolt just remembers making more units, his population will go up to max, and then he'll get even more myth units, he'll get even more favor, and this will snowball even more. Bellerophon, more like Bellerophonk. Good luck there. You'll need it. Without Medusa, this is a nightmare matchup. I can tell you that much. Okay, Revolt isn't working on another TC. That would be overkill probably. But he's maxed out almost. I gotta say, Matador is doing a great job buying time, just not engaging the army. But he's losing buildings left and right, so that could be problematic. He's gonna have to face the Nidhogg too. He will have Lightning Storm to fall back on at least a little bit. That will help. Revolt is very low on resources. Matador still has some. Cav is just stuck here. Oh, he doesn't want it. Full on garrison there. Is Revolt gonna eat the Lightning Storm? Oh my god. He's just gonna down the TC, man. There's another giant there waiting. It's all good. He doesn't care. Holy shit. Restoration is coming through. Bronze is coming through, but the mountain, the fire giants are just too good. No mountain giants required. They're owning everything. Holy cow, man. Nidhogg is also absolutely opening up on these hoplites. It's attacking the house, actually, which is a mistake. It's not the hoplites, excuse me. I was confused by the special attack fire there. Well, so much for the fire giants. Revolt has been completely cleaned up. But the population levels are still similar, crazily enough. Dragon will be falling to the ground. But as long as a bunch of throwing axemen get remade here, everything should be fine. I'm pretty sure this fortress isn't coming up, is it? Oh, it is actually. That's crazy. Well, Revolt has 4 TCs now, so all he needs to do is survive. That's it. Just survive. Don't need to kill the army. Don't need to destroy the buildings. Don't need to do anything. Just survive. Nothing else. Because the economy is going nuts behind this. Already 45 villagers versus 15. Lots of throwing axemen. That's what's needed. And then enough cav to deal with the Peltas, of course. Because Matador's Peltas are... well, they're a different unit entirely. Normal Greek players don't have access to this. Look how well he snipes everything. That's not normal. That's a Matador thing. To be fair, these Peltas aren't going to be very good against the Ram. No, we're not in a rush. It's okay to wait here. Rebuild a very nice army and then try again. Add in some Huskarl, actually. That would be a fantastic addition. Because they can kind of fight off the hoplites. Right? They can tolerate them. And then you get them on top of those Peltas. That's where things really start going. But it's mostly Peltas now, so... just walk back. You don't need to take these losses. Let your buildings do half the work. And the Peltas should be in trouble. There go the Huskarl. It's looking good. Revolt just can't stay popped, man. This is insane. There's some garrison units in here. What is it? 30 villagers? Bruh. Imagine if they were gathering right now. Dude, the Revolt is just absolutely on the struggle bus. Oh no, he's making farms, but he's broke. But this hunt here. Revolt, no. Well, all those Peltas are gonna be full health now. Great job with these raids. Getting the villagers off there. The hoplites can't stay. This is too much. Great pick on the Belarfin, by the way. And Matador is also really broke. Remember that. He might get the TC back soon, but I mean, in the meantime, Revolt is actually recovering now. He's getting some free Myth units here and there. So far, so good. But he's got to be careful. He's still not training a lot of stuff, and he's making throwing axes, which are going to get owned by the Peltasts. It's not even close. You gotta be really careful with that. And Belarfin is actually regenerating himself, so this is scary. Revolt can't afford to lose all these villagers. He's completely gold blocked, by the way. Like, he can't gather here. Matador is just playing so well, man. It's ridiculous that he's surviving this. How is he winning this game? This is the only safe gold mine Revolt has. He has got to transfer everything. There's no time for 30 people on food and wood. We gotta get the gold there. That's the only safe gold mine. And it's okay to lose another TC, by the way. It's okay. But he's got to fix it. There's no time to replace one by one. Love Myrmidons are ready to go, by the way. They are free units. Matador is working on the second TC now. Oh, man. Even the market is getting it. Yikes. Okay, there's a bunch of gold people now, but nowhere near enough. Look how rich Revolt actually is. Oh, imagine if he fixed that eco up. Oh, God. Just transferring some workers. That's all he needed. He absolutely had Matador in this. But situation turned around completely. This is now Matador's game. Do you ever build Myrmidons so better with hoplites? It's tough. So the hoplites are really fast. That's a big advantage of them. They have really high attack too, so if you're just going against buildings, the hoplites are going to offer more for cost and pop. If you're going against units, you could consider Myrmidons in some cases. But, I mean, you get them for free anyway, so you're making them all the time. You might as well just make hoplites for their HP efficiency. Very high armor. Very nice comeback by Matador. Look at that KD. Holy cow. And that's without him ever reaching 2 TC status. Insane. And Myrmidon is just this awkward unit that's basically a hoplite. And hoplites are just better at running around. And just absolute tanks as well. Great first game though. Next map is going to be Giza. Either we don't have a lobby yet, or they've just started and I can't see it because of that. I'm sure it's coming soon. I think on Giza you can just play pretty much anything. We should expect maybe more Norse from Revolt. It's a not that defensive map. In some ways it is, but not in every way. Still fairly open, although it has some stuff in the way. Still in the lobby. What's going on? Ah, there it is. There it is. It just popped up. We got a 2.5 minute delay. Oh well, it's okay. I think when we swap to more casual play with tournaments in the new year, I'll just reduce this rule to 1 minute delay. We don't need 3 minutes if there's no prize pool or no significant prize pool. Nearly ready to jump in, gamers. Just a minute and a half. I'd love to see Revolt throwing his Greek late game at this. Like a good old Poseidon. You know, just absolutely turtling up and relying on militia to defend you. On top of your normal army, of course. Having buildings everywhere. I'd be curious how Matador breaks that or tries to, because it would be difficult for sure. I suppose it's pretty brutal when you have a lot of throwing axes and enough siege as well. That might be a tough one for Poseidon. At least I always felt that that's the hardest to go up against. Nice to see a deathmatch tournament that actually lasts for hours and hours. Like, I didn't think we'd pull it off, but I guess there were enough changes now. Really stopping this siege spam, just obliterating everything. That seems to have done the trick. Like, now we finally get longer games. It doesn't have to be super long, just not 10 minutes every time. Ooh, this is gonna be brutal. Do remember that Revolt didn't have to switch his god, he did this on purpose. Alright, let's jump in. No, wait, I gotta still do some swaps. Alright, now we're good. Ladies and gents, welcome to game number 2. Matador is gonna be playing as Nua. It's a really solid pick. By the way, you never need to build houses with peasants in this, because they finish quick enough without it. I'll be building quite forward, looking for some map control, and then supposedly in the later ages he'll just put down the clay peasants here. The other side, Revolt is playing as Zeus. How does god selection work? Can't reuse if you win. Correct, that's it. There's no draft, nothing else. Just if you win, you can't play the same god. So Matador doesn't have Zeus anymore. Revolt does have Loki if he wants it. He just chose not to play it here. There's no map bans, it's just the losing player picks, that's it. They can pick anything from the roster. Okay, Tao Wu might get picked up here by Jason, but he's actually not attacking it. So might survive to do a bit of ramming here and there. Xinglong is in the battle, but kind of misfired there. Hoplites will be shutting down this TC. Even with all the clay peasants building, it's just a little bit too much damage. Revolt is doing a pretty good job there, shutting this down. Yeah, it's definitely happening. There we go. Sages are already out in the early game to shut down any Myth unit play. China is really brutal with that, actually. Just, you can't really do much. 2 relics are already picked up. Heavenly Jeweled Spear for some anti-cavalry improvements. And we've got the Ship of Fingernails for free food. Clay Peasants are still going, but there's not that many of them as of the latest nerfs. Nuba is just really strong in DM, so you gotta be careful with how many free units for building they get early on. Okay, Revolt is building up. Hera is finally clicking through. Very late Mythic Age, I have to say, but Revolt likes to make additional fortresses. I personally just like making 1 fortress if I can avoid it. Oops. Sorry. We've got the Earth Wall coming up as well for defensive purposes. That's going to protect the crossbows here. But I think Revolt has an opportunity here to shut down this TC one more time. He's not going for it though. He's trying to run away from the Cav, but he's fighting it in the end. All those hoplites and Tuxedos will be going down. Cav too. Another group of units here, but once again, it's just a portion of the army. It's not the whole thing. And Matador is already 2 TC. Revolt will be soon as well, but by the time I think Matador is also free. And I really don't like that Revolt is making Hippolytus because they're so expensive for deathmatch early game at 80 gold. They're just kind of not worth it. It's different in standard because you benefit so much from their mobility, but I mean here you're facing Tiger Cav, same speed, better stats, anti-cavalry properties, and then a leftover guy also spawning in at the end. That is not something you want to spam an expensive unit into. Look at the gold situation, like Revolt is already almost out. I mean, a lot of that has to do with his towers that he makes, but in addition to that, you can't also make Hippolytus. And he really likes the Tuxedos, but I think in Rito, the Paltas is so much better than ever that you have to make Paltas and get the maximum value out of them. That's, I think, the ideal way to play anyway. Okay, we're gonna get a bunch of Prodromos. That will help a little bit against the Tiger Cav, but they're weak against the archers, and those True Canoe are certainly happy to show them who's boss. Uh-oh, they're caught. They're all caught. Should be absolutely no time until Matador also decides to switch into some Javelineers, in my opinion, and then fights off the Tuxedos with that. That is something we should expect. We've got a little bit of a hit squad here for the TC, and they might be causing some trouble. Maybe Revolt will do a little bit of a underworld sieging run. We'll find out. Matador will probably lose the TC, guys. There's just still too many hoplites here, plus the hero. Oh, look at that. The workshop got actually upgraded to have a little tower attachment. Still doesn't look enough to handle the situation, though. TC will drop. Oh, what happened here? Revolt. You can't go on to this spot. You're gonna get owned. Oh my goodness, the Tuxedos are all getting wrecked. Jesus Christ. For his protection, protected. It's a very strong god power. Dude, the Revolt is down to 96 pop. This is nasty. He's barely got any resources left, although he's got a forest of towers himself, his own forest protection. I don't think this is gonna work. Good TC takedown, however. Maybe Lightning Storm can equalize the situation, I don't know, but look, a lot of the gold of Matadors is in these training queues. He's pre-queued a lot of units there. And once his stuff actually dies, they'll just be replaced by that. And he still has the resources you see up there. When all is said and done. It's nice for Revolt though that he prevented this TC from becoming an economic center. Because it would have been. Hoplites are gonna get absolutely wrecked here by forest protection and the archers again. They're definitely making a mistake walking into that. Oh boy, they're all dead. Okay, not all, but most are dead. Great move by Matador to try to lure people in every time. Okay, Underworld is happening. There's a lot of Paltas, by the way, now. Oh, there's nothing here. Oh, Revolt is nervous. I can tell. That's nerves. There's no way he did that on purpose. This is not the plan. You gotta hurt something. I mean, he's picking off a good number of Tiger Cav. And maybe if he builds up here, he can force a fully defensive posture from Matador. And without forest protection, he can cast his Lightning Storm here. Oh no, he's really nervous. He's firing it off early before he needs to. And there's no units here to strike. So lightning isn't gonna be good. It's just so. Oh, wait a second, the range on that thing. It was okay. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. And Matador, as a result, still has the majority of his army, the bulk of it. Although he doesn't have a lot of resources in the bank, neither does Revolt, and whatever the outcome is this next fight will be, will determine everything. He's got a population lead, he's got a town center lead, so he's making 3 villagers at the moment, whereas Matador is only making 2 at the time. And actually his Kuafu are stuck because he doesn't have the food. So maybe there's some hope here for Revolt, but I think he has to leave. It's okay, just get out of here. Enjoy your free TCs before you lose all the units here too, which will be very expensive to replace, so I really hope he does leave. No, everyone is gonna get cut down. Oh no. If I could change one thing about how Revolt plays, it's making sure that some of these failed attacks get retreated from, and he saves the units. Because that would give him more resources to build up all that. Because this is great. This is really good. As of the building changes, and even the DM mod has most of that intact. Some parts are actually better. Because obviously siege is not as strong, so more defensive play is encouraged. Let's get those longer games. But if Revolt is okay with losing his armies, then it's punishable. And Matador might be your guy for that. He's gonna have his own TC back, and then we're on pretty much equal footing between these two players. Although there's a big villager discrepancy there, might be something that Revolt can lean into. There's not a lot right now actually for income on Matador's end. He might have overqueued the units a little bit and not allowed the Kuafu to pop out. That's something to bear in mind. But he always does have a full army, Revolt doesn't. And as such, Matador wins the fights. And then there's this nasty hero in the back who always causes trouble. Such good stats. Crazy. Yeah, the towers can do the dirty work now. We're just doing a pretty good job of taking care of the X cards, by the way. But there's more where that came from. Holy cow, there's so many more. I think Matador just has overwhelming advantages at this point. He's pretty much full army. Should be able to break through the towers, I'd say. But these towers don't get a lot of value for their costs. That's actually something I've noticed. They don't do that much damage. I feel like they should, but they don't. Even if you literally park an army under them. Some of these peltas have as much damage. Certainly these Chukanudu. Matador is Giga Chad at keeping his ranged units alive though, so... I mean, this Chukanu had done 1400 damage. That's nuts. Oh, we got a second Earth Wall. Nice. That fortress is going down for sure. So are some of these buildings. More taking their place. It's like a Hydra. Classic revolt. He destroys a fortress. He builds 2 more. Love it. Hey, he's actually recovering pretty good. 80 vills. If he just holds back a little longer and doesn't get rolled by these X cards, he should be good. This is doable. The more I see, the more I like. Oh, great Microndos, Chukanu! And this is with the Chukanu nerfed, by the way. Like, yeah, the Chukanu at full stats are... at full upgrades are pretty insane. And this isn't even the God Path that makes them really good. X cards might not be able to break through here. Okay, they just about managed to. If there was a bit more repairing going on, maybe that would have been different. But it's mostly just Peltas attacking them, so... all those hit effects look scarier than they really are. Actually gets absolutely tanked. Looks like Bellarfin will be going down too. Fortress... gonna have to work overtime here. The Myrmidons have done a pretty good job holding off the Tiger Cav, but I mean, there's not enough of them. It's very few units. Alright, we haven't seen much micro actually from the Peltas. You guys are right, of course. The Peltas need to shoot the archers, otherwise they're useless. Look how big the difference is. So 6.3 DPS against just normal units, right? And with the Toxotes, you get 11. It's almost double. So if you're not gonna very carefully micro the Peltas, just make Toxotes. You'll be better off. This is mostly attack move for sure. Despite all of that, Revolt is holding on pretty good. He's rebuilding now the defenses, and with all those towers, I'm pretty sure he can hold. But the Axe Guards might come in and have something to say about that first. There's a lot of Myrmidons though. Maybe the Myrmidons can hold. As long as they attack the siege, that is. Oh, what's this? There's a walling attempt. I think there's a gap here. Yeah, that there is. Revolt will have to fix that. Oh, the Great Flood will get rid of the villagers. Okay, that's this TC is going down. Very good use of Great Flood there to clear the area, and then the siege can just go to town center. freaking 6 X cards. Oh my god. That is so strong. That might be it for Revolt, guys. I don't see how he comes back from this. Especially if Matador gets a little richer and starts building up on this. He's currently committing a lot to gold. Probably doesn't need to do that. He's already swapping to farming a little bit. I think he can stop his marketing strategies as well. Doesn't need that many. But Revolt will be holding on to dear life. Damn. These X cards are nasty. So much damage dealt. But it's deceiving because, you know, siege weapons have very high attacks and it's very low resistance to them. It's not like normal units. If the building resistances against Crush were as high as, you know, you got the units, they wouldn't be doing that much more damage than other things. Holy cow. This Li Jing is almost 4,000 damage in, 20 kills on this guy. And probably gonna climb a lot more. Then again, the number of kills doesn't matter much. Who cares about the last hit in this game? As long as the thing goes down, it goes down. That's good enough. How much damage on the Chukanu? I mean, many of them are dead, right, from earlier, but yeah, these guys are pretty low damage. Or you wanna see DPS? I mean, it's 15 DPS, because there's 4 arrows. These guys are insane. Absolutely justifies their free population cost. And this is after I reduced their damage. Like, I nerfed the base damage, right? And they're just that good. And then you got minor gods on top of this that can boost further. This is without any of that. Yumi Horse Archers nerfed as well, not in this mod. I'm not sure we need to nerf them in Deathmatch. They're usually not the problem in DM games. Because you just make some Peltas or whatever and you'll be fine. Yeah. And you'll have so many fortresses everywhere. As if you build like Revolt, Yumi Horse Archers are not the reason you're losing. Lots of villager pickoffs there. But I can see how they're really good in Standard, obviously. Just Horse Archers are generally super good. Patrol boats are a good idea, but they need a little bit more protection. Once that's there, we'll be fine. Maybe Revolt can push back, I don't know. It seems possible. There's a little bit of hope in there. But where's the food? Towers are finally doing some damage. Man, just a few of these axe cards can absolutely clear the area. Absolute forest of towers here. cheaper with higher stats. I mean, there's a different context, right? Like, the Chinese economy with the Kuafu is just nuts. And you got these nasty melee siege weapons with the axe card. And you got crossbow towers. So it's just a very different context. They're also backed up by Tiger Cavalry up front. Japan is strong, but for different reasons. I'd have to look into that. I mean, between the games, we can take a look at what the DPS stat is. I don't know off the top of my head, but people don't make them in DM as much. What you do see is the mages, the onmyojis. Those had to be nerfed because they had an unlimited number you could make. In the mod, it's just 10. It keeps them in check a little bit. As for Tsukuyomi, people don't play him in DM because all his bonuses aren't in effect. So you don't get the resource trickle from the upgrades. You don't get... you don't get the free upgrades, obviously, because Deathmatch already has full free upgrades, so your god power is useless. So he's not played as much. Okay, Revolt gives up. That was expected here. He's done good early on, but, you know, just kept throwing the armies a little bit, and Matador came in for the punish. Barely clinging on to life himself, by the way. Like, he was very low on population. If Revolt had been a bit more careful and built up like this in all areas, including that weaker TC, this didn't need to be so brutal. Revolt did give that unit difference to Matador for free. I think he can fix this going forward. But Revolt is a bit of a rust bucket, right? He hasn't played much recently. So a lot of that has to do with that. Okay, by the time they get their next lobby, we'll have really quickly taking a look at the stats of those Yumi horse archers, and we are gonna make sure to use Watatsumi with Tsukuyomi, but obviously we're not gonna have all the maxed out Bushido XP. That's gonna miss. Okay, let's do a quick dev ast. Doesn't matter what we pick here. And we pick... this helps them, right? Speed and attack interval. Oh, it's attack speed, right? And get Watatsumi. Okay, here we go. So they are 18.4, that's 20 pierce per second, and obviously better speed and high health. And free pop, and holy shit, very low cost. Okay, yeah, this is kind of nasty. I can see what you're talking about. I can see what you're talking about, but I don't think it's broken in Deathmatch specifically. Just because you have Peltast and whatnot, so it doesn't end up so bad. But then again, you follow them around with Kitsune, they can be pretty fast. It's just in the core of the army, if you face Peltast or similar units, they're gonna get picked off, I think. But that's strong, for sure, and it might be justified to nerf him a little bit, at least in terms of damage output. You have Peltast against Chukunu, yeah. It's just a different lineup of units. So, like, Japan has other options, you know, that are even better. So you don't... you don't need to rely on this. You do stuff that's even stronger, is what I'm trying to say. Like, you get those Onmyoji going, you get the dojo units going. That's nasty. Alright, these guys are already playing. So, let me just quickly update the gods. Oh, Legend! Are you here? If you're still here, Legend, this is for you. Alright, ladies and gents, we are here in game number 3 now. Matadors having an absolute run. ISIS coming right up. On the other side of the map, Revolt is gonna be bringing the Kronos. Now, this is usually a pretty decent matchup for Kronos, but if ISIS can turtle up for the long term, and play the long game, then should be ahead. And we're gonna have the Nefties pick because Matador has most certainly read the patch notes. One thing that you get here is regenerating heroes. And your priests also get a bit of their divine damage back, I think. Where is the divine damage? It should be on. Maybe I messed it up. Darth Nox, thank you for your raid. Appreciate you. Maybe I messed it up, I don't know. But they should be getting a divine damage. Maybe against the Myth unit attacks? Yes, against the Myth unit attacks. There we go. That's fine. That's probably fine. I just misremembered. Don't do the half-war mercenary thing anymore. You can, but it doesn't... It's not with half-war, right? That's the thing. It's with everyone. So... we gave them the lifespan back in the DM mod, but the upgrade no longer exists in the game, so I'd have to like remake it. And I just gave all of them 60 seconds lifespan. In the normal game, they have a degeneration, so they arrive at like 1 HP, which is bullshit. Like, you know, you would never use that. So yeah, that's why the mod changes it again. I don't like what they've done with mercenaries. Nobody uses them. So, yeah, it's not just deathmatch, it's the standard mode as well. Nobody uses them, like, that's how bad it is. It's an absolute emergency response only. Okay, but what's gonna be really interesting in this one is if we get to the Son of Osiris, and that guy is gonna be regenerating. We'll be doing work in the back, but the double Guardian of Io is coming up. We also got the Carol Ballista working away at the infantry army. And there's going to be a bit of a boom here. Again, the priests aren't going to be taking much of the poison damage there. But the boom did hurt the army a little bit. Deities of Death, thank you very much. I was DOD as well. Hope you had a good stream. I think you had a free-for-all session, right? Who was it streaming today? Welcome everybody, we're in the finals, so you're just in time for the last bit of the deathmatch action over here. The Fire Siphons are doing absolute number to these barracks. Matador needs to somehow find a way to survive. The mercenaries are now out again, like I said, on the mod here. They have lifespan again, like in the old game. And they could be causing a little bit of trouble here for the Siphons, but for now, Revolt, with his purely ranged army, is doing an absolutely great job. He's got the settlements coming up, but he doesn't actually empower them with any banners in this game. Weird. I think he just forgot. It's gonna be a little slow, but at least he's denying this DC from getting grabbed with guard towers. Okay, it was Apoy. Nice one, nice one. Hope you had a good time. Okay, additional Pharaoh is out. Lots of elephants, but they're gonna get just absolutely picked off. The Fire Siphons also do a decent amount of pierce damage, so the elephants are just not gonna be able to survive this. I think the pierce damage for the Fire Siphons might just be a little too good, to be honest. 15 is very high. DPS wise, that is. Ancestors is gonna get called in. We also had some snacks somewhere. I can't see where they are now. Was it in the main fight? No way. I think I just missed it. They can be okay to use against villagers, but I mean, Kronos, Hyperion, Prometheus villagers, they're not gonna be struggling against them. If they're heroes, that is. Cypher just absolutely tearing into the base. It's just a few seconds left, 40 seconds until Son of Osiris comes through, so that's really gonna be the lifeline for Matador. I'd love to see him get out a few catapults so he can snipe these pesky fire siphons, because the elephants are not doing the job. So I don't think they're the answer, guys. Even with 64% pierce armor, just look at them disappear. It's crazy. Okay, here comes the siege tower. Give us the business. That's pathetic. It did nothing. What's going on? I think you have to have a catapult. There's no choice. Okay, the catapults are working on the job here. Taking out the towers, and eventually Matador can build up. Son of Osiris is somewhere. There we go. Immediate focus fire, but he's regenning 1 per second. So it's no big deal. In the long term, you can keep him alive. Just if he's low, send him home. Let him empower something. Especially gold or trade. Even farming. Wherever he's safe. Just make sure to have something to garrison into nearby. Migdol stronghold, for example. It's probably the best thing you can have next. But if you want to be a fun guy, you can put up a lighthouse. Okay, here comes the suck. Matador isn't ready for this. He's out of food, man. Revolt is actually sending some of his own guys into it. Oh my god, look at those low health units scattered all across. Dude, Revolt is absolutely owning them. He's destroyed the TC meanwhile with the destroyers and fire siphons as well. Matador is having a real tough time here. Son of Osiris getting focused. Should be an easy save, but I mean, this is a rough one for Matador, absolutely. I would love to see a few slingers. He's so good at controlling his ranged units, so I'd love to see that. Trying to take care of all these archers, because the chariots just aren't doing the job, guys. We're playing on a mod. You can read the patch notes. I'll link. DM patch, I think it is. Yeah, that's the command. So basically, he's getting it from one of the Nephthys upgrades here. It's this one. No, it's the divine damage. Funeral rites? No. Spirit of Mat, that's the one I gave it to. And for Nephthys, I gave the priests divine damage for the myth unit special attacks, and I gave them pierce damage as their base instead, so that you have to use your mummies, which are back to classic Age of Mythology ability stuff. Single target, insta kill basically. Well, not real insta kill. I gave him like 200 poison damage per second against a single target. So you can kill a Colossus. Likewise, the Argus is back to doing that also. But it still got their poison explosion because it's melee. You get that on a bunch of units, and if they sit in it, then they're gonna not be there anymore. We've had a bunch of those in the tournament. Maybe Revolt will do some of it. We'll see. But there's a lot of priests, so I don't think he's very eager to make them. They're expensive. Catapults are doing some real work. Oh wait, there was the snakes. But meanwhile, Revolt has destroyed this as well. The fire siphons do it so quick. Man, they absolutely own the catapults as well. Ice is having a tough time here, just as the legend has foretold. I'm sure the chariots stay alive a long time. They're pretty valuable units. The Son of Osiris also built up 4,100 damage already. That's pretty good. Revolt is gonna have a difficult time killing that, but he is destroying the entirety of everything that Matador is building, so Does he really need to urgently take care of the Sound of Osiris? I'd say maybe not. We're not in a big rush anyhow. What Revolt does need, however, is food operations. And he's got some farming on the way, which is good. Maybe he will get a cavalry army down the line. But he's not in a big rush. Anyway, just destroy the buildings. He'll have several follow-up deconstructions if he wants it. He's buying time with the additional siphons there. But he is losing quite a few, so that's not cheap. Either way, he's tearing into Matador pretty good. What are these oracles doing? Ah! It's all the favor income gone, sir. What are they doing? Son of Osiris, meanwhile, nearly healed back up. Revolt is just having an absolute laugh here with the Fire Siphons doing whatever he wants. Wouldn't mind seeing a bunch of Terma at this point. Who is Revolut? That's a bank. This is Revolt. Old deathmatch player. He's played this game mode for 20 years. He's been there at the dawn of AOM. 20 years? 23 years at this point. Holy shit. That's disgusting. I hate it. I hate everything about this. What do you mean 23 years? If you were a former deathmatch player, you might know him as Jedi of the Sith clan, which is, I know, that's controversial, but that was his name. But why is everybody regenerating? What is this? Huh? Why are they all regenerating? Is there a relic that does... What does that? Nobody's healing them. What is this? It's just chariots. Oh, it's the elephant receiving some healings. Okay. It's the Son of Osiris actively healing the elephant. Sorry guys, I didn't notice the elephant in the room. That's my bad. Okay. He's full health again. This is such a strong thing, the regeneration. But Revolt is nowhere near done. He can throw more armies at this. It's all good. Oh man. He's eating up entire forests now. I think he's soon gonna think about 4TC or something. Oh, Catapulti's interesting. That will deal with all the calves, that's for sure. Right, Matador's coming over with all he's got. Ah, the monument was healing. That's it. I didn't notice he's doing that. It's pretty smart. Well, this gold mining operation is now officially over. Pretty good spot these chariots have in there. Be a shame if something happened to it, says Revolt, as he rains fire down on the houses. What a guy. Okay, we gotta get back our Oracle's Revolt. Actually really struggling against Matador's Chariot micro. They're barely going down, but again, they're also not able to do that much damage here. Certainly against Fire Siphons, that's just not happening. But the Son of Osiris can. Murktra also gonna time out here. So it's really no big deal. Matador's making great use of the... Oh boy, this is the jackpot. Ooh, he found it. One of the great uses of chariots that you can just find these jackpots. Woo! Dude, Revolt is not reacting at all. He's letting it happen. He's not rich enough for this. Woo! Absolute freaking massacre. That was nasty. Well done, Matador. He might be back in this now. Oh, that was an equalizer there. But I have to say Revolt still has 72 against 34 civilian population. So it's not all over. Matador is not fully back in this just yet. Hey, we got Oracles again. But they're overlapping and on the front lines. So yeah, that's not the best place to be if you're an Oracle. Revolt is full population, however. Let's see what kind of attack he can mount. Where is this? Oh, here. I thought there was way fewer units stuck up there, but it's all of them. You can easily break through the walls, of course, and get down here. Break the trade. Maybe time shift something there for once. Actually hold the ground. Son of Osiris has taken a lot of damage here, by the way. Why is Revolt making Cairo Ballista? They're not good against chariots. No, Son of Osiris is all good, guys. Don't worry. He's all good. Took some hits, though. Ooh. Big build-up. What's the temples for? Are we gonna get our tentacle boys? Is it time? Nah, the villagers are getting wrecked though. Oh my god, that hurts. That hurts. This is why it's so important to have fortresses with your pushes first. You can just garrison and be fine. Okay, but we got a big attack. There's a lot of destroyers, some of them heroes, so they're regenerating as well. We've got Fire Siphons tearing into the Migdol, and I think that main base is certainly in a lot of trouble. I don't think that chariots can stop this. Now we got Prosperity. It's a good excuse as any to use your mercenaries, but I mean, there's not that much income coming through either, is there? Hey, we finally got a Terma. It sure helps. Imagine if we had 15, 20. Those chariots would have trouble. Son of Osiris under attack by destroyers. Well, he doesn't care about their armor very much. So I think he can get all of them. That's a pretty big deal there. Divine damage on Son of Osiris is huge. Revolt still wins, however, because he just took down everything. The sheer economy. You know, he lost all those villagers, sure, but he also replaced them. And he got a win against Matador. This is huge for Revolt's confidence, I'm sure. And will be helping him in the road from here. 40,000 extra resources were gathered, so just because Matador outkilled him by a few, it doesn't matter too much. Obviously, the villager number kill here for 29 is actually bigger than 36, I'm telling you. Because they are Atlantean villagers and they count for double. Okay, next map will be decided by Matador. Don't have the info yet about what he wants. He's linking a lobby, so I'm guessing they're already playing, but I just can't see it yet. Yeah. Looks like we're heading to Elysium. Soon TM, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Good games, man. These are really good games. Question on YouTube from Wizard. Can they play the same faction? Okay, the only rule is that if you win, you cannot play the same god again. So faction level doesn't matter, but the god does matter. So Revolt does not get Kronos again. And Matador used up Zeus and Nuwa, so you can't do that again. But Matador just played Isis. He could do that one more time, or as many times as he wants, until he wins with Isis. But there's no draft, there's no map banning, there's nothing. It's the simplest tournament rules ever in terms of how much you have to play, which is really nice for these rustier old deathmatch players that don't play a lot these days. I think they probably appreciate it, that they can just repeat their practiced gods and don't have to play all of them. With the draft format, you have to play all of them, basically. Because, you know, the other guy actually takes away your gods when they pick them. So that's pretty brutal about the draft. Chesso? Yoshi? He's not playing. No. He hasn't played all of Retold. I think he tried it and then he never played it. Really. Very sad. There's no him, there's no Volt, there's no gang. So all the deathmatch crew is just very watered down at the moment. And I really hope these guys change their minds. Just pop in sometimes for an hour, whatever, you know? I'm gonna make a tournament format that works for that. They'll only have to play one series, done. You know? I'm very happy to facilitate that, but obviously that's gonna be more casual as a setting. Let me see if I can convince them about that, because clearly they don't want to play this long full day format of 8 hours plus. Understandably. Then again, this is the first deathmatch tournament in Retold that's taking this long. Oh, I'm close friends with him, so it's not like I haven't asked, he just doesn't want to play. I mean, we've been playing deathmatch with Chesso for 10 plus years.
M3Regu3Z just resubscribed
Merguez?
for 19 months for Deathmatch Nakamura Al God and Nakamura less than 3.
Less than 3. There we go. Thanks, less than 3, you too. Alright, let's do this. Thanks very much for your sub. Is this the correct sides? Yes.
M3Regu3Z just resubscribed for 19 months for Deathmatch Nakamura Al God and Nakamura less than 3.
I love that. Okay, we got Loki from Revolt here. And you guessed it. You knew it. Matador is doing it too.
M3Regu3Z gifted Darth Nox a subscription. M3Regu3Z gifted a tier 1 sub to Darth Nox. They have given 30 gift subs in the channel.
Excellent. Thanks, Merguez. And now also Darth Nox has it. Gamers, the Loki mirror is insane. It's absolutely nuts. Do we have the Nerf Norse meme still? We do, right? Yeah, I didn't move that. We got the Nerf Norse. There you go. Revolt, Matador trying to be extra sneaky, but ultimately just gonna build up a very strong frontal push and do his absolute best probably with Fire Giants. But we might see some crazy Jotun business here from Revolt, because he's got the secret temple already in the corner. He's got the secret strats. Oh, Loki is having Norse is having a great run overall this tournament. These last few tournaments have been just insane for Norse. They're probably the best faction right now. Good bonk there from the Jotun. This is just a free one, by the way. Already cancelled the Hillfort. That means Revolt can't hit the Mythic Age. If he bonks the next one too, our boy could be hard stuck. These are all great halls. They're not Hillforts coming up, you see. There's one in the maid. He's gonna be 2TC as well. Oh my god, he's gonna deny him Mythic Age, isn't he? Is this actually happening? Holy cow. 2 seconds. Okay, he can go Mythic. Imagine if the bonk had recharged in time and he had stopped this. That would have been absolutely nuts. Revolt is very much on the defensive, but his building fire is taking care of all these units for now. We should see some bonky boys from Revolt as well. He is Mythic, right? Yeah, he is. Where are the bonky boys? Okay. I hear the units from somewhere. I just can't see him. Where is it? Oh, here! Just in the main. Alright. He's defending with Fire Giants. Matador is gonna clean up the settlement there. And the tower spam! Holy shit, Revolt had tower upon tower here. And Undermine is just absolutely undermining his effort. Matador. Well done, sir. That was great. Oh, Nerf Norse is the bit one. Okay, I could change that around. we could change that around. Matador has his own Fire Giants. And his throwing axemen are just absolutely laying down the hurt. I'm not sure Revolt can really build up here, but he's got a good little attack here and here. Matador isn't really looking at that. So with Revolt on 2 TCs and working on that third, if he gets that up and gets a nice little flaming weapons in against Matador, that could absolutely change things. But he needs more throwing axes because this is just absolutely unstoppable looking. 41 throwing axes. Even with flaming weapons, that will be a difficult matchup. I'm hearing a lot of Myth unit spawns, but I'm not seeing them. Ah, here we go. Okay, this might be a combo with Walking Woods. You can spawn in 10 woods in this current iteration of the DM patch. I'm sorry, haven't the Norse won every game today, actually? I'm pretty sure they did. But the house nerf definitely does address them, as well as the initial favor change. The reason for that is that every single Norse unit build, right? Every single infantry unit builds. So if you max out for the houses, you'll have more building potential than the other civs. So it's relatively a decrease in terms of what they can build. But yeah, here we got the Walking Woods now, guys. There's 10 of them in this mod, and that's a big bonk. Flaming weapons or not, the TC didn't get held. There's no hearse here. And this might be the third victory for Matador if things continue like this. He doesn't want to fight, obviously, against flaming weapons. Better to retreat, better to wait it out and then fight. You can still spawn You can't spawn 8 giants anymore, yeah. I mean, you just don't have the favor for that, though, in Mythic. That was ridiculous. That was a favor thing, not a house thing. Because you got 200 favor at some point, and now it's just 100 again, like in the original game. Susanoo is great. Susanoo and Amaterasu are the Japanese you want to play. Tsukuyomi is okay, but he doesn't get any of his bonuses really in DM. We gave him some buffs because of that. He's just weaker than the other two. But Japan is great in general. Well, dragon. Revolt's dragon is out of position. He's getting shot by the Goldie. It's hurting it a lot. It's gotten a good buff this unit as well, like armor, damage. Can survive a little longer against all this nonsense. Actually make a difference. Americans insist that the houses nerf the myth unit spam. I mean, yes. But also that's probably a good thing. I mean, Norse is still really, really strong. Revolt almost beat Matador in game 1. In Loki versus Zeus. It was completely nuts. What? Matador just gave up because there was another Bonk Boy raid, which we didn't pay attention to because I was watching this fight. Holy cow. And he has no resources left. I mean, he has quite a bit of food left for another Bonk Boy rush, but Revolt is also completely broke here. So Matador just didn't have all the information on this one. And he resigned, I think, a bit too early. Just a little bit. There was maybe an opportunity here to try and survive. Revolt playing super well, man. I mean, he's equalizing the series against Matador. We're going to game 7 in every series. Or game maximum. Bad eco management? I mean, for Matador here, he just didn't get the second TC. Revolt was all over it, right? So it's not so much about the management of it. It's these games are chaos. Next one is gonna be Oasis. Yeah, guys, when DM players run out of resources, it's not always about eco management. It's sometimes just about how the game has begun. You get some crazy early game raids, or a Norse player builds up on your base and you don't see it coming. That can be a disaster. More games for us, that's right. We might get game 7 again. At least we'll have game 6. Okay. Swapping sides again. Oh, this is I don't even know who wins this. This is interesting. Ladies and gents, welcome to Oasis. In this one, Matador is bringing Fushi. And on the other side, we've got Revolt playing as Poseidon. It's a very, very nice map, almost mirrored. The TCs are basically perfectly placed, so nobody can complain this time. And for Poseidon versus Fushi, I actually don't know who has the advantage in that one, to be completely honest. Don't play this matchup a lot. It might be hard with Poseidon though to get all the key units out. Like, you can't have mass hoplite. I think you might be able to do Artemis Archer spam and do pretty well with that. Relics are not equal. Yeah, I mean, we don't have actual mirrored maps in Retold. It's just this one. This spawn is decent. Alright, Matador's already picked up one. It's the Blanket of Empress Zoe, so he's gonna have more crush armor on these buildings. It's pretty good stuff. Playing pretty defensive as Fushi is quite normal as well, because, well, you just can't really rely on your buildings getting done quickly. They're not getting done quickly. You have very limited villagers, but you have Kuafu, which are helping you get things going, and you got Favor coming in for free at all times, so that's pretty good stuff overall. We do have the Neja hero, which is gonna absolutely bonk these units on the head if they try to come close. And maybe that's one thing you could do, to just run around with this guy and try to pick off some villagers or something. He's pretty damn strong still, even after all the waves of nerfs. And Revolt doesn't have the fortress complete, so that's a very dangerous party here. It's a very dangerous party that these guys are having. The Hippias are here. Alright. That's a very nice little raid. They're definitely gonna get that Kuafu kill, right? I mean, they're surrounding it pretty good. It's a takedown. TC is not happening. And they're only heavy, like they weren't even champion. But the main attack from Matador's side is going pretty well. We've got Hephaestus. Let's see what the Hetaeros can do. Revolt has discovered that they're in fact in the stables, and maybe he's gonna set up a nice little anti-building attack with them, because that's what they do in the mod, like in the old games. So they don't have AoE, they just have anti-building capabilities, and they could go and hit them. Usually what you would want to do is time this with bronze, but there's no bronze, there's no Hermes. We've gone for Ares and Aphrodite, so not gonna be that great, honestly. But, I mean, if you can get a super bronze attack going, that's one of the ways to play this. It's just gonna be hard to go up against all these Tiger Cav with them. I don't like the Hetaeros here. They're so expensive. I've yet to play Deathmatch in Retold, but is the Egyptian meta still to auto-queue mercs into your base? I mean, you can do it, but it's much worse. You can do it in the mod. In the official version, you just can't do it at all, which is kind of shit. In the mod, just because the counter units are so much better, it's a much worse idea to do it. So like I don't know, if you are Greek, then you make a bunch of Hippas pissed, then you're gonna absolutely own them. It's very easy to get to that point as well. And the counter units are just super buffed in this game. Also, like, hoplites have bonus against cav, so the mercenary cav aren't that scary either. Well, Revolt is having serious trouble. He's made all the towers in the world. Can't actually afford it though, and he's spent so much gold on cavalry that he can't make units now, and he's down to just 113 pop and falling. Whereas Matador is just having a party still. He's getting his TC's done, slowly but surely. This is also gathering here. Well, it's getting bigger. It's not gathering. It's gonna be a very fast food income later down the line. You want someone to try the new Choconu? Yeah, that's so heavily nerfed in this mod. It's completely broken all live. Like, that's just not even fair. And you know the worst part? Okay, that Great Flood actually isn't doing anything. What the hell? It's like all the units just ignored it. What just happened? Yeah, the new Choconu with the armor nerf ability, the passive. I mean, the base unit has 2 more basic damage, right? So the finished unit has like 14 pierce damage per shot, and they have 4 shots, so it's like completely insane. And they nerf the armor for 5 seconds, stacking, including against heroes and myth units. The mod reduces their base DPS, and it reduces like the stacking to just 2 seconds, and it also makes heroes and myth units immune. So it's like a massive nerf, because China just beats everything without this mod. Like, it's not even close. Japan can kind of hold on, maybe. And maybe a really aggressive Norse can curtail it, because they have, obviously, some good units to beat this with. They've got Huskarl, right? So that's a pretty good answer. Huskarl and Berserk are a pretty good answer to China. So Norse are mostly okay, but everyone else just gets wrecked. There's no hope. At least with the nerfs, the Peltas have a shot. And the Slingers and all those guys. That should be fine. Okay, Matador is free TC. He's working on the gold situation. He's pretty poor himself, but he's got the income behind this. He's got the maxed out army. He's got a lot of units in the queue. So he's gonna be fine for a while. Militia will buy some time, but not much. I'll say Revolt's probably toast here. Man, for Matador, it's like almost 2 AM. He's got a long evening here. Now well into the night. He's taking his sweet time. Making sure that he has the resources to keep it going if he needs to. Never know how much the other guy has. But the TC destruction is already quite telling about what has happened. Oh, nice little buff on Polyphemus as well for crush damage, by the way. But I mean, he still goes down. Doesn't matter too much. Revolt just doesn't have an army. And ultimately he'll be going down. There's a good number of Prodromos here to fight. The Tiger Cavalry kinda can't handle that very well. At least the infantry ones will be there to buy a little time. Anyway, the Chukunu are gonna be the ones that absolutely wreck this party. Once the X cards get going on the TC, that's gonna be it for Revolt, I think. Also, Straight Line is getting cut into with the Chukunu. Naja is a pretty good escort. We'll cut down those militia, no problem. It's like an anti-human unit hero as well, not just anti-myth unit. How much damage did he have in the end there? Oh, just 500. Okay. I guess Matador didn't keep him alive earlier. But he wins every category in this one. Not necessarily resources collected by much. But KD, 378 to 265. Just doing much better micro in this one. And that's match point. Just one more victory needed for the Matador. It's doing pretty good work here. Oh, Matador is in Germany. That's why I said it's... yeah. It's one Amish for him. Even for me in the UK, it's like almost midnight. Next match is gonna be Blue Lagoon, but we don't yet have a loaded game. It's gonna be 2 minutes 30 seconds of waiting. Now, Matador has so far used up Zeus, Nuva, Isis, Loki, Fushi. I have to pick something else, but he hasn't played much Norse yet. So he's still got Freyr and all that. He's pretty good at 4 as well if he needs it. Could play some Hades. Nothing wrong with the little Hades. Revolt. Oh wait, he hasn't used up everything there. He hasn't won the Loki game, so he could play Loki as well. That's right. But he used up Zeus, Nuva, and Fushi. Revolt has used up Kronos and Loki. He cannot play those, but he could play Zeus, I suppose. Maybe that's what he'll do. Poseidon was definitely a more uncomfortable pick for him, I can tell. And playing it into China, yeah, I mean, Matador maybe is just a night owl. I think he is, because he plays late all the time. Some people just are more awake. I'm also a bit of a night owl, although right now I am getting tired. But usually I'm fine around this time. It's just we've been going for almost 8 hours as well here, so. Yeah, Matador is great. Also a great standard gamer. Plays in all the big tournaments, makes it pretty far too. Alright, we're loading into Blue Lagoon, guys. This is gonna be nice. Not a lot of Japan today. It's unfortunate because they're pretty good at DM. I think people just haven't practiced it, so they're not gonna risk it or something like that. Ladies and gents, this could be the last one. Matador is bringing Shenong to game number 6. Maps Blue Lagoon, and on the other side of it, we've got Revolt, the red, playing as Freyr. A strong pick for sure. But can he keep up with Shenong? Now, Shenong is weak early, but you get to Mythic, you get your army of Dao swordsmen out, and then all the stick stacking buffs on him are just gonna drive the game forward from there. You may not have the craziest hero and everything, but those Dao swordsmen are quite something. You'll see. Baulé already getting made, but it's very defensive, and Matador is making it a little bit of a Sim City, so as to not get flooded by anything. Bayou is doing a bit of a jump here, disrupting the builders. Well, that's just a great haul, so it's not going to deny too much. I think Revolt should be able to get his little hill fort going just fine. TC is getting worked on in the back as well by just a handful boys. But this is also a full Sim City. A perfect wall off. And I think this is going to be built in no time as well. Changxia is already out. We're also going to get some Sages and Wenshong. And there goes the Hundun. And now you look at these Dao swordsmen. Not only do they have gilded shields for better pierce armor, they have divine judgment as well for another divine damage getting added, and they have laser silk for more hit points and lower hack armor, better hack armor, and they've got Zhuanyuan's bloodline, where in a 10 area they'll be getting lifesteal. It's insanity. And they've got Imperial Order as well for, you know, a cost reduction. I mean, just 6 stacks. Okay, we've got Golem Bursty out for an early defense. Revolt kind of needs it to make something happen. Maybe he can even deny this TC with it. I mean, he's got some decent crush damage on the boy. But it's already down, I'm afraid. Look at these Dao swordsmen, man. The insane stats on them. Maybe throwing axes can handle the situation. They also get crazy buffs, of course, as the guys are dying around them. Plus, don't forget the lifesteal. Oh, we got a dock? Love it. That's great. Will Revolt get the free TCs? That's really the crucial thing. If he can get that going, then wonderful. If not, then he might be in trouble. These Dao swordsmen are definitely the main risk. Obviously, Matador will have some ranged units in the back to try and deal with throwing axes. Bear Greasy might be a good answer to this, but China has sages. I'm sorry, but your myth units... You mean our myth units? It's a bit of a socialist thing. Anyway. Nothing wrong with lifting the floor, guys. I'm just saying. All your myth units belong to us. Second market coming right up soon. And there's the third TC. You don't like it if people make docks? I mean, be happy it's Norse. If it was Atlantean, then we'd get this big stupid jellyfish. And if it was Japanese, we'd get the freaking lightning seed ships. Let's be happy it's Norse. think that Zhang Zia hero is absolutely unnecessary for China, to be honest. They don't need that at all. I don't know why they have it. Ooh, that's a lot of poison. Throwing axes. Holy shit. Okay, that could have been so much worse. Imagine if the hill fort isn't healing them. There are 3 hill forts here, and that god power nearly killed all throwing axemen. Oh my god. Revolt got so lucky there. The gentleman's true to not make a dock. There's no more gentlemen. They're all dead. That's a lot of Bergrisi, actually. Did those stolen Fafnir just give back gold? I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. Is that how it works? I can't say I've tried that in a proper test. Anyways, we've got Yinglong. He's getting focus fired pretty damn hard, guys. Ooh, he's barely got any health left. What is happening to him? Why is he so weak? He barely got anything done and he's already half dead. I guess there's a bunch of Goldie here, but still, like, serious? Oh my god, the Ballista are owning him, that's what it is. Well, that dragon's gonna have to leave. At least you can heal him on the farms. And he'll increase the farming rate a little bit. Oh, we've got the big dragon turtle. Love it. Inferno time. Matador splitting in 3 different directions. Everything gets hit anyway. Oh, it's so strong. But he had a lot of reinforcing units coming, so it's all good in the end. Now the dragon turtle can swap to land, which is great. So for this reason, I think making a dock is totally fair. Get your free myth unit, man. Now this boy, however, is not gonna come on land. He's got a bit of a barrier. Love that. So the barrier goes back to full. The health doesn't nerf Protoss. Okay, Revolt, it's time to turn the heroes around and snipe that thing. No, he's just running away. Dude, this Goldie could have killed it. Okay, they might now, but now Matador is watching. X-Guards are doing what they can here, but the Ballista should be able to destroy them before they do major damage. Golem Bursty is back. Oh, come on, you gotta make the dock for the dragon turtle. I mean, that's just... the only amphibious unit in the game. I think when it's like is that a heal? What does this do again? We don't get tooltips, unfortunately. Okay, it targets buildings. I don't know this ability. Buffs the target until cancel the kill. It reduces pierce and hack vulnerability. What? Oh, it's like an armor buff on buildings. Okay. Yeah. It's a huge change, actually. Look at that! Holy cow, it basically makes it immune to normal units. Only Siege will be breaking through still. That's huge. It's a pretty boring job, though, to buff a building in the middle of nowhere. Well, both players are 210 pop. And there is a small advantage here for Matador in the civilian population, but that gap is pretty quickly closed as well. Ooh, another Fafnir kill. Now, is this gonna No, it didn't give any gold there. Pretty sure I've seen it on the other one though, but then again, sometimes it just doesn't pop up in spectator mode, it seems. Oh, Revolt has very few food villagers on purpose. So actually the hill forts are making his food income. And he has a bunch of those. It's keeping him alive at least. But he needs more than that, because he's making a lot of, like, villagers here. If he was making more dwarves, he'd be able to build up more continuously, but because he's making regular villagers, he's not catching up, unfortunately. Okay, Van Zhong is gonna probably own half of these guys before he goes out. That's pretty brutal. And then, of course, the Dao Swordsman will finish the job, I think. Another Zhuke bird. Rams, it's time. Maybe they could go to the main. Actually, one funny thing is Kuafu, they don't have a good attack against siege, so they can't really defend against that. You need actual units or regular villagers to fend off these attacks. But he's attacking random things, so it doesn't matter much. Wait, are we not chilling with the Yinglong on the farms? I thought that could heal him. I've added that back in the mod anyway. But you do need to be above the farm. He's got 90 health, so it's a really good move to pull him back here to empower this. Why isn't he healing? Did that get removed in some other way? This should be working. How annoying is that? Huh, okay. I'm pretty sure I changed that. Maybe only the sages can heal him at the moment. I don't know. Something to look into for the next time. Yeah, economy looks fixed for Revolt. He does need some more villagers though, but it's overall good. Thing is though, Matty can do this all day. He's already rich. He's still making some more caravans. Pishu actually is what he's making. Fancy. He could take any resource he wants. Man, it's nice to have some deathmatch late game. I know it's only getting there in this one, but we've done it. It's finished. We got late game play in the tournaments. Only took a year. Oh, can't believe it. Or maybe we'll see Japan next time. I guess I'll do a short stream next week, maybe. Let's see. Okay, that hero is gonna get picked off here. No way. No way that this is working out. Still, Matador's push is so strong. He's picking off building after building with these X cards. Hundun is making some progress on the hill fort as well, but he'll go down first, just barely. Ballet coming up. Looks to me like the Goldie will win here because they have healing as well. Plus the Ox Caravans are just being meat shields. Revolt has enough resources to keep going, but just not quite enough to outpump Matador. More and more X cards are joining the fight. They are slowly but surely taking out the hill forts. And Matador is bringing even more stuff. Machine Workshop right up front. And another Earthfall coming up. Oh my god. Yeah, Revolt can't break through that without Siege. He did a good job destroying some segments, so at least he has an entrance, but... I mean, there's gonna be towers here. The X cards are sieging the TC. It's a whole lot more resistant than ever, but it won't be able to hold against that. And I think this might be the tournament, ladies and gents. Matador's done it. I think he's breaking through now. Revolt will try to defend with at least a handful of Fafnir coming out. But there's enough heroes here in the Chinese army. Getting some free myth units as well from the temple there. And he's working on that 4th town center. The Kuafu will build it pretty damn quick. And town centers give 30 population in deathmatch now. That's not part of the mod, that's just the game. In general, there was an extra 5 population buff there. And these Fafnir are just giving Matador money. Doesn't look like TC will be built anytime soon, but that's okay. There's no rush. Matador is happy to take down the buildings one by one. He's not losing anything on his side, and he just all over Revolt right now. Revolt is holding on to the alive, but score-wise, this is a 2-1 advantage. Mostly the stored resources are the big advantage. And then there's the queued units as well. Huge number. That's insane. Maybe now Matador can build this up. Tears down some further buildings here though. That one's going down too. I just see no hope for Revolt, guys. This 4th TC goes up, that's it. And he won't even know because, well, this game doesn't announce that. It doesn't announce that at all. Gonna give up. He knows that 4th TC is coming, and then the population difference would be 60, not 30. It's absolutely impossible to come back from this. Matador has done it. Shenong pretty damn strong, and he's once again going to be your tournament champion 5 times in a row here. Fantastic work by Matador. He's definitely the #1 guy in deathmatch. He's proven it again and again. He can bleed. The guys have shown that, but he's just a little too solid for now. GG's. And thanks everyone for playing and watching. Really appreciated you all as well. Revolt has an honorable 2nd place. I think probably his first time ever to get a silver medal here. So that's wonderful to see. I was very happy about that. Now, I did say I'd do a bonus game, but I think because it's an 8-hour stream, it's okay if I don't. I'll do a stream next week. How about that? So yeah, 42. It's a pretty good result, I think, for Revolt, especially. Taking so many games off of Matador is quite an accomplishment. All right, let's finish this. Let's give the last of the medals to everybody. So again, Matador is 1st, Revolt is 2nd, Isumarto is 3rd, and Dexito is 4th. And then in the new year, we're gonna do some friendly tournaments you know, no prize pool, but hopefully some of the players will still show up, and then we'll make it a scheduled basis so you can play whenever you want. You don't have to sit here for 8 hours, and hopefully people are still interested in that. I'll be playing myself as well. We're just gonna quite casually tag along for that, and let's see if we can get that going with the existing players and some of the old ones and maybe some of the new ones. Let me see what I can do there. So yeah, we'll do that, but not this format. It's not worth it. Unfortunately, it's not worth it. I'm very sorry to say. I know you guys have stayed around for a long time and we've had decent viewership, but it's just not worth it compared to our other games, unfortunately. We could be doing Halo Wars on Metaplace, we could be doing other stuff, and that just ends up being more worth it. Bigger growth, bigger community support, and everything. So yeah, I won't be doing the paid tournaments anymore for a long time, until things really change and the deathmatch community wants more business again. Because right now we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Like, the deathmatch community has really tapered off over the long run. Unfortunately, I'm so sad to say these things, by the way. Oh well, we're gonna do some of that. I still want to try, but we'll do it less often and make it more meaningful, hopefully, as a result, because there's fewer of them, and maybe everybody will play. I really hope so. All right, good night, Darth Knox. Thank you for tuning in. And to finish off for today, I'm gonna be doing the sponsored segment of the game. We've got the Foundation mobile game. You can check that out if you like, with my link in the chat that I'm gonna be pinning momentarily. Yeah, DM tourneys on this stream. No prize pool, just for fun. And then let's see if we can get some players interested again, because I'm pretty sure I can still get similar viewership as today, and just play myself as well. Get that fresh perspective into play. What I really need from the devs, though, and I'll do a follow-up video on my bug reports that I've put on YouTube, that replays still don't work. We need them to work for such a setup. Otherwise, I can't cover it, right? I can only do it live. And sometimes I can, other times not. Obviously, with a free tournament, I'd be more than happy to give out tournaments to other people. So that's cool. All right, guys, there's the pinned link. We'll be doing this for like 45 minutes or something, and then another 45 minutes another time. I think that should be on now. Yep, I've set the game. For the YouTube crew, I'll be saying bye-bye. Thanks very much for watching. If you want to get the sponsor, if you install it and get to a level 4 core, I believe. Anyway, you can watch on Twitch, and I'll be explaining what to do there. You can also find all the instructions, but I've popped the link in the chat. So for the YouTube crew, bye-bye. Thanks very much for watching. We'll do sponsor segment stuff on Twitch. Okay, let me get full screen here. Why isn't it going full screen? That's annoying. It doesn't want to go full screen.